Suddenly, the stag backed off and turned. Then, with a single bounding leap, he was gone among the trees. Martin Longbow chuckled and said, "Oh, just as well. It wouldn't do to have him become too friendly with men. Those antlers would quickly end up over some poacher's fireplace." Thomas whispered, "He's beautiful, Martin." Longbow nodded, his eyes still fastened upon the spot where the stag had vanished into the woods. "That he is, Thomas." Pug said, "I thought you hunted stags, Martin. How—" Martin said, "Old Whitebeard and I have something of an understanding, Pug. I hunt only bachelor stugs without does, or does too old to carve. When Whitebeard loses his harem to some younger buck some day, I may take him. Now, each leaves the other to his own way. The day will come when I look at him down the shaft of an arrow." He smiled at the boys. "I won't know until then if I shall let the shaft fly. Perhaps I will, perhaps not." He fell silent for a time, as if the thought of Whitebeard's becoming old was saddening. Then, as a light breeze rustled the branches, said, "Now, what brings two such bold hunters into the Duke's woods in the early morning? There must be 1,000 things left undone with the midsummer festival this afternoon." Thomas answered, "My mother tossed us out of the kitchen. We were more trouble than not. With the choosing today—" His voice died away, and he felt suddenly embarrassed. Much of Martin's mysterious reputation stemmed from when he first came to Criddy. At his time for the choosing, he had been placed directly with the old huntmaster by the Duke, rather than standing before the assembled craftmasters with the other boys his age. This violation of one of the oldest traditions known had offended many people in town, though none would dare openly express such feelings to Lord Borwick. As was natural, Martin became the object of their ire rather than the Duke. Over the years, Martin had more than justified Lord Borwick's decision, but still most people were troubled by the Duke's special treatment of him that one day. Even after 12 years, some people still regarded Martin Longbow as being different, and as such worthy of distrust. Thomas said, "I'm sorry, Martin." Martin nodded in acknowledgement, but without humour. "I understand, Thomas. I may not have had to endure your uncertainty, but I have seen many others wait for the day of choosing. And for 4 years I myself have stood with the other masters, so I know a little of your worry." A thought struck Pug, and he blurted, "But you're not with the other craftmasters." Martin shook his head, a rueful expression playing across his even features. "I had thought that, in light of your worry, you might fail to observe the obvious, but you've a sharp wit about you, Pug." Thomas didn't understand what they were saying for a moment. Then comprehension dawned. "Then you'll select no apprentices?" Martin raised a finger to his lips. "Not a word, lad. No. With young Garrett chosen last year, I've a full company of trackers." Thomas was disappointed. He wished more than anything to serve service with Swordmaster Fannon, but should he not be chosen as a soldier, then he would prefer the life of a forester under Martin. Now his second choice was denied him. After a moment of dark brooding, he brightened. Perhaps Martin didn't choose him because Fannon already had. Seeing his friend entering a cycle of elation and depression as he considered all the possibilities, Pug said, "You haven't been in the keep for nearly a month, Martin." He put away the sling he still held and asked, "Where have you kept yourself?" Martin looked at Pug as the boy instantly regretted his question. As friendly as Martin could be, he was still huntmaster, a member of the Duke's household, and keep boys did not make a habit of questioning the coming and goings of the Duke's staff. Martin relieved Pug's embarrassment with a slight smile. I've been to Elvendar. Queen Aglorana had ended her 20 years of mourning the death of her husband, the Elf King. There was a great celebration. Pug was surprised by the answer. To him, as to most people in Criddy, the elves were little more than legend. But Martin had spent his youth near the elven forests, and was one of the few humans to come and go through those forests to the north at will. It was another thing that set Martin Longbow apart from others. While Martin had shared elvish lore with the boys before, this was the first time in Pug's memory he had spoken of his relationship to the elves. Pug stammered, "You feasted with the Elf Queen." Martin assumed a pose of modest inconsequence. "Well, I sat at the table farthest from the throne, but yes, I was there." Seeing the unasked questions in their eyes, he continued, "You know, as a boy I was raised by the monks of Silban's Abbey, near the Elven Forest. I played with elven children, and before I came here, I hunted with Prince Caelin and his cousin Galain." Thomas nearly jumped with excitement. Elves were a subject holding particular fascination for him. "Did you know King Aidan?" Martin's expression clouded, and his eyes narrowed, his manner suddenly becoming stiff. Thomas saw Martin's reaction and said, "I'm sorry, Martin. Did I say something wrong?" Martin waved away the apology. "No fault of yours, Thomas," he said, his manner softening somewhat. "The elves do not use the names of those who have gone to the Blessed Isles, especially those who have died untimely. They believe to do so recalls those spoken of from their journey there, denying them their final rest. I respect their beliefs. Well, to answer you, no, I never met him. He was killed when I was only a small boy, but I've heard the stories of his deeds, and he was a good and wise king by all accounts." Martin looked about. "It approaches noon. We should return to the keep." He began to walk toward the path, and the boys fell in beside him. "What was the feast like, Martin?" asked Thomas. Pug sighed as the hunter began to speak of the marvels of Elvendar. He was also fascinated by tales of the elves, but to nowhere near the degree Thomas was. Thomas could endure hours of tales of the people of the elven forests, regardless of the speaker's credibility. At least, Pug considered, in the Huntmaster they had a dependable eyewitness. Martin's voice droned on, and Pug's attention wandered, as he again found himself pondering the choosing. No matter that he told himself worry was useless, he worried. He found he was facing the approaching of this afternoon with something akin to dread. The boys stood in the courtyard. It was midsummer, the day that ended one year and marked the beginning of another. Today, everyone in the castle would be counted 1 year older. For the milling boys, this was significant, for today was the last day of their boyhood. Today was the choosing. Pug tugged at the collar of his new tunic. It wasn't really new, being one of Thomas's old ones, but it was the newest Pug had ever owned. Magyar, Thomas's mother, had taken it for the smaller boy to ensure he was presentable before the Duke and his court. Magyar and her husband Megar, the cook, were as close to being parents to the orphan as anyone in the keep. They tended his ills, saw that he was fed, and boxed his ears when he deserved it. They also loved him as if he were Thomas's brother. Pug looked around. The other boys all wore their best, for this was one of the most important days of their young lives. Each would stand before the assembled craftmasters and members of the Duke's staff, and each would be considered for an apprentice's post. It was a ritual, its origins lost in time, for the choices had already been made. The crafters and the Duke's staff had spent many hours discussing each boy's merits with one another, and knew which boys they would call. The practice of having the boys between 8 and 13 years of age work in the crafts and services had proved a wise course over the years in fitting the best suited to each craft. In addition, it provided a pool of semi-skilled individuals for the other crafts, should the need arise. The drawback to the system was that certain boys were not chosen for a craft or staff position. Occasionally, there would be too many boys for a single position, or no lad judged fit, even though there was an opening. Even when the numbers of boys and openings seemed well matched, as it did this year, there were no guarantees. For those who stood in doubt, it was an anxious time. Pug scuffed his bare feet absently in the dust. Unlike Thomas, who seemed to do well at anything he tried, Pug was often guilty of trying too hard and bungling his tasks. He looked around and noticed that a few of the other boys also showed signs of tension. Some were joking roughly, pretending no concern over whether they were chosen or not. Others stood like Pug, lost in their thoughts, trying not to dwell on what they would do should they not be chosen. If he was not chosen, Pug, like the others, would be free to leave Criddy to find a craft in another town or city. If he stayed, he would have to either farm the Duke's land as a franklin or work one of the town's fishing boats. Both prospects were equally unattractive, but he couldn't imagine leaving Criddy. Pug remembered what Megga had told him the night before. The old cook had cautioned him about fretting too much over the choosing. After all, he had pointed out, there were many apprentices who never advanced to the rank of journeyman, and when all things were taken into account, there were more men without craft in Criddy than with. Megga had glossed over the fact that many fishers' and farmers' sons forsook the choosing, electing to follow their fathers. Pug wondered if Megga was so removed from his own choosing he couldn't remember that the boys who were not chosen would stand before the assembled company of craftmasters, householders, and newly chosen apprentices under their gaze until the last name was called, and they were dismissed in shame. Biting his lower lip, Pug tried to hide his nervousness. He was not the sort to jump from the heights of sailor's grief should he not be chosen, as some had done in the past, but he couldn't bear the idea of facing those who had been chosen. Thomas, who stood next to his shorter friend, threw Pug a smile. He knew Pug was fretting, but could not feel entirely sympathetic as his own excitement mounted. His father had admitted that he would be the first called by Swordmaster Fannon. Moreover, the Swordmaster had confided that should Thomas do well in training, he might be found a place in the Duke's personal guard. It would be a signal honour and would improve Thomas's chance for advancement, even earning him an officer's rank after 15 or 20 years in the guard. He poked Pug in the ribs with an elbow, for the Duke's herald had come out onto the balcony overlooking the courtyard. The herald signalled to a guard, who opened the small door in the great gate, and the craftmasters entered. They crossed to stand at the foot of the broad stairs of the keep. As was traditional, they stood with their backs to the boys, waiting upon the Duke. The large oaken doors of the keep began to swing out ponderously, and several guards in the Duke's brown and gold darted through to take up their positions on the steps. Upon each tabard was emblazoned the golden gull of Criddy, and above that a small golden crown, marking the Duke a member of the royal family. The herald shouted, "Hearken to me! His Grace, Boric Condwine, 3rd Duke of Criddy, Prince of the Kingdom, Lord of Criddy, Cars and Toulan, Warden of the West, Knight General of the King's armies, heir presumptive to the throne of Rilannon." The Duke stood patiently while the list of offices was completed, then stepped forward into the sunlight. Past 50, the Duke of Criddy still moved with the fluid grace and powerful step of a born warrior. Except for the grey at the temples of his dark brown hair, he looked younger than his age by 20 years. He was dressed from neck to boot in black, as he had been for the last 7 years, for he still mourned the loss of his beloved wife, Catherine. At his side hung a black scabbarded sword with a silver hilt, and upon his hand his ducal signet ring, the only ornamentation he permitted himself. The herald raised his voice. "Their Royal Highnesses, the Princes Liam Condwan and Arathar Condwan, heirs to the House of Criddy, Knight Captains of the King's Army of the West, Princes of the Royal House of Rilannon." Both sons stepped forward to stand behind their father. The two young men were 6 and 4 years older than the apprentices, the Duke having wed late. But the difference between the awkward candidates for apprenticeship and the sons of the Duke was much more than a few years in age. Both princes appeared calm and self-possessed. Liam, the older, stood on his father's right, a blonde, powerfully built man. His open smile was the image of his mother's, and he looked always on the verge of laughter. He was dressed in a bright blue tunic and yellow leggings, and wore a closely trimmed beard as blonde as his shoulder-length hair. Arathar was to shadows and night as Liam was to light and day. He stood nearly as tall as his brother and father, but while they were powerfully built, he was rangy to the point of gauntness. He wore a brown tunic and russet leggings. His hair was dark and his face clean-shaven. Everything about Arathar gave one the feeling of quickness. His strength was in his speed with the rapier, speed with wit. His humour was dry and often sharp. While Liam was openly loved by the Duke's subjects, Arathar was respected and admired for his ability, but not regarded with warmth by the people. Together, the two sons seemed to capture most of the complex nature of their sire, for the Duke was capable of both Liam's robust humour and Arathar's dark moods. They were nearly opposites in temperament, but both capable men who would benefit the duchy and kingdom in years to come. The Duke loved both his sons. The herald again spoke. "The Princess Carline, daughter of the royal house." The slim and graceful girl who made her entrance was the same age as the boys who stood below, but already beginning to show the poise and grace of one born to rule and the beauty of her late mother. Her soft yellow gown contrasted strikingly with her nearly black hair. Her eyes were Liam's blue, as their mother's had been, and Liam beamed when his sister took their father's arm. Even Arathar ventured one of his rare half-smiles, for his sister was dear to him also. Many boys in the keep harboured a secret love for the princess, a fact she often turned to her advantage when there was mischief afoot. But even her presence could not drive the day's business from their minds. The Duke's court then entered. Pug and Thomas could see that all the members of the Duke's staff were present, including Culgan. Pug had glimpsed him in the castle from time to time since the night of the storm, and they had exchanged words once, Culgan inquiring as to his well-being, but mostly the magician was absent from sight. Pug was a little surprised to see the magician, for he was not properly considered a full member of the Duke's household, but rather a sometime adviser. Most of the time, Culgan was ensconced in his tower, hidden from view as he did whatever magicians do in such places. The magician was deep in conversation with Father Tully, a priest of Astalon the Builder, and one of the Duke's oldest aides. Tully had been adviser to the Duke's father, and had seemed old then. He now appeared ancient, at least to Pug's youthful perspective, but his eyes betrayed no sign of senility. Many a keep boy had been impaled upon the pointed gaze of those clear grey eyes. His wit and tongue were equally youthful, and more than once a keep boy had wished for a session with Horsemaster Algon's leather strap, rather than a tongue-lashing from Father Tully. The white-haired priest could nearly strip the skin from a miscreant's back with his caustic words. Nearby stood one who had experienced Tully's wrath upon occasion, Squire Rowland, son of Baron Talbot of Toulan, one of the Duke's vassals. He was companion to both princes, being the only other boy of noble birth in the keep. His father had sent him to Criddy the year before, to learn something of the management of the duchy and the ways of the Duke's court. In the rather rough frontier court, Roland discovered a home away from home. He was already something of a rogue when he arrived, but his infectious sense of humour and ready wit often eased much of the anger that resulted from his prankish ways. It was Roland more often than not who was Princess Carline's accomplice in whatever mischief she was embarked upon. With light brown hair and blue eyes, Roland stood tall for his age. He was a year older than the gathered boys, and had often played with them over the last year, as Liam and Arthur were frequently busy with court duties. Thomas and he had been boyish rivals at first, then fast friends, with Pug becoming his friend by default, because where Thomas was, Pug was certain to be nearby. Roland saw Pug fidgeting near the edge of the assembled boys, and gave him a slight nod and wink. Pug grinned briefly, for while he was as often the butt of Roland's jokes as any other, he still found himself liking the wild young squire. After all his court was in attendance, the Duke spoke. "Yesterday was the last day of the 11th year of the reign of our Lord King Roderick IV. Today is the festival of Banapis. The following day will find these boys gathered here counted among the men of Criddy, boys no longer, but apprentices and freemen. At this time, it is proper for me to inquire if any among you wishes to be released from service to the duchy. Are there any among you who so wish?" The question was formal in nature, and no response was expected, for few ever wished to leave Criddy. But one boy did step forward. The herald asked, "Who seeks release of his service?" The boy looked down, clearly nervous. Clearing his throat, he said, "I am Robert, son of Hugon." Pug knew him, but not well. He was a net mender's son, a town boy, and they rarely mixed with the keep boys. Pug had played with him upon a few occasions, and had a sense the lad was well regarded. It was a rare thing to refuse service, and Pug was as curious as any to hear the reasons. The Duke spoke kindly. "What is your purpose, Robert, son of Hugon?" "Your Grace, my father is unable to take me into his craft, for my 4 brothers are well able to ascend to the craft as journeymen and masters after him, as are many other netmenders' sons. My eldest brother is now married and has a son of his own, so my family no longer has room for me in the house. And if I may not stay with my family and practice my father's craft, I beg your Grace's leave to take service as a sailor." The Duke considered the matter. Robert was not the first village boy to be called by the lure of the sea. "Have you found a master willing to take you into his company?" "Yes, your Grace. Captain Gregson, master of the ship Green Deep from Margrave's Port, is willing." "I know this man," said the Duke, smiling slightly. He said, "He's a good and fair man. I recommend you into his service and wish you well in your travels. You will be welcomed at Criddy whenever you return with your ship." Robert bowed a little stiffly and left the courtyard, his part in the choosing done. Pug wondered at Robert's adventuresome choice. In less than a minute, the boy had renounced his ties with his family and home, and was now a citizen of a city he had never seen. It was custom that a sailor was considered to owe his loyalty to the city that was his ship's home port. Margrave's Port was one of the free cities of Natal, on the bitter sea, and was now Robert's home. The Duke indicated the herald should continue. The herald announced the first of the craftmasters, Sailmaker Home, who called the names of 3 boys. All 3 took service, and none seemed displeased. The choosing went smoothly, as no boy refused service. Each boy went to stand next to his new master. As the afternoon wore on, and the number of boys diminished, Pug became more and more uncomfortable. Soon there were only 2 boys beside Pug and Thomas standing in the centre of the court. All the craftmasters had called their apprentices, and only 2 of the Duke's household staff beside the swordmaster had not been heard from. Pug studied the group on the top of the steps, his heart pounding with anxiety. The 2 princes regarded the boys, Liam with a friendly smile, Arthur brooding on some thought or another. The Princess Carline was bored by the entire affair and took little pains to hide the fact, as she was whispering to Roland. This brought a disapproving look from Lady Marna, her governess. Horsemaster Algon came forth, his brown and golden tabard bearing a small horse head embroidered over his left breast. The horsemaster called the name of Rolf, son of Dick, and the stocky son of the Duke's stableman walked over to stand behind the master. When he turned, he smiled condescendingly at Pug. The 2 boys had never gotten along, the pock-scarred boy spending many hours taunting and tormenting Pug. While they both worked in the stable under Dick, the stableman had looked the other way whenever his son sprang a trap on Pug, and the orphan was always held responsible for any difficulty that arose. It had been a terrible period for Pug, and the boy had vowed to refuse service rather than face the prospect of working next to Rolf the rest of his life. Housecarl Samuel called the other boy Geoffrey, who had become a member of the castle's serving staff, leaving Pug and Thomas standing alone. Swordmaster Fannon then stepped forward, and Pug felt his heart stand still as the old soldier called, "Thomas, son of Mega." There was a pause, and Pug waited to hear his own name called, but Fannon stepped back, and Thomas crossed over to stand alongside him. Pug felt dwarfed by the gaze of all upon him. The courtyard was now larger than he had ever remembered it, and he felt ill-fashioned and poorly dressed. His heart sank in his chest as he realised that there was no craftmaster or staff member present who had not taken an apprentice. He would be the only boy uncalled. Fighting back tears, he waited for the Duke to dismiss the company. As the Duke started to speak, sympathy for the boy showing clearly in his face, he was interrupted by another voice. "Your Grace, if you would be so kind." All eyes turned to see Culgan, the magician, step forward. "I have need of an apprentice, and would call Pug, orphan of the keep, to service." A wave of murmuring swept.
We've all been there. A speeding ticket. And not just any speeding ticket. A speeding ticket while on a trip abroad. And that comes with all kinds of problems, like late penalties and foreign language barriers, or government websites that only accept obscure ways of payment. It's time for a revolution. With PayTicket, your foreign parking ticket problems are a thing of the past. Simply input your information, such as name, email, and country of residence. Take a quick photo of your ticket, plug in your credit card details, and click Send. And PayTicket will take care of the rest. No matter what kind of traffic or parking violation you may have to pay, PayTicket makes it easier. Simple, fast, hassle-free. That's PayTicket.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Starting video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high quality videos in seconds. Edit logos, mockups, videos, and design templates with just a few clicks. Each template is carefully made by design experts, so your work will always look great. Get started with the best video maker at Plazy.net.
Through the assembled craftmasters, a few voices could be heard saying it wasn't proper for a magician to participate in the choosing. The Duke silenced them with a sweep of his gaze, his face stern. No craftmaster would challenge the Duke of Criddy, the third-ranking noble in the kingdom, over the standing of one boy. Slowly all eyes returned to regard the boy. The Duke said, "As Culgan is a recognized master of his craft, it is his right to choose. Pug, orphan of the keep, will you take service?" Pug stood rigid. He had imagined himself leading the king's army into battle as a knight lieutenant, or discovering someday he was the lost son of nobility. In his boyish imaginings, he had sailed ships, hunted great monsters, and saved the nation. In quieter moments of reflection, he had wondered if he would spend his life building ships, making pottery, or learning the trader's skill, and speculated on how well he would do in each of those crafts. But the one thing he never thought of, the one dream that had never captured his fantasies, was that of becoming a magician. He snapped out of his shocked state, aware the Duke patiently awaited his response. He looked at the faces of those before him. Father Tully gave him one of his rare smiles, as did Prince Aretha. Prince Liam nodded a slight yes, and Culgan regarded him intently. There were signs of worry upon the magician's face, and suddenly Pug decided. It might not be an entirely proper calling, but any craft was better than none. He stepped forward and caught his own heel with his other foot and landed face down in the dust. Picking himself up, he half-scrambled, half-ran to the magician's side. The misstep broke the tension, and the Duke's booming laughter filled the courtyard. Flushing with embarrassment, Pug stood behind Culgan. He looked around the broad girth of his new master and found the Duke watching, his expression tempered by a kind nod at the blushing Pug. The Duke turned back to those who stood waiting for the choosing to end. "I declare that each boy present is now the charge of his master, to obey him in all matters within the laws of the kingdom, and each shall be judged a true and proper man of Criddy. Let the apprentices attend their masters. Until the feasting, I bid you good day." He turned and presented his left arm to his daughter. She placed her hand lightly upon it, and they passed into the keep between the ranks of the courtiers, who drew aside. The two princes followed, and the others of the court. Pug saw Thomas leave in the direction of the guard barracks, behind Master Fannon. He turned his attention back to Culgan, who was standing lost in thought. After a moment, the magician said, "I trust neither of us has made a mistake this day." "Sir?" Pug asked, not understanding the magician's meaning. Culgan waved one hand absently, causing his pale yellow robe to move like waves rippling over the sea. "It is no matter, boy. What's done is done. Let us make the best of things." He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Come, let us retire to the tower where I reside. There is a small room below my own that should do for you. I had intended it for some project or another, but have never managed to find the time to prepare it." Pug stood in awe. "A room of my own?" Such a thing for an apprentice was unheard of. Most apprentices slept in the workrooms of their master, or protected herds or the like. Only when an apprentice became a journeyman was it usual for him to take private quarters. Culgan arched one bushy eyebrow. "Of course. Can't have you underfoot all the time. I'd never get anything done. Besides, magic requires solitude for contemplation. You will need to be untroubled as much as, or perhaps more than, I will." He took out his long, thin pipe from a fold of his robe and started to stuff it full of tobacco from a pouch that had also come from within the robe. "Let's not bother with too much discussion of duties and such, boy, for in truth I am not prepared for you. But in short order I will have things well in hand. Until then we can use the time by becoming acquainted with one another. Agreed?" Pug was startled. He had little notion of what a magician was about, in spite of the night spent with Kulgan weeks ago. But he readily knew what craft-masters were like, and none would have thought to inquire whether or not an apprentice agreed with his plans. Not knowing what to say, Pug just nodded. "Good then," said Kulgan. "Let us be off to the tower to find you some new clothes, and then we will spend the balance of the day feasting. Later there will be ample time to learn how to be master and apprentice." With a smile for the boy, the stout magician turned Pug around and led him away. The late afternoon was clear and bright, with a gentle breeze from the sea cooling the summer heat. Throughout the keep of Castle Criddy and the town below, preparations for the festival of Banapis were in progress. Banapis was the oldest known holiday, its origins lost in antiquity. It was held each Midsummer's Day, a day belonging neither to the past year nor the coming year. Banapis, known by other names in other nations, was celebrated over the entire world of Midcamia, according to legend. It was believed by some that the festival was borrowed from the elves and dwarves, for the long-lived races were said to have celebrated the Feast of Midsummer as far back as the memory of both races could recall. Most authorities disputed this allegation, citing no reason other than the unlikelihood of humans borrowing anything from the elven or dwarven folk. It was rumoured that even the denizens of the Northlands, the goblin tribes and the clans of the Brotherhood of the Dark Path celebrated Banapis, though no one had ever reported seeing such a celebration. The courtyard was busy. Huge tables had been erected to hold the myriad varieties of food that had been in preparation for over a week. Giant barrels of dwarven ale imported from Stone Mountain had been hauled out of the cellars and were resting on protesting, overburdened wood frames. The workmen, alarmed at the fragile appearance of the barrel ricks, were quickly emptying some of the contents. Meggar came out of the kitchen and angrily shooed them away. "Leave off! There will be none left for the evening meal at this rate. Back to the kitchen, dolts! There is much work to be done yet." The workers went off, grumbling, and Meggar filled a tankard to ensure the ale was at proper temperature. After he drained it dry and satisfied himself that all was as it should be, he returned to the kitchen. There was no formal beginning to the feast. Traditionally, people and food, wine and ale all accumulated until they reached a certain density. Then, all at once, the festival would be in full swing. Pug ran from the kitchen. His room in the northmost tower, the Magician's Tower as it had become known, provided him with a shortcut through the kitchen, which he used rather than the main doors of the keep. He beamed as he sped across the courtyard in his new tunic and trousers. He had never worn such finery and was in a hurry to show his friend Thomas. He found Thomas leaving the soldiers' commons, nearly as much in a hurry as Pug. When the two met, they both spoke at once. "Look at the new tunic," said Pug. "Look at my soldier's tabard," said Thomas. Both stopped and broke into laughter. Thomas regained his composure first. "Those are very fine clothes, Pug," he said, fingering the expensive material of Pug's red tunic, "and the colour suits you." Pug returned the compliment, for Thomas did cut a striking figure in his brown and gold tabard. It was of little consequence that he wore his regular homespun tunic and trouser underneath. He would not receive a soldier's uniform until Master Fannin was satisfied with his worthiness as a man-at-arms. The two friends wandered from one heavily laden table to another. Pug's mouth watered from the rich fragrances in the air. They came to a table heaped with meat pies, steam rising from their hot crusts, pungent cheeses, and hot bread. At the table, a young kitchen boy was stationed with a shoe fly. His job was to keep pests from the food, whether of the insect variety or the chronically hungry apprentice variety. Like most other situations involving boys, the relationship between this guardian of the feast and the older apprentices was closely bound by tradition. It was considered ill-mannered and in poor taste merely to threaten or bully the smaller boy into parting with food before the start of the feast. But it was considered fair to use guile, stealth or speed in gaining a prize from the table. Pug and Thomas observed with interest as the boy, named John, delivered a wicked whack to the hand of one young apprentice seeking to snag a large pie. With a nod of his head, Thomas sent Pug to the far side of the table. Pug ambled across John's field of vision, and the boy watched him carefully. Pug moved abruptly, a feint towards the table, and John leaned in his direction. Then, suddenly, Thomas snatched a puff pastry from the table and was gone before the shoe-fly lash began to descend. As they ran from the table, Pug and Thomas could hear the distressed cries of the boy whose table they had plundered. Thomas gave Pug half the pie when they were safely away, and the smaller apprentice laughed. "You're the quickest hand in the castle, I bet." Or young John was slow of eye for keeping it on you. They shared a laugh. Pug popped his half of the pie into his mouth. It was delicately seasoned, and the contrast between the salty pork filling and the sweet puff pastry crust was delicious. The sound of pipes and drums came from the side courtyard as the Duke's musicians approached the main courtyard. By the time they had emerged around the keep, a silent message seemed to pass through the crowd. Suddenly, the kitchen boys were busy handing out wooden platters for the celebrants to heap food upon, and mugs of ale and wine were being drawn from the barrels. The boys dashed to a place in line at the first table. Pug and Thomas used their size and quickness to good advantage, darting through the throng, snagging food of every description and a large mug of foamy ale each. They found a relatively quiet corner and fell to with ravenous hunger. Pug tasted his first drink of ale and was surprised at the robust, slightly bitter taste. It seemed to warm him as it went down, and, after another experimental taste, he decided that he liked it. Pug could see the Duke and his family mingling with the common folk. Other members of his court could also be seen standing in line before the tables. There was no ceremony, ritual or rank observed this afternoon. Each was served as he arrived, for Midsummer's Day was the time when all would equally share in the bounties of the harvest. Pug caught a glimpse of the princess and felt his chest tighten a little. She looked radiant as many of the boys in the courtyard complimented her on her appearance. She wore a lovely gown of deep blue and a simple broad-brimmed hat of the same colour. She thanked each author of a flattering remark and used her dark eyelashes and bright smile to good advantage, leaving a wake of infatuated boys behind. Jugglers and clowns made their appearance in the courtyard, the first of many groups of travelling performers who were in the town for the festival. The actors of another company had set up a stage in the town square and would give a performance in the evening. Until the early hours of the next morning, the festivities would continue. Pug knew that many of the boys the year before had to be excused duty the day following Bannerpiss, for their heads and stomachs were in no condition for honest work. He was sure that scene would be repeated tomorrow. Pug looked forward to the evening, for it was the custom for new apprentices to visit many of the houses in the town, receiving congratulations and mugs of ale. It was also a ripe time for meeting the town girls. While dalliance was not unknown, it was frowned upon. But mothers tended to be less vigilant during Bannerpiss. Now that the boys had crafts, they were viewed less as bothersome pests and more as potential sons-in-law. And there had been more than one case of a mother looking the other way while a daughter used her natural gifts to snare a young husband. Pug, being of small stature and youthful appearance, got little notice from the girls of the keep. Thomas, however, was more and more the object of girlish flirtation as he grew in size and good looks, and lately Pug had begun to be aware that his friend was being sized up by one or another of the castle girls. Pug was still young enough to think the whole thing silly, but old enough to be fascinated by it. Pug chewed an improbable mouthful and looked around. People from the town and keep passed, offering congratulations on the boys' apprenticeship and wishing them a good new year. Pug felt a deep sense of rightness about everything. He was an apprentice, even if Kulgan seemed completely unsure of what to do with him. He was well fed and on his way to being slightly intoxicated, which contributed to his sense of well-being. And, most important, he was among friends. There can't be much more to life than this, he thought. Chapter 3. Keep. Pug sat sulking on his sleeping pallet. Fantus the fire drake pushed his head forward, inviting Pug to scratch him behind his eye ridges. Seeing that he would get little satisfaction, the drake made his way to the tower window and, with a snort of displeasure, complete with a small puff of black smoke, launched himself in flight. Pug didn't notice the creatures leaving, so engrossed was he in his own world of troubles. Since he had taken on the position of Kulgan's apprentice 14 months ago, everything he had done seemed to go wrong. He lay back on the pallet, covering his eyes with a forearm. He could smell the salty sea breeze that blew in through his window and feel the sun's warmth across his legs. Everything in his life had taken a turn for the better since his apprenticeship, except the single most important thing: his studies. For months, Kulgan had been labouring to teach him the fundamentals of the magician's arts, but there was always something that caused his efforts to go awry. In the theories of spell casting, Pug was a quick study, grasping the basic concepts well. But each time he attempted to use his knowledge, something seemed to hold him back. It was as if part of his mind refused to follow through with the magic, as if a block existed that prevented him from passing a certain point in the spell. Each time he tried, he could feel himself approach that point and, like a rider of a balky horse, he couldn't seem to force himself over the hurdle. Kulgan dismissed his worries, saying that it would all sort itself out in time. The stout magician was always sympathetic with the boy, never reprimanding him for not doing better, for he knew the boy was trying. Pug was brought out of his reverie by someone's opening the door. Looking up, he saw Father Tully entering, a large book under his arm. The cleric's white robes rustled as he closed the door. Pug sat up.
"Pug, it's time for your writing lesson."
He stopped himself when he saw the downcast expression of the boy.
"What's the matter, lad?"
Pug had come to like the old priest of Astalon. He was a strict master, but a fair one. He would praise the boy for his success as often as scold him for his failures. He had a quick mind and a sense of humour, and was open to questions no matter how stupid Pug thought they might sound. Coming to his feet, Pug sighed. "I don't know, Father. It's just that things don't seem to be going right. Everything I try, I manage to make a mess of."
"Pug, it can't be all black,"
the priest said, placing a hand on Pug's shoulder.
"Why don't you tell me what it is troubling you, and we can practice writing some other time."
He moved to a stool by the window and adjusted his robes around him as he sat. As he placed the large book at his feet, he studied the boy. Pug had grown over the last year, but was still small. His shoulders were beginning to broaden a bit, and his face was showing signs of the man he would someday be. He was a dejected figure in his homespun tunic and trousers, his mood as grey as the material he wore. His room, which was usually neat and orderly, was a mess of scrolls and books, reflecting the disorder in his mind. Pug sat quietly for a moment, but when the priest said nothing, started to speak. Do you remember my telling you that Colgan was trying to teach me the 3 basic cantrips to calm the mind, so that the working of spells could be practiced without stress? Well, the truth is that I mastered those exercises months ago. I can bring my mind to a state of calm in moments now, with little effort. But that's as far as it goes. After that, everything seems to fall apart.
What do you mean?
Well, the next thing to learn is to discipline the mind to do things that are not natural for it, such as think on one thing to the exclusion of everything else, or not to think of something, which is quite hard once you've been told what it is. I can do those things most of the time, but now and again I feel like there are some forces inside my head crashing about, demanding that I do things in a different way. It's like there was something else happening in my head than what Colgan told me to expect. Each time I try one of the simple spells Colgan has taught me, like making an object move or lifting myself off the ground, these things in my head come flooding in on my concentration, and I lose my control. I can't even master the simplest spell. Pug felt himself tremble, for this was the first chance he had had to speak about this to anyone besides Colgan. Colgan simply says to keep at it and not worry. Nearing tears, he continued, I have talent. Colgan said he knew it from the first time we met when I used the crystal. You've told me that I have talent, but I just can't make the spells work the way they're supposed to. I get so confused by it all.
Pug, said the priest, magic has many properties, and we understand little of how it works, even those of us who practice it. In the temples, we are taught that magic is a gift from the gods, and we accept that on faith. We do not understand how this can be so, but we do not question. Each order has its own province of magic, with no two quite alike. I am capable of magic that those who follow their orders are not, but none can say why. Magicians deal in a different sort of magic, and their practices are very different from our practices in the temples. Much of what they do we cannot. It is they who study the art of magic, seeking its nature and workings, but even they cannot explain how magic works. They only know how to work it, and pass the knowledge along to their students, as Colgan is doing with you.
Trying to do with me, Father. I think he may have misjudged me.
I think not, Pug. I have some knowledge of these things, and since you have become Colgan's pupil, I have felt the power growing in you. Perhaps you will come to it late, as others have, but I am sure you will find the proper path.
Pug was not comforted. He didn't question the priest's wisdom or his opinion, but he did feel he could be mistaken. I hope you're right, Father. I just don't understand what's wrong with me.
I think I know what's wrong,
came a voice from the door. Startled, Pug and Father Tully turned to see Colgan standing in the doorway. His blue eyes were set in lines of concern, and his thick grey brows formed a V over the bridge of his nose. Neither Pug nor Tully had heard the door open. Colgan hiked his long green robe and stepped into the room, leaving the door open.
"Come here, Pug,"
said the magician, with a small wave of his hand. Pug went over to the magician, who placed both hands on his shoulders.
"Boys who sit in their rooms, day after day, worrying about why things don't work, make things not work. I am giving you the day for yourself. As it is 6th day, There should be plenty of other boys to help you in whatever sort of trouble boys can find.
He smiled, and his pupil was filled with relief.
You need a rest from study. Now go.
So saying, he fetched a playful cuff to the boy's head, sending him running down the stairs. Crossing over to the pallet, Culgan lowered his heavy frame to it and looked at the priest.
Boys,
said Culgan, shaking his head.
You hold a festival, give them a badge of craft, and suddenly they expect to be men. But they're still boys, and no matter how hard they try, they still act like boys, not men.
He took out his pipe and began filling it.
Magicians are considered young and inexperienced at 30. But in all other crafts, 30 would mark a man a journeyman or master, most likely readying his own son for the choosing.
He put a taper to the coals still smouldering in Pug's firepot and lit his pipe. Tully nodded.
I understand, Culgan. The priesthood also is an old man's calling. At Pug's age, I still had 13 years of being an acolyte before me.
The old priest leaned forward.
Culgan, what of the boy's problem?
The boy's right, you know,
Culgan stated flatly.
There is no explanation for why he cannot perform the skills I've tried to teach. The things he can do with scrolls and devices amaze me. The boy has such gifts for these things. I would have wagered he had the makings of a magician of mighty arts, but this inability to use his inner powers.
Do you think you can find a solution?
I hope so. I would hate to have to release him from apprenticeship. It would go harder on him than had I never chosen him.
His face showed his genuine concern.
It is confusing, Tully. I think you'll agree he has the potential for a great talent. As soon as I saw him use the crystal in my hut that night, I knew, for the first time in years, I might have at last found my apprentice. When no master chose him, I knew fate had set our paths to cross. But there is something else inside that boy's head, something I've never met before, something powerful. I don't know what it is, Tully, but it rejects my exercises as if they were somehow not correct or ill-suited to him. I don't know if I can explain what I've encountered with Pug any better. There is no simple explanation for it.
Have you thought about what the boy said?
Asked the priest, a look of thoughtful concern on his face.
You mean about my having been mistaken?
Tully nodded. Culgan dismissed the question with a wave of his hand.
Tully, you know as much about the nature of magic as I do, perhaps more. Your god is not called the god who brought order for nothing. Your sect unraveled much about what orders this universe. Do you for one moment doubt the boy has talent?
Talent, no. But his ability is the question for the moment.
Well put, as usual. Well then, have you any ideas? Should we make a cleric out of the boy, perhaps?
Tully sat back, a disapproving expression upon his face.
You know the priesthood is a calling, Culgan, he said stiffly.
Oh, put your back down, Tully. I was making a joke.
He sighed.
Still, if he hasn't the calling of a priest, nor the knack of a magician's craft, what can we make of this natural ability of his?
Tully pondered the question in silence for a moment, then said,
Have you thought of the lost art?
Culgan's eyes widened.
That old legend?
Tully nodded.
I doubt there is a magician alive who at one time or another hasn't reflected on the legend of the lost art. If it had existed, it would explain away many of the shortcomings of our craft.
Then he fixed Tully with a narrowed eye, showing his disapproval.
But legends are common enough. Turn up any rock on the beach and you'll find one. I, for one, prefer to look for real answers to our shortcomings, not blame them on ancient superstitions.
Tully's expression became stern and his tone scolding.
We of the temple do not count it legend, Kalgan. It is considered part of the revealed truth taught by the gods to the first men.
Nettled by Tully's tone, Kalgan snapped,
So was the notion the world was flat until Roland Dirk, a magician, I'll remind you, sent his magic sight high enough to disclose the curvature of the horizon, clearly demonstrating the world to be a sphere. It was a fact known by almost every sailor and fisherman who had ever seen a sail appear upon the horizon before the rest of the ship since the beginning of time.
His voice rose to a near shout. Seeing Tully was stung by the reference to ancient church canon long since abandoned, Kalgan softened his tone.
No disrespect to you, Tully, but don't try to teach an old thief to steal. I know your order chops logic with the best of them, and that half your brother clerics fall into laughing fits when they hear those deadly serious young acolytes debate theological issues set aside a century ago. Besides which, isn't the legend of the lost art an Aesculapian dogma?
Now it was Tully's turn to fix Kalgan with a disapproving eye. With a tone of amused exasperation, he said,
Your education in religion is still lacking, Kalgan, despite a somewhat unforgiving insight into the inner workings of my order.
He smiled a little.
You're right about the moot gospel courts, though. Most of us find them so amusing because we remember how painfully grim we were about them when we were acolytes.
Then, turning serious, he said,
But I am serious when I say your education is lacking. The Aesculapians have some strange beliefs, it's true, and they are an insular group. But they are also the oldest order known, and are recognized as the senior church in questions pertaining to interdenominational differences.
Religious wars, you mean?
Said Kalgan with an amused snort. Tully ignored the comment.
The Aesculapians are caretakers for the oldest lore and history in the kingdom, and they have the most extensive library in the kingdom. I have visited the library at their temple in Krondor, and it is most impressive.
Kalgan smiled, and with a slight tone of condescension said,
As have I, Tully, and I have browsed the shelves at the Abbey of Sarth, which is 10 times as large. What's the point?
Leaning forward, Tully said,
The point is this. Say what you will about the Aesculapians, but when they put forth something as history, not lore, they can usually produce ancient tomes to support their claims.
No.
star of more than about 1.5 times the mass of the Sun would not be able to support itself against its own gravity. This mass is now known as the Chandrasekhar limit. This had serious implications for the ultimate fate of massive stars. If a star's mass is less than the Chandrasekhar limit, it can eventually stop contracting and settle down to a possible final state as a white dwarf, with a radius of a few thousand miles and a density of hundreds of tons per cubic inch. A white dwarf is supported by the exclusion principle repulsion between the electrons in its matter. We observe a large number of these white dwarf stars. One of the first to be discovered is the star that is orbiting around Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky. It was also realized that there was another possible final state for a star, also with a limiting mass of about 1 or 2 times the mass of the Sun, but much smaller than even the white dwarf. These stars would be supported by the exclusion principle repulsion between the neutrons and protons, rather than between electrons. They were therefore called neutron stars. They would have had a radius of only 10 miles or so, and a density of hundreds of millions of tons per cubic inch. At the time they were first predicted, there was no way that neutron stars could have been observed, and they were not detected until much later. Stars with masses above the Chandrasekhar limit, on the other hand, have a big problem when they come to the end of their fuel. In some cases they may explode or manage to throw off enough matter to reduce their mass below the limit. But it was difficult to believe that this always happened, no matter how big the star. How would it know that it had to lose weight? And even if every star managed to lose enough mass, what would happen if you added more mass to a white dwarf or neutron star to take it over the limit? Would it collapse to infinite density? Eddington was shocked by the implications of this, and refused to believe Chandrasekhar's result. He thought it was simply not possible that a star could collapse to a point. This was the view of most scientists. Einstein himself wrote a paper in which he claimed that stars would not shrink to 0 size. The hostility of other scientists, particularly of Eddington, his former teacher and the leading authority on the structure of stars, persuaded Chandrasekhar to abandon this line of work and turn instead to other problems in astronomy. However, when he was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1983, it was, at least in part, for his early work on the limiting mass of cold stars. Chandrasekhar had shown that the exclusion principle could not halt the collapse of a star more massive than the Chandrasekhar limit. But the problem of understanding what would happen to such a star, according to general relativity, was not solved until 1939 by a young American, Robert Oppenheimer. His result, however, suggested that there would be no observational consequences that could be detected by the telescopes of the day. Then the war intervened, and Oppenheimer himself became closely involved in the atom bomb project. And after the war, the problem of gravitational collapse was largely forgotten, as most scientists were then interested in what happens on the scale of the atom and its nucleus. In the 1960s, however, interest in the large-scale problems of astronomy and cosmology was revived by a great increase in the number and range of astronomical observations brought about by the application of modern technology. Oppenheimer's work was then rediscovered and extended by a number of people. The picture that we now have from Oppenheimer's work is as follows. The gravitational field of the star changes the paths of light rays in space-time from what they would have been had the star not been present. The light cones, which indicate the paths followed in space and time by flashes of light emitted from their tips, are bent slightly inward near the surface of the star. This can be seen in the bending of light from distant stars that is observed during an eclipse of the Sun. As the star contracts, the gravitational field at its surface gets stronger, and the light cones get bent inward more. This makes it more difficult for light from the star to escape, and the light appears dimmer and redder to an observer at a distance. Eventually, when the star has shrunk to a certain critical radius, the gravitational field at the surface becomes so strong that the light cones are bent inward so much that the light can no longer escape. According to the theory of relativity, nothing can travel faster than light. Thus, if light cannot escape, neither can anything else. Everything is dragged back by the gravitational field. So one has a set of events, a region of space-time from which it is not possible to escape to reach a distant observer. This region is what we now call a black hole. Its boundary is called the event horizon. It coincides with the paths of the light rays that just fail to escape from the black hole. In order to understand what you would see if you were watching a star collapse to form a black hole, one has to remember that in the theory of relativity there is no absolute time. Each observer has his own measure of time. The time for someone on a star will be different from that for someone at a distance, because of the gravitational field of the star. This effect has been measured in an experiment on Earth with clocks at the top and bottom of a water tower. Suppose an intrepid astronaut on the surface of the collapsing star sent a signal every second, according to his watch, to his spaceship orbiting about the star. At some time on his watch, say 11 o'clock, the star would shrink below the critical radius at which the gravitational field became so strong that the signals would no longer reach the spaceship. His companions watching from the spaceship would find the intervals between successive signals from the astronaut getting longer and longer as 11 o'clock approached. However, the effect would be very small before 10:59 and 59 seconds. They would have to wait only very slightly more than a second between the astronaut's 10:59 and 58 second signal and the one that he sent when his watch read 10:59 and 59 seconds, but they would have to wait forever for the 11 o'clock signal. The light waves emitted from the surface of the star between 10:59 and 59 seconds and 11 o'clock by the astronaut's watch would be spread out over an infinite period of time, as seen from the spaceship. The time interval between the arrival of successive waves at the spaceship would get longer and longer, and so the light from the star would appear redder and redder and fainter and fainter. Eventually, the star would be so dim that it could no longer be seen from the spaceship. All that would be left would be a black hole in space. The star would, however, continue to exert the same gravitational force on the spaceship. This is because the star is still visible to the spaceship, at least in principle. It is just that the light from the surface is so redshifted by the gravitational field of the star that it cannot be seen. However, the redshift does not affect the gravitational field of the star itself. Thus the spaceship would continue to orbit the black hole. The work that Roger Penrose and I did between 1965 and 1970 showed that, according to general relativity, there must be a singularity of infinite density within the black hole. This is rather like the Big Bang at the beginning of time, only it would be at the end of time for the collapsing body and the astronaut. At the singularity, the laws of science and our ability to predict the future would break down. However, any observer who remained outside the black hole would not be affected by this failure of predictability, because neither light nor any other signal can reach them from the singularity. This remarkable fact led Roger Penrose to propose the cosmic censorship hypothesis, which might be paraphrased as, God abhors a naked singularity. In other words, The singularities produced by gravitational collapse occur only in places like black holes, where they are decently hidden from outside view by an event horizon. Strictly, this is what is known as the weak cosmic censorship hypothesis. Protect observers who remain outside the black hole from the consequences of the breakdown of predictability that occurs at the singularity. But it does nothing at all for the poor unfortunate astronaut who falls into the hole. Shouldn't God protect his modesty as well? There are some solutions of the equations of general relativity in which it is possible for our astronaut to see a naked singularity. He may be able to avoid hitting the singularity and instead fall through a wormhole and come out in another region of the universe. This would offer great possibilities for travel in space and time, but unfortunately it seems that the solutions may all be highly unstable. The least disturbance, such as the presence of an astronaut, may change them so that the astronaut cannot see the singularity until he hits it and his time comes to an end. In other words, the singularity always lies in his future and never in his past. The strong version of the cosmic censorship hypothesis states that, in a realistic solution, the singularities always lie either entirely in the future, like the singularities of gravitational collapse, or entirely in the past, like the Big Bang. It is greatly to be hoped that some version of the censorship hypothesis holds, because close to naked singularities, it may be possible to travel into the past. While this would be fine for writers of science fiction, it would mean that no one's life would ever be safe. Someone might go into the past and kill your father or mother before you were conceived. In a gravitational collapse to form a black hole, the movements would be dammed by the emission of gravitational waves. One would therefore expect that it would not be too long before the black hole would settle down to a stationary state. It was generally supposed that this final stationary state would depend on the details of the body that had collapsed to form the black hole. The black hole might have any shape or size, and its shape might not even be fixed, but instead be pulsating. However, in 1967, the study of black holes was revolutionized by a paper written in Dublin by Werner Israel. Israel showed that any black hole that is not rotating must be perfectly round or spherical. Its size, moreover, would depend only on its mass. It could in fact be described by a particular solution of Einstein's equations that had been known since 1917, when it had been found by Carl Schwarzschild shortly after the discovery of general relativity. At first, Israel's result was interpreted by many people, including Israel himself, as evidence that black holes would form only from the collapse of bodies that were perfectly round or spherical. As no real body would be perfectly spherical, this meant that in general gravitational collapse would lead to naked singularities. There was, however, a different interpretation of Israel's result, which was advocated by Roger Penrose and John Wheeler in particular. This was that a black hole should behave like a ball of fluid. Although a body might start off in an unspherical state, as it collapsed to form a black hole, it would settle down to a spherical state, due to the emission of gravitational waves. Further calculations supported this view, and it came to be adopted generally. Israel's result had dealt only with a case of black holes forming from non-rotating bodies. On the analogy with a ball of fluid, one would expect that a black hole made by the collapse of a rotating body would not be perfectly round. It would have a bulge round the equator, caused by the effect of the rotation. We observe a small bulge like this in the Sun, caused by its rotation once every 25 days or so. In 1963, Roy Kerr, a New Zealander, had found a set of black hole solutions of the equations of general relativity more general than the Schwarzschild solutions. These Kerr black holes rotate at a constant rate, their size and shape depending only on their mass and rate of rotation. If the rotation was zero, the black hole was perfectly round, and the solution was identical to the Schwarzschild solution. But if the rotation was non-zero, the black hole bulged outward near its equator. It was therefore natural to conjecture that a rotating body collapsing to form a black hole would end up in a state described by the Kerr solution. In 1970, a colleague and fellow research student of mine, Brandon Carter, took the first step toward proving this conjecture. He showed that, provided a stationary rotating black hole had an axis of symmetry, like a spinning top, then its size and shape would depend only on its mass and rate of rotation. Then, in 1971, I proved that any stationary rotating black hole would indeed have such an axis of symmetry. Finally, in 1973, David Robinson at King's College London used Carter's and my results to show that the conjecture had been correct. Such a black hole had indeed to be the Kerr solution. So after gravitational collapse, a black hole must settle down into a state in which it could be rotating, but not pulsating. Moreover, its size and shape would depend only on its mass and rate of rotation, and not on the nature of the body that had collapsed to form it. This result became known by the maxim, "A black hole has no hair." It means that a very large amount of information about the body that has collapsed must be lost when a black hole is formed, because afterward all we can possibly measure about the body is its mass and rate of rotation. The significance of this will be seen in the next lecture. The no-hair theorem is also of great practical importance because it so greatly restricts the possible types of black holes. One can therefore make detailed models of objects that might contain black holes and compare the predictions of the models with observations. Black holes are one of only a fairly small number of cases in the history of science where a theory was developed in great detail as a mathematical model before there was any evidence from observations that it was correct. Indeed, this used to be the main argument of opponents of black holes. How could one believe in objects for which the only evidence was calculations based on the dubious theory of general relativity? In 1963, however, Martin Schmidt, an astronomer at the Mount Palomar Observatory in California, found a faint star-like object in the direction of the source of radio waves called 3C273, that is, source number 273 in the third Cambridge catalogue of radio sources. When he measured the redshift of the object, he found it was too large to be caused by a gravitational field. If it had been a gravitational redshift, the object would have been so massive and so near to us that it would disturb the orbits of planets in the solar system. This suggested that the redshift was instead caused by the expansion of the universe, which in turn meant that the object was a very long way away. And to be visible at such a great distance, the object must be very bright and must be emitting a huge amount of energy. The only mechanism people could think of that would produce such large quantities of energy seemed to be the gravitational collapse, not just of a star, but of the whole central region of a galaxy. A number of other similar quasi-stellar objects, or quasars, have since been discovered, all with large red shifts. But they are all too far away and too difficult to observe to provide conclusive evidence of black holes. Further encouragement for the existence of black holes came in 1967 with the discovery by a research student at Cambridge, Jocelyn Bell, of some objects in the sky that were emitting regular pulses of radio waves. At first Jocelyn and her supervisor, Anthony Hewish, thought that they maybe had made contact with an alien civilization in the galaxy. Indeed, at the seminar at which they announced their discovery, I remember that they called the first 4 sources to be found LGM 1 to 4, LGM standing for Little Green Men. In the end, however, they and everyone else came to the less romantic conclusion that these objects, which were given the name pulsars, were in fact just rotating neutron stars. They were emitting pulses of radio waves because of a complicated indirection between their magnetic fields and surrounding matter. This was bad news for writers of space westerns, but very hopeful for the small number of us who believed in black holes at that time. It was the first positive evidence that neutron stars existed. A neutron star has a radius of about 10 miles, only a few times the critical radius at which a star becomes a black hole. If a star could collapse to such a small size, it was not unreasonable to expect that other stars could collapse to even smaller size and become black holes. How could we hope to detect a black hole, as by its very definition it does not emit any light? It might seem a bit like looking for a black cat in a coal cellar. Fortunately, there is a way, since, as Jean Michel pointed out in his pioneering paper in 1783, a black hole still exerts a gravitational force on nearby objects. Astronomers have observed a number of systems in which 2 stars orbit around each other, attracted toward each other by gravity. They also observe systems in which there is only one visible star that is orbiting around some unseen companion. One cannot, of course, immediately conclude that the companion is a black hole. It might merely be a star that is too faint to be seen. However, some of these systems, like the one called Cygnus X1, are also strong sources of X-rays. The best explanation for this phenomenon is that the X-rays are generated by matter that has been blown off the surface of the visible star. As it falls toward the unseen companion, it develops a spiral motion, rather like water running out of a bath, and it gets very hot, emitting X-rays. For this mechanism to work, the unseen object has to be very small, like a white dwarf, neutron star, or black hole. Now, from the observed motion of the visible star, one can determine the lowest possible mass of the unseen object. In the case of Cygnus X1, this is about 6 times the mass of the Sun. According to Chandrasekhar's result, this is too much for the unseen object to be a white dwarf. It is also too large a mass to be a neutron star. It seems, therefore, that it must be a black hole. There are other models to explain Cygnus X1 that do not include a black hole, but they are all rather far-fetched. A black hole seems to be the only really natural explanation of the observations. Despite this, I have a bet with Kip Thorne of the California Institute of Technology that in fact Cygnus X1 does not contain a black hole. This is a form of insurance policy for me. I've done a lot of work on black holes, and it would all be wasted if it turned out that black holes do not exist. But in that case, I would have the consolation of winning my bet, which would bring me 4 years of the magazine Private Eye. If black holes do exist, Kip will get only 1 year of Penthouse, because when we made the bet in 1975, we were 80% certain that Cygnus was a black hole. By now, I would say that we are about 95% certain, but the bet has yet to be settled. There is evidence for black holes in a number of other systems in our galaxy, and for much larger black holes at the centers of other galaxies and quasars. One can also consider the possibility that there might be black holes with masses much less than that of the Sun. Such black holes could not be formed by gravitational collapse, because their masses are below the Chandrasekhar mass limit. Stars of this low mass can support themselves against the force of gravity even when they have exhausted their nuclear fuel. So low-mass black holes could form only if matter were compressed to enormous densities by very large external pressures. Such conditions could occur in a very big hydrogen bomb. The physicist John Wheeler once calculated that if one took all the heavy water in all the oceans of the world, one could build a hydrogen bomb that would compress matter at the center so much that a black hole would be created. Unfortunately, however, there would be no one left to observe it. A more practical possibility is that such low-mass black holes might have been formed in the high temperatures and pressures of the very early universe. Black holes could have been formed if the early universe had not been perfectly smooth and uniform, because then a small region that was denser than average could be compressed in this way to form a black hole. But we know that there must have been some irregularities, because otherwise the matter in the universe would still be perfectly uniformly distributed at the present epoch, instead of being clumped together in stars and galaxies. Whether or not the irregularities required to account for stars and galaxies would have led to the formation of a significant number of these primordial black holes depends on the details of the conditions in the early universe. So, if we could determine how many primordial black holes there are now, we would learn a lot about the very early stages of the universe. Primordial black holes with masses of more than 1,000 million tons, the mass of a large mountain, could be detected only by their gravitational influence on other visible matter, or on the expansion of the universe. However, as we shall learn in the next lecture, black holes are not really black after all. They glow like a hot body, and the smaller they are, the more they glow. So, paradoxically, smaller black holes might actually turn out to be easier to detect than large ones. Fourth lecture. Black holes ain't so black. Before 1970, my research on general relativity had concentrated mainly on the question of whether there had been a Big Bang singularity. However, one evening in November of that year, shortly after the birth of my daughter, Lucy, I started to think about black holes as I was getting into bed. My disability made this rather a slow process, so I had plenty of time. At that date, there was no precise definition of which points in space-time lay inside a black hole and which lay outside. I had already discussed with Roger Penrose the idea of defining a black hole as the set of events from which it was not possible to escape to a large distance. This is now the generally accepted definition. It means that the boundary of the black hole, the event horizon, is formed by rays of light that just fail to get away from the black hole. Instead, they stay forever, hovering on the edge of the black hole. It is a bit like running away from the police and managing to keep one step ahead, but not being able to get clear away. Suddenly I realized that the paths of these light rays could not be approaching one another, because if they were, they must eventually run into each other. It would be like meeting someone else running away from the police in the opposite direction. You would both be caught, or, in this case, fall into a black hole. But if these rays of light were swallowed up by the black hole, then they could not have been on the boundary of the black hole. So light rays in the event horizon had always to be moving parallel to or away from each other. Another way of seeing this is that the event horizon, the boundary of the black hole, is like the edge of a shadow. It is the edge of the light of escape to a great distance, but equally it is the edge of the shadow of impending doom. And if you look at the shadow cast by a source at a great distance, such as the sun, you will see that the rays of light on the edge are not approaching each other. If the rays of light that form the event horizon, the boundary of the black hole, can never approach each other, the area of the event horizon could stay the same or increase with time. It could never decrease, because that would mean that at least some of the rays of light in the boundary would have to be approaching each other. In fact, the area would increase whenever matter or radiation fell into the black hole. Also, suppose two black holes collided and merged together to form a single black hole. Then the area of the event horizon of the final black hole would be greater than the sum of the areas of the event horizons of the original black holes. This non-decreasing property of the event horizon's area placed an important restriction on the possible behavior of black holes. I was so excited with my discovery that I did not get much sleep that night.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Elvis!
The next day I rang up Roger Penrose. He agreed with me. I think, in fact, that he had been aware of this property of the area. However, he had been using a slightly different definition of a black hole. He had not realized that the boundaries of the black hole, according to the two definitions, would be the same, provided the black hole had settled down to a stationary state. The second law of thermodynamics. The non-decreasing behavior of a black hole's area was very reminiscent of the behavior of a physical quantity called entropy, which measures the degree of disorder of a system. It is a matter of common experience that disorder will tend to increase if things are left to themselves. One has only to leave a house without repairs to see that. One can create order out of disorder. For example, one can paint the house. However, that requires expenditure of energy, and so decreases the amount of ordered energy available. A precise statement of this idea is known as the second law of thermodynamics. It states that the entropy of an isolated system never decreases with time. Moreover, when two systems are joined together, the entropy of the combined system is greater than the sum of the entropies of the individual systems. For example, consider a system of gas molecules in a box. The molecules can be thought of as little billiard balls, continually colliding with each other and bouncing off the walls of the box. Suppose that initially the molecules are all confined to the left-hand side of the box by a partition. If the partition is then removed, the molecules would tend to spread out and occupy both halves of the box. At some later time they could, by chance, all be in the right half, or all be back in the left half. However, it is overwhelmingly more probable that there will be roughly equal numbers in the two halves. Such a state is less ordered or more disordered than the original state in which all the molecules were in one half. One therefore says that the entropy of the gas has gone up. Similarly, suppose one starts with two boxes, one containing oxygen molecules and the other containing nitrogen molecules. If one joins the boxes together and removes the intervening wall, the oxygen and the nitrogen molecules will start to mix. At a later time, the most probable state will be to have a thoroughly uniform mixture of oxygen and nitrogen molecules throughout the two boxes. This state will be less ordered, and hence have more entropy than the initial state of two separate boxes. The second law of thermodynamics has a rather different status than that of the other laws of science. Other laws, such as Newton's law of gravity, for example, are absolute law. That is, they always hold. On the other hand, the second law is a statistical law. That is, it does not hold always, just in the vast majority of cases. The probability of all the gas molecules in our box being found in one half of the box at a later time is many millions of millions to one, but it could happen. However, if one has a black hole around, there seems to be a rather easier way of violating the second law. Just throw some matter with a lot of entropy, such as a box of gas, down the black hole. The total entropy of matter outside the black hole would go down. One could, of course, still say that the total entropy, including the entropy inside the black hole, has not gone down. But since there is no way to look inside the black hole, we cannot see how much entropy the matter inside it has. It would be nice, therefore, if there were some feature of the black hole by which observers outside the black hole could tell its entropy. This should increase whenever matter carrying entropy fell into the black hole. Following my discovery that the area of the event horizon increased whenever matter fell into a black hole, a research student at Princeton named Jacob Bekenstein suggested that the area of the event horizon was a measure of the entropy of the black hole. As matter carrying the entropy fell into the black hole, the area of the event horizon would go up, so that the sum of the entropy of matter outside the black holes and the area of the horizons would never go down. This suggestion seemed to prevent the second law of thermodynamics from being violated in most situations. However, there was one fatal flaw. If a black hole has entropy, then it ought also to have a temperature. But a body with a non-zero temperature must emit radiation at a certain rate. It is a matter of common experience that if one heats up a poker in the fire, it glows red-hot and emits radiation. However, bodies at lower temperatures emit radiation too. One just does not normally notice it, because the amount is fairly small. This radiation is required in order to prevent violations of the second law. So black holes ought to emit radiation, but by their very definition, black holes are objects that are not supposed to emit anything. It therefore seemed that the area of the event horizon of a black hole could not be regarded as its entropy. In fact, in 1972, I wrote a paper on this subject with Brandon Carter and an American colleague, Jim Bardeen. We pointed out that, although there were many similarities between entropy and the area of the event horizon, there was this apparently fatal difficulty. I must admit that in writing this paper, I was motivated partly by irritation with Bekenstein, because I felt he had misused my discovery of the increase of the area of the event horizon. However, It turned out in the end that he was basically correct, though in a manner he had certainly not expected. Black hole radiation. In September 1973, while I was visiting Moscow, I discussed black holes with two leading Soviet experts, Yakov Zeldovich and Alexander Starobinsky. They convinced me that, according to the quantum mechanical uncertainty principle, rotating black holes should create and emit particles. I believed their arguments on physical grounds, but I did not like the mathematical way in which they calculated the emission. I therefore set about devising a better mathematical treatment, which I described at an informal seminar in Oxford at the end of November 1973. At that time I had not done the calculations to find out how much would actually be emitted. I was expecting to discover just the radiation that Zeldovich and Starobinsky had predicted from rotating black holes. However, when I did the calculation, I found, to my surprise and annoyance, that even non-rotating black holes should apparently create and emit particles at a steady rate. At first I thought that this emission indicated that one of the approximations I had used was not valid. I was afraid if Bekenstein found out about it, he would use it as a further argument to support his idea about the entropy of black holes, which I still did not like. However, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed that the approximations really ought to hold. But what finally convinced me that the emission was real was that the spectrum of the emitted particles was exactly that which would be emitted by a hot body. The black hole was emitting particles at exactly the correct rate to prevent violations of the second law. Since then, the calculations have been repeated in a number of different forms by other people. They all confirm that a black hole ought to emit particles and radiation as if it were a hot body with a temperature that depends only on the black hole's mass. The higher the mass, the lower the temperature. One can understand this emission in the following way. What we think of as empty space cannot be completely empty, because that would mean that all the fields, such as the gravitational field and the electromagnetic field, would have to be exactly zero. However, the value of a field and its rate of change with time are like the position and velocity of a particle. The uncertainty principle implies that the more accurately one knows one of these quantities, the less accurately one can know the other. So, in an empty space, the field cannot be fixed at exactly zero, because then it would have both the precise value, 0, and a precise rate of change, also 0. Instead, there must be a certain minimum amount of uncertainty, or quantum fluctuations, in the value of a field. One can think of these fluctuations as pairs of particles of light or gravity that appear together at some time, move apart, and then come together again and annihilate each other. These particles are called virtual particles. Unlike real particles, they cannot be observed directly with a particle detector. However, their indirect effects, such as small changes in the energy of electron orbits and atoms, can be measured and agree with the theoretical predictions to a remarkable degree of accuracy. By conservation of energy, one of the partners in a virtual particle pair will have positive energy, and the other partner will have negative energy. The one with negative energy is condemned to be a short-lived virtual particle. This is because real particles always have positive energy in normal situations. It must therefore seek out its partner and annihilate it. However, the gravitational field inside a black hole is so strong that even a real particle can have negative energy there. It is therefore possible, if a black hole is present, for the virtual particle with negative energy to fall into the black hole and become a real particle. In this case, it no longer has to annihilate its partner. Its forsaken partner may fall into the black hole as well. But because it has positive energy, it is also possible for it to escape to infinity as a real particle. To an observer at a distance, it will appear to have been emitted from the black hole. The smaller the black hole, the less far the particle with negative energy will have to go before it becomes a real particle. Thus, the rate of emission will be greater, and the apparent temperature of the black hole will be higher. The positive energy of the outgoing radiation would be balanced by a flow of negative energy particles into the black hole. By Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, energy is equivalent to mass. A flow of negative energy into the black hole therefore reduces its mass. As the black hole loses mass, the area of its event horizon gets smaller, but this decrease in the entropy of the black hole is more than compensated for by the entropy of the emitted radiation, so the second law is never violated. Black hole explosions. The lower the mass of the black hole, the higher its temperature is. So as the black hole loses mass, its temperature and rate of emission increase. It therefore loses mass more quickly. What happens when the mass of the black hole eventually becomes extremely small is not quite clear. The most reasonable guess is that it would disappear completely in a tremendous final burst of emission, equivalent to the explosion of millions of H-bombs. A black hole with a mass a few times that of the Sun would have a temperature of only 1/10,000,000th of a degree above absolute zero. This is much less than the temperature of the microwave radiation that fills the universe, about 2.7 degrees above absolute zero. So such black holes would give off less than they absorb, though even that would be very little. If the universe is destined to go on expanding forever, the temperature of the microwave radiation will eventually decrease to less than that of such a black hole. The hole will then absorb less than it emits, and will begin to lose mass. But even then, its temperature is so low that it would take about 10 to the power of 66 years to evaporate completely. This is much longer than the age of the universe, which is only about 10 to the power of 10 years. On the other hand, as we learned in the last lecture, there might be primordial black holes with a very much smaller mass than were made by the collapse of irregularities in the very early stages of the universe. Such black holes would have a much higher temperature and would be emitting radiation at a much greater rate. A primordial black hole with an initial mass of 1,000 million tons would have a lifetime roughly equal to the age of the universe. Primordial black holes with initial masses less than this figure would already have completely evaporated. However, those with slightly greater masses would still be emitting radiation in the form of X-rays and gamma rays. These are like waves of light, but with a much shorter wavelength. Such holes hardly deserve the epithet black. They are really white-hot and are emitting energy at the rate of about 10,000 megawatts. One such black hole could run 10 large power stations if only we could harness its output. This would be rather difficult, however. The black hole would have to be the mass of a mountain compressed into the size of the nucleus of an atom. If you had one of these black holes on the surface of the Earth, there would be no way to stop it falling through the floor to the center of the Earth. It would oscillate through the Earth and back, until eventually it settled down at the center. So the only place to put such a black hole, in which one might use the energy that it emitted, would be in orbit around the Earth. And the only way that one could get it to orbit the Earth would be to attract it there by towing a large mass in front of it, rather like a carrot in front of a donkey. This does not sound like a very practical proposition, at least not in the immediate future. The search for primordial black holes. But even if we cannot harness the emissions from these primordial black holes, what are our chances of observing them? We could look for the gamma rays that the primordial black holes emit during most of their lifetime. Although the radiation from most would be very weak because they are far away, the total from all of them might be detectable. We do indeed observe such a background of gamma rays. However, this background was probably generated by processes other than primordial black holes. One can say that the observations of the gamma-ray background do not provide any positive evidence for primordial black holes. But they tell us that, on average, there cannot be more than 300 little black holes in every cubic light-year in the universe. This limit means that primordial black holes could make up at most 1/1,000,000th of the average mass density in the universe. With primordial black holes being so scarce, it might seem unlikely that there would be one that was near enough for us to observe on its own. But since gravity would draw primordial black holes toward any matter, they should be much more common in galaxies. If they were, say, 1,000,000 times more common in galaxies, then the nearest black hole to us would probably be at a distance of about 1,000 million kilometers, or about as far as Pluto, the farthest known planet. At this distance, it would still be very difficult to detect the steady emission of a black hole, even if it was 10,000 megawatts. In order to observe a primordial black hole, one would have to detect several gamma-ray quanta coming from the same direction within a reasonable space of time, such as a week. Otherwise, they might simply be part of the background. But Planck's quantum principle tells us that each gamma-ray quantum has a very high energy because gamma rays have a very high frequency. So to radiate even 10,000 megawatts would not take many quanta. And to observe these few quanta coming from the distance of Pluto would require a larger gamma-ray detector than any that have been constructed so far. Moreover, the detector would have to be in space, because gamma rays cannot penetrate the atmosphere. Of course, if a black hole as close as Pluto were to reach the end of its life and blow up, it would be easy to detect the final burst of emission. But if the black hole has been emitting for the last 10 or 20,000 million years, the chances of it reaching the end of its life within the next few years are really rather small. It might equally well be a few million years in the past or future. So in order to have a reasonable chance of seeing an explosion before your research grant runs out, one would have to find a way to detect any explosions within a distance of about 1 light-year. One would still have the problem of needing a large gamma-ray detector to observe several gamma-ray quanta from the explosion. However, in this case, it would not be necessary to determine that all the quanta came from the same direction. It would be enough to observe that they all arrived within a very short time interval to be reasonably confident that they were coming from the same burst. One gamma-ray detector that might be capable of spotting primordial black holes is the entire Earth's atmosphere. We are, in any case, unlikely to be able to build a larger detector. When a high-energy gamma-ray quantum hits the atoms in our atmosphere, it creates pairs of electrons and positrons. When these hit other atoms, they in turn create more pairs of electrons and positrons. So one gets what is called an electron shower. The result is a form of light called Cherenkov radiation. One can therefore detect gamma-ray bursts by looking for flashes of light in the night sky. Of course, there are a number of other phenomena, such as lightning, which can also give flashes in the sky. However, one could distinguish gamma-ray bursts from such effects by observing flashes simultaneously at 2 or more fairly widely separated locations. A search like this has been carried out by 2 scientists from Dublin, Neil Porter and Trevor Weeks. using telescopes in Arizona. They found a number of flashes, but none that could be definitely ascribed to gamma-ray bursts from primordial black holes. Even if the search for primordial black holes proves negative, as it seems it may, it will still give us important information about the very early stages of the universe. If the early universe had been chaotic or irregular, or if the pressure of matter had been low, one would have expected it to produce many more primordial black holes than the limit set by our observations of the gamma-ray background. It is only if the early universe were very smooth and uniform, and with a high pressure, that one can explain the absence of observable numbers of primordial black holes. General relativity and quantum mechanics. Radiation from black holes was the first example of a prediction that depended on both of the great theories of this century, general relativity and quantum mechanics. It aroused a lot of opposition initially because it upset the existing viewpoint. How can a black hole emit anything? When I first announced the result of my calculations at a conference at the Rutherford Laboratory near Oxford, I was greeted with general incredulity. At the end of my talk, the chairman of the session, John G. Taylor from King's College London, claimed it was all nonsense. He even wrote a paper to that effect. However, in the end, most people, including John Taylor, have come to the conclusion that black holes must radiate like hot bodies if our other ideas about general relativity and quantum mechanics are correct. Thus, even though we have not yet managed to find a primordial black hole, there is fairly general agreement that if we did, it would have to be emitting a lot of gamma and X-rays. If we do find one, I will get the Nobel Prize. The existence of radiation from black holes seems to imply that gravitational collapse is not as final and irreversible as we once thought. If an astronaut falls into a black hole, its mass will increase. Eventually, the energy equivalent of that extra mass will be returned to the universe in the form of radiation. Thus, in a sense, the astronaut will be recycled. It would be a poor sort of immortality, however, because any personal concept of time for the astronaut would almost certainly come to an end as he was crushed out of existence inside the black hole. Even the types of particle that were eventually emitted by the black hole would in general be different from those that made up the astronaut. The only feature of the astronaut that would survive would be his mass or energy. The approximations I used to derive the emission from black holes should work well when the black hole has a mass greater than a fraction of a gram. However, they will break down at the end of the black hole's life, when its mass gets very small. The most likely outcome seems to be that the black hole would just disappear, at least from our region of the universe. It would take with it the astronaut and any singularity there might be inside the black hole. This was the first indication that quantum mechanics might remove the singularities that were predicted by classical general relativity. However, the methods that I and other people were using in 1974 to study the quantum effects of gravity were not able to answer questions such as whether singularities would occur in quantum gravity. From 1975 onward, I therefore started to develop a more powerful approach to quantum gravity based on Feynman's idea of a sum over histories. The answers that this approach suggests for the origin and fate of the universe will be described in the next 2 lectures. We shall see that quantum mechanics allows the universe to have a beginning that is not a singularity. This means that the laws of physics need not break down at the origin of the universe. The state of the universe and its contents, like ourselves, are completely determined by the laws of physics, up to the limit set by the uncertainty principle. So much for free will. Fifth lecture: The Origin and Fate of the Universe. Throughout the 1970s, I had been working mainly on black holes. However, in 1981, my interest in questions about the origin of the universe was reawakened when I attended a conference on cosmology in the Vatican. The Catholic Church had made a bad mistake with Galileo when it tried to lay down the law on a question of science, declaring that the sun went around the earth. Now, centuries later, it had decided it would be better to invite a number of experts to advise it on cosmology. At the end of the conference, the participants were granted an audience with the Pope. He told us that it was okay to study the evolution of the universe after the Big Bang, but we should not inquire into the Big Bang itself, because that was the moment of creation, and therefore the work of God. I was glad then that he did not know the subject of the talk I had just given at the conference. I had no desire to share the fate of Galileo. I have a lot of sympathy with Galileo, partly because I was born exactly 300 years after his death. The hot Big Bang model. In order to explain what my paper was about, I shall first describe the generally accepted history of the universe, according to what is known as the hot Big Bang model. This assumes that the universe is described by a Friedman model, right back to the Big Bang. In such models, one finds that as the universe expands, the temperature of the matter and radiation in it will go down. Since temperature is simply a measure of the average energy of the particles, this cooling of the universe will have a major effect on the matter in it. At very high temperatures, particles will be moving around so fast that they can escape any attraction toward each other, caused by the nuclear or electromagnetic forces. But as they cooled off, one would expect particles that attract each other to start to clump together. At the Big Bang itself, the universe had zero size, and so must have been infinitely hot. But as the universe expanded, the temperature of the radiation would have decreased. 1 second after the Big Bang, it would have fallen to about 10,000 million degrees. This is about 1,000 times the temperature at the center of the Sun, but temperatures as high as this are reached in H-bomb explosions. At this time, the universe would have contained mostly photons, electrons, and neutrinos, and their antiparticles, together with some protons and neutrons. As the universe continued to expand and the temperature to drop, the rate at which electrons
look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine.
Dude, me too.
We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma?
Sure do.
It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
stunning video templates. Each video maker is carefully designed to look professional. Our video makers are super easy to use and let anyone with an internet connection create high-quality videos in seconds.
Plates, Idaho. Do you live around here? 8 or 9 blocks over. He hitched his chin toward the main road. On Toulouse. Frank Quinn. Cade Ryder. If the name meant anything to him, he didn't show it. I'm over here looking for my dog. A damned beagle. Got out again and took off after a squirrel or something, I don't know. Lines of worry furrowed his brow. I'm going to have to get a tracker for him or build a brand new fence. Don't suppose you saw him. Sorry. Cade shook his head. But I thought you might have been by that house there. The cottage with the red shutters? I was. In the backyard? No, but I peered over the fence. Didn't go through the gate. Nope. He scowled. Why? The gate was open. Was it? He rubbed his jaw, scraping his whiskers. I don't think so. I leaned against it, to look over. But you didn't unlatch it? No. Didn't want to risk trespassing. Well, unless I'd spied Monty. Then I would have. Did you see anyone else? In that yard? Coming out of the house. Nah, and I would have noticed 'cause I was looking for, well, speak of the devil. His worried face cracked with a relieved smile as a small beagle appeared from the bushes of a house 3 doors down. Baying, he came running, bounding over puddles and splits in the sidewalk where tree roots had lifted and broken the concrete. So, the prodigal dog returns, you little pain in the ass, Quinn said, leaning down for the dog to jump into his waiting arms. You know you're a bad boy. White-tipped tail wagging like a whipsaw, Monty licked Quinn's silvery stubbled jaw. Yeah, as if you was looking for me, he said, opening the car door and setting the dog behind the wheel before shooing him over to the passenger side. He'd drive if I let him, but I make him settle for shotgun. Laughing at his own joke, Quinn slid into the car, then drove off. Innocent. Cade made his way back to the house and his pickup parked out front. Maybe he'd imagined it all. Maybe his nerves were jangled from the article in the paper about Luke Hollander's death, and then the homicide scene. Maybe everything was fine. Then again, maybe not. Rachel picked up a bouquet of daffodils from a roadside stand, then drove to the cemetery. The day was gray, which seemed fitting, and although the rain had subsided for the moment, the ground was sodden. The long, wet grass soaked the edges of her tennis shoes as she wended through the markers to find her brother's headstone, marking the spot where his ashes had been buried. A landscaper's truck was parked on one of the gravel lanes at the perimeter of Edgewater Pioneer Cemetery, and a man with a shovel was digging around one of the pine trees that marked the periphery of the graveyard. In another tree, a bold gray squirrel scolded from the pine's gnarled branches. Melinda Gaston was already here, a solemn figure standing on the rise where Luke's ashes were buried. In a long black coat and boots, her head bent, she seemed older than her years. The fingers of one hand curled over the handle of a folded umbrella that she was using to prop herself up as she stared down at her son's grave. Hey, Rachel said, as she approached and saw that her mother had been crying, her eyes red-rimmed, though she managed a thin smile. Hi, Melinda blinked, then turned to stare again at the ground where a bouquet of white roses marked Luke's grave. Rachel added her drooping daffodils. This is always such a hard day. Yeah, I know. I told myself I would stop coming. But I guess I'm not ready. She cleared her throat and added, I wonder if I'll ever be. I hope so. Me too. A gust of wind, thick with moisture, blew past, toying with the hem of Melinda's long coat, billowing its skirt around her slim legs. After a beat, her mother said, You know that I don't blame you, don't you? Yes. Melinda had said as much over the years. Try believing it. I do. Her mother eyed her. Then you should quit blaming yourself. I don't. The lie came easily. One of Melinda's eyebrows cocked, and though she still used the umbrella for support with one hand, she grabbed Rachel's fingers with her other, then squeezed gently. I felt that I lost 2 children that night, you know, both my son and daughter. Luke, he was gone, yes, but you retreated. That wasn't quite true. Rachel had drawn away from her family, yes, guilt propelling her, and most of her friends had abandoned her after that night, caught up in their own lives. Rachel had found comfort and strength in Cade Ryder's arms when he'd come back to Edgewater. You and I, we lost more than Luke, her mother said, nearly inaudibly as the wind kicked up again. I'm working on that. Well, work on it a little harder, would you? It's been 20 years. Time to let go. Then she placed a gloved hand to her lips, kissed her fingers, and touched the edge of the gravestone. You need to move on. She was nodding. And so do I. Hesitating, she bit the edge of her lip, as if something were on her mind. Rachel asked, What? He's out, you know, Melinda said softly, as rain began to fall again. Big fat drops that reminded Rachel of tears. God's tears, her grandmother used to tell her, for the fate of humanity. Rachel had never believed it. Who? She asked, eyeing her mother. Out from where? What was Melinda talking about? Bruce. Bruce? Rachel repeated before she understood. Bruce Hollander was Luke's biological father. Rachel had never met the man, a convict who'd been sent to prison before Rachel was born. Her dad, Ned Gaston, had worked the Hollander case as a rookie detective. Oh. Right. Oh. He contacted you? No, he can't. Or he's not supposed to, and so far he hasn't. I heard it from my attorney, who had been informed by Bruce's parole officer. Does Dad know? Melinda lifted a shoulder, and her face, if possible, grew grimmer. I don't know. You didn't tell him? A beat. More raindrops. We don't talk much. The understatement of the year. Maybe you should work on that. Melinda only whispered a noncommittal, Together, they moved away from Luke's final resting spot, and she watched her mother cross the wet grass to the parking lot, where she'd left her car. Rachel had parked on the street, and as she climbed into her Explorer, she looked back at the cemetery and remembered that day so long ago when the shock was still fresh, her life in chaos as they'd laid her brother to rest. It seemed like a lifetime ago in some ways, though some details of those days were still vivid and painful. She watched her mother drive away and noticed the landscaping truck was gone as well. She was alone. On the seat beside her, Reno whined. It's okay, she said, reaching over to pat his neck, only to feel the stiff hairs at his nape at attention. What? The dog was staring through the rain-spattered windshield, eyes trained on the rise where Luke's ashes were buried. Rachel felt an unwelcome chill. You see the squirrel? But no, the chattering had stopped. The gray squirrel was gone and the cemetery was silent, aside from the plop of raindrops and the rush of the wind. Her throat went dry. She stared at the lonely hill and saw no one, and yet she had the feeling that she wasn't alone. You're spooking me, she whispered to the dog, and felt his shoulder muscles bunch. It's nothing. Just an empty graveyard on this gloomy day in May. Nothing, not one thing out of the ordinary. But as she started the Ford, its old engine turning over and catching, she couldn't quite convince herself. She reached for her phone, realized she'd left it charging in the kitchen, and pulled away from the curb. As she did, She noticed in her rearview mirror that a white car that had been parked farther down the street did the same. It followed her for a few blocks, caught behind her Explorer at the light. The driver was hunched over the wheel, his dark cap visible as the wipers slapped the raindrops off the glass, the dog on the passenger seat with its long snout sticking out of the partially open window. "Nothing, it's nothing, your nerves are shot." The light turned green, and she turned right, heading back home to grab her phone and make some calls before the meeting tonight. The white car followed, and she tried to make out the driver, a man, but did she know him? "It's just a stranger in a car you've never seen before, but no big deal. Get a grip, Rachel. It happens all the time, every damned day." But her heart was racing, and she hit the gas. The white car followed, increasing its speed, but keeping the same distance between them. That was weird, right? Or not? At the next intersection, rather than driving directly home, she turned away from the town, toward the highway, and sure enough, the white car followed. Don't panic. But she was, and she took a corner a little too fast, her vehicle sliding, tires screaming. "Pull yourself together." When she reached the highway, she barely stopped, just rolled through the light and punched it, the Explorer leaping forward and roaring away. Around a wide corner, she saw the back end of a lumbering travel coach, coasting along at 40. Through the rain, she saw no oncoming car, so she hit the gas and passed, the driver honking irritably. As it turned out, the coach was following a slow-moving pickup. She sped past both the coach and truck, then caught her wild eyes in the mirror. The road crested, and barreling in the opposite direction was a huge semi. "What are you doing, Rachel?" Her heart knocked, and she could barely breathe. She was a mother, an adult. She glanced in the rear view and saw that the white car had peeked its nose out from behind the RV, but ducked back as the driver saw the semi. "Good. Stay there," she said, then caught herself. What was wrong with her? She took in deep breaths, switched on the radio, and with one eye on the mirror turned at the next country road and drove into the hills, losing the white car. If it was really following you. She glanced at her reflection again. "Don't do this," she warned, then saw in her side view mirror the white car turn off of the highway. Chapter 7. Violet is dead? Oh, God. No! Rachel's voice squeaked. She stood in the kitchen, her jacket dripping, staring at the messages on her phone. From Cade, from Lila and Mercedes, all saying the same thing, all relaying horror and shock. No, it just couldn't be. She'd seen Violet not long ago at the gas station, her car idling, facing the opposite way, while Rachel was tanking up. Violet, a small dog on her shoulder, had managed a thin wave. Rachel had been in a hurry, always in a hurry at that time, late to pick up the kids at school. She didn't even remember waving back. And now she was gone? Rachel slid into one of the kitchen chairs and fired up her computer. But information so far was sketchy. Just a report that Violet Sperry had been found dead in her home by her husband early this morning. The police had been called and were making no comments as to the cause of death, only to say it was unexpected and under investigation. What did that mean? That foul play was suspected? That she'd been the victim of what? Homicide? Suicide? What? She dialed Cade's cell, and when he answered on the first ring. She said, "Hey, it's Rachel. Got your message about Violet. What happened?" "I was called to the scene this morning," he said. "Violet was dead, had been, for a few hours. Her husband found her in the house." "I can't believe it." "It's true." "How did she die?" "We're still waiting for an autopsy. County jurisdiction, but I'll be informed." "So, not natural causes?" "No." "Was it murder? No reason to beat around the bush." "It looks like." "Jesus, Kate," she whispered, and she felt her blood chill in her veins. "Why?" "We don't know." "Of course." Rachel leaned against the counter. She'd been the daughter of a detective, then the wife of one. She understood. How is her husband? Oh, God, I don't even know him. He's the furniture guy, right?" "Leonard Sperry. Yes, works with the family business." He sighed. "I talked with him. He's not doing so great. In shock." "I bet," she said. "Aren't we all?" A pause. Then, "I wanted you to know, so I came by earlier to tell you in person. You weren't there." Something in his voice caught her attention. "Running errands. Actually, limping. The Explorer had a flat. Fixed now." He hesitated again. What was that all about? "And?" she encouraged. "And I was worried about you, wanted you to hear it from me, and so I let myself in." You mean you let yourself in, as into the house?" she asked, stunned. "My house?" "Yeah." She couldn't believe it. "Really? You knew I wasn't here and you just walked right in? How?" But she already got it. He had a key. She'd never changed the locks because if he needed to get in for the kids. Oh, hell. Wow, Kate. You can't just come busting into my home. You know that. "I said I was worried. One of your classmates was dead, probably murdered on the anniversary of your brother's death. There was the article in the newspaper, and you think I'm so mentally unstable, so crazy I couldn't deal with it," she charged, her temper skyrocketing. "That's not what I said." "It's what you thought," she spat out, with more venom than she'd expected. "Calm down. Don't add fuel to the fire." "You don't know what I thought, but I can tell that you're just fine." "That's right. I am," she snapped, then caught herself and said, "No, I mean, I'm sorry. Overreacting. You're right. Everything today is shocking, terrible, ramped up because of the day, probably." With difficulty, she tamped down the fury that had spurted through her veins. He was just trying to help, and Violet was dead, killed. Calmer, she said, "I'm surprised you came into the house, that's all. We had a deal, right? Only if there was an emergency." "And your friend's death doesn't qualify?" She wasn't going to be baited. "Look, you can't come in here, Kate. Unless you think there's a danger to the kids. Got it? We're divorced." "I know." She glanced around the room with the new knowledge that he'd been in here. Maybe looking at her phone and computer and God knew what else. Taking the phone with her, she made her way along the short hallway to the kids' rooms and the stairs. Had he gone up to her bedroom? The room under the eaves they'd once shared? She was more in control now, her voice low and cold and steady. "This is my space, Kate. Mine and the kids. One I carved out when you left. So you can't just walk in here uninvited." She pushed her hair from her eyes with her free hand. Her comment was met with silence, and she closed her eyes for a second, counted backward, mentally ticking off her heartbeats as she controlled herself. "I was just worried," he finally said, his voice clipped. "That's all. I know this is a tough day for you, and then on top of it, Mercedes writes that story. The first of a series about Luke, and Violet Sperry dies. Both were friends of yours." "Okay," she said. Okay, look, I don't want to fight. Could have fooled me. Well, I was pissed, she admitted. We agreed to have boundaries. I was concerned, Rach, that's all. But I guess I shouldn't have been. You can obviously handle this and whatever else comes your way. With that, he hung up, the disconnect a distinct click in her ear. You're an idiot, that horrid voice reminded her. He's the kid's father. He was concerned, that's all. You don't have to always act like a damned shrew. Wounded party, she said aloud, arguing. Fine, then victim. No! So we're back to crazy person whose temper controls her tongue. Oh, shut up, she said aloud, and stormed back to the kitchen, where she opened the refrigerator, eyed the bottle of wine, and slammed the door shut. She still had a couple of hours before she picked up the kids, and then later she was off to Lila's for the damned meeting. Lila, ex-stepmommy dearest, and ex-BFF all rolled into one. She shook her head. Awesome. Pull yourself together. Let it all go. For God's sake, Violet's dead, possibly murdered. Remember, it was Violet's testimony that helped convince the judge that you weren't responsible for Luke's death. She provided one of the reasons for reasonable doubt, though the case never went to a jury. A new sadness chased away her anger at Cade. It was true. Violet, deeply myopic and not wearing glasses in the dark cannery that night, had sworn she'd seen a flash from a gun's muzzle just before Luke fell, and the flash had been near Rachel but not from her own gun. Violet's shaky testimony, coupled with the fact that there was no gunshot residue on Rachel's hands or clothes, had helped her defense. Some people thought she'd somehow washed her hands clean on the way to the station, that with her father's help she'd twisted the evidence to her advantage, which was wrong. She'd been numb after Luke had collapsed, yes, and had been grateful that her father had been first on the scene, but as much of a kaleidoscope of blurry, painful images and emotions as that night had become, she hadn't cleaned up. Those tissues her father had given her, to wipe her eyes and blow her nose, they hadn't been treated, and even so they wouldn't have destroyed the gunpowder residue. But then what did she really remember? Don't go there, not now. Not ever. It serves no purpose. Just get through this miserable day. Blam! The back of Dylan's head slammed against his locker and his teeth rattled in his jaw. Just do it! Brad Schmidt ordered. His face was pressed nose to nose with Dylan's, his strong fingers holding Dylan's shoulders in a death grip, his beefy body nearly on top of him. The rest of the hallway was deserted, except for Dash Parker, the lookout, standing at the juncture to the science wing. I can't, man. Dylan's back was pressed up against his locker. You have to. Schmidt's pupils dilated. His breath smelled of pizza, and the pores on his nose seemed enormous. You promised! He gave Dylan a shake for emphasis. In a letterman's jacket, black t-shirt, and camo shorts, Schmidt was furious, the nostrils on his nose flaring, his skin turning red. I'll get caught. Then find a way to not get caught, okay? You're a smart little shit. You'll figure it out. No, I think my mom is onto me. Then be fucking careful. Got it? Another hard shake. And it was all Dylan could do to stand his ground, to not pee his damned pants. Schmidt had a temper, a legendary temper that had only helped him become an all-conference tackle on the football team. We had a deal. I'm telling you, I can't. Brad's thick lip curled over his teeth, and his dark eyes narrowed. Who are you more afraid of, Ryder? Me or Mommy? She can be pretty badass. Not as badass as me, I'll bet. The thick fingers dug deep into Dylan's muscles. Remember that. Hey, Schmidt! Parker hissed, his head whipping around. He was tall and lean, a defensive end in football, third base in baseball, an all-around jock and a sycophant to Schmidt, which made him worse in Dylan's opinion. "Walsh is coming! Shit!" Marlene Walsh was a no-nonsense vice principal. Dylan had been busted by her on more than one occasion for cutting class. So far, nothing more serious. But Parker and Schmidt, who both, it was rumored, had scholarships to local colleges, couldn't afford trouble. Or so Dylan hoped. "This isn't the end of it," Schmidt growled. He pushed Dylan hard against the locker again, then took off at a dead run, with the faster Parker leading the way to the staircase at the far end of the hall. Damn it, Dylan thought, caught between the ends of the hallway, one with the stairs at the front of the building and Schmidt, the other with the ever-approaching Walsh. He heard the steady click, click of her heels as she headed this way. He wiped the sweat from his upper lip, turned, and opened his locker. Then, thinking about what was inside, he grabbed his algebra book, slammed it shut, and turned, facing the corner just as Walsh appeared. "Well, Mr. Ryder," she said on a sigh and glanced at her watch, "what are you doing skulking around the halls when you should be in class?" She was a petite woman with gray streaks in her short blonde hair, rimless glasses, and a perpetually benign expression. Today, she was dressed in a red blazer with black pants and a white blouse. Dylan wasn't fooled by the smile that rained on him right now. Rumor had it that she'd earned a black belt in Taekwondo. He believed it. Beneath her harmless facade, there was an inner toughness. He could feel it. "I've got study hall," he said, and tried to get past her. "And you have a hall pass?" "No, couldn't lie about that." "I see." He tried and failed, not to let his shoulders slump. "You know, Mr. Ryder, you're skating on thin ice. If I'm not mistaken, this is the second time this semester when you've been out of class without a pass." How did she know these things? How could she keep track of it all in her head? There were like 800 or so kids in the school, and she knew how many times he'd cut. "Come with me." She hiked her chin toward the front of the school to indicate the staircase where Schmidt and Parker had fled. "Let's call your mother," she said. When he didn't respond as he glumly tagged after her, she added, "Or maybe your dad." Dylan died inside. His parents, independently and together, would kill him if they found out he was ditching class. It's not my study hall." "I know. You're supposed to be in Mrs. Marsden's English." "Oh, God." "Yeah." They reached the administration area and Walsh led him between two desks to her private office, a small room with a single window looking out to the front lawn. Her desk was neat, a few piles of perfectly stacked papers, and her computer monitor along with a handful of pictures of her husband and daughter on one corner. Dylan knew. He'd been here before. Her framed degree hung on the wall behind her. "Sit," she said, indicating one of the two visitors' chairs wedged between a bookcase and her desk. He did, and tried not to slouch as she took her own chair behind the desk. "So, Mr. Ryder, how are we going to change this behavior?" He hated the "we" almost as much as he detested being called Mr. It all seemed so phony, and come on, there was no "we." He met her gaze. "I won't cut again. I promise," he said, and she brushed off his words with a wave of her hand. "We've been here before. That's what you said in October, I think." She adjusted her glasses, then typed on her keyboard and studied the computer screen. "Oh, wait, I'm mistaken. It was the first week in November and then again in February, and now here we are. Again. 3 strikes. He didn't know what to say, but she filled in the awkward gap. "As you have probably heard, the school district is retrofitting those old wings of the school with cameras, and it just hasn't happened yet because of budget problems and getting the right technician and all kinds of red tape." "So what?" he wondered, but was smart enough not to say it. "I hear you're good at that kind of thing. Mr. Talarico says you've got a natural talent for computers and cameras and all things technical." "Yeah," he said slowly. Where was this going? "So I was thinking, maybe you could help us out." His mind was racing. Was she offering him an out? So, you wouldn't call my mom then? How lucky was this? Oh no, I'm calling her, of course. Again she offered him her trademark, humorless smile. This is, after all, your third offense. She leaned back in her chair. So, what do you say? Sure, I guess. He kept expecting some trap, something more than a call to his mom, but it didn't happen. Good. Walsh gave a quick nod, as if agreeing with herself. You can start on Monday. Come and see me after school. She stood then, and the grilling was over as she said, I'm trusting you'll head straight to Mrs. Marsden's class. You won't pass go. You won't collect $200, and you'll avoid Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Parker as best you can. His mouth almost fell open. She knew? Without cameras, how? He didn't wait around and ask, but nearly knocked the chair over as he scrambled to get out of the tight, airless office. His mother was going to go through the roof, he decided, but for the moment, he'd avoided a serious beating from Schmidt. Right. And what are you going to do about him?
One of them was a narc? They killed a cop? Good God. If the police could connect her to the scene, they'd never stop looking for her. She may need more than a week to hide out. She may be running for the rest of her life. She grabs her purse, takes out a cigarette, and lights one with trembling hands, throwing the lighter down, pacing the room. It was supposed to be easy. That's what Rick said. After it went down, they'd deliver a portion of the money back to Miami, then leave the country and hit a beach somewhere. Cassie loved to lie in the sun. It was another addiction of hers, easy and pleasurable, as the best highs were. But you could feel the light slipping away from you as the sun inched toward the leer of the horizon, pulling the darkness behind it like a black sheet. The high couldn't last forever. The sun had to set. The applause had to end. And eventually, everybody, absolutely everybody, had to go home. Then the craving would begin again. But that's what they'd come to LA for. That's why they'd driven so far. When they got that money, she wouldn't have to worry for a long time. They could do anything they wanted, go anywhere they wanted, find some dive in Mexico where she could stand on a stage in front of tourists at night and lie on a beach all day long. All they had to do was stay cool for one big drop. 1.2 million all unmarked bills. Almost 1 million of that cash was theirs. It was too much to pass up, no matter how dangerous. But she knew Rick was getting nervous. He'd been so angry with her.
"You're in here singing?"
Summertime. The article said they were searching for a Richard Squires in connection with the shooting. But she'd seen his body, lying in a pool of blood. She'd thought he was dead. Had he escaped? He must have, somehow. Oh, God. How badly hurt was he? Would he be looking for her? For the money? Should she try calling hospitals and find him before he found her? Maybe he'd been admitted somewhere. But who would she ask for? It would just raise red flags. Maybe she should try calling him herself. She knew the number for his burner phone. She could try it. If he didn't answer, fine. If he did, she could tell him she'd been afraid. That was why she took off. She thought everyone was dead. Would he believe her? She'd taken that money. He might think she was trying to rip him off. He'd probably try to kill her. She opens the laptop, unlocks the Wi-Fi, and taps on the keyboard, scanning the LA Times website. There's nothing new about Rick, but she keeps scrolling almost against her will, checking for any news about the kid who picked her up last night. Self-defense, she reminds herself. Self-defense. But there's nothing yet. Even so, there's a building pressure in her chest. She can't stay here. She has to find a place to hunker down for a few days. An hour in a hotel room? That was nothing. They'd barely spoken. But another night together? She can't risk Matt being able to identify her, not with all this news. She needs somewhere else to crash until things calm down. She thinks of Beth again. Her fingers tap the keyboard. Beth Croft. It's not the first time she's Googled her old friend. She'd done it many times over the years. She hadn't been surprised Beth wasn't on Facebook or Instagram. She'd always been so reserved. So Cassie had to dig deeper, even calling the alumni office at school. Beth hadn't been in touch there, either. But it was the name of that album that made the difference. Cassie finishes her search. Beth Crawford plus The Lotus Flower plus piano. And the same hit at the Steinberg Academy in Los Angeles comes up. She follows her old trail, sees the lovely, serious photo of her friend on the website next to her bio. Crawford Montgomery has a master's in music from the New England Institute of Music. She lives in Los Angeles with her husband, film producer Jay Montgomery. At first, Cassie was surprised. Beth had become a music teacher? It was the last thing either of them wanted to be in college. But Beth had always been so shy on stage. Maybe it was inevitable she'd slink off somewhere to teach. At least Cassie had been able to find her. She called the academy and used all her charm. We were roommates in college. I'd leave a message here that I wanted to be a surprise. I haven't seen her in years. But she can't call the place again, can she? Sorry, I lost the number. There's no way they'd give it to her again. Fuck. And then she remembers. She grabs her purse and empties it on the bed. Wallet, makeup, and the broken bracelet tumbling out. There's the matchbook from that dive outside Miami Beach where she sang jazz standards at night for broke tourists. When they gave her the number, she scribbled it. There. The LA number is scrawled inside the flap next to the name of the Steinberg place. But shit, she'd put all that info into her phone, too. She wasn't usually good about keeping up her contact list, but it was a sentimental thing to do, inputting her old friend's name and number. She'd taken the SIM card out weeks ago because Rick wanted to use untraceable burners leading up to the deal. But Beth's number was still on that phone. Rick knew her old roommate lived in LA because Cassie had made them listen to Beth's CD on the way up, telling him and Bobby stories about freshman year. Maybe Rick would remember Beth's name and somehow track her down there. Maybe it wouldn't be safe. Would Beth even want to help in the first place? She's not sure, but she doesn't have a choice. She has to find someone she trusts. And for Cassie Ogilvy, that's a very short list indeed.
Chapter 11. Good. Tuesday morning. The morgue is chilly as Good stares down at the face of his colleague and friend. A man 20 years younger than him. A young father. And a great cop. It isn't often Good feels the need to use the word tragedy, but he does now. His partner, Michelle Dawes, stands beside him, sighing heavily. Dawes is in her early 40s and single. "I'm married to the job," she always says. Good never considered he was married to the job, but his ex-wife did, which is why she isn't married to him anymore. Dawes has a great figure. The kids call it thick nowadays. Cocoa skin, full lips. The kind of girl Good might have fallen in love with when he was younger. Plus, she put up with him, no questions asked. She made going to work and doing things like this just a little easier. The pathologist snaps off his latex gloves and covers Detective Curtis Butler's face with the blue sheet. He pulls his own face mask down to hang beneath his chin. "I'm only half done. You know how many we had last night?" He motions to a wall of stainless steel crypts. 8. 8 OD victims. "When the hell is this going to stop, Frank? We can't keep up." "I know. It's a fucking mess," says Good. "It was supposed to be routine. Curtis wasn't even after Squires. He's just a courier. They wanted the supplier. Butler was just making his way up the chain." "He didn't even have backup," adds Dawes. "Didn't think he needed it." By the time first responders showed, everybody was dead, except Squires, who's gone. No money, no junk, a few grams on the floor maybe, but a total write-off. "Damn," says the pathologist, shaking his head. He grabs a clipboard and a blank autopsy sketch, indicating the bullet wounds, absorbed like a disturbed kid scribbling in a coloring book. Meanwhile, Good takes a swallow of his Gatorade. Dawes frowns, motioning to the "absolutely no food or drink in morgue" sign right behind him. Good just shrugs, turning to the pathologist. "You want to hear a damn thing?" The pathologist nods, finishing his sketch. 4 bodies, 2 handguns, 1 Kalashnikov. A house turned into firewood. Blood everywhere. I'm serious, you should have seen the place. But not 1 print. "None we can use anyway," Dawes says. "Doorknobs, light switches, cupboards, everything was wiped clean." "Except for the empty beer cans," Good says. "So we got Squires' prints. He was definitely in that house. They cleaned the rest of the place but left prints on beer cans?" They left in a hurry, obviously. That explains it, says the pathologist, nodding to the crypts. I found traces of ammonia on the skinny guy's hands and clothes. The Kurt Cobain look-alike? Yeah, ran a check. He was covered in window cleaner. Good nods, remembering the Windex bottle on the kitchen table, a sign they were dealing with professionals who knew how to cover their tracks. I don't suppose you got any pretty blondes in there, he asks. The pathologist looks up, frowning. According to the landlady, Dawes says, a pretty blonde signed the lease on the place last week. 25, 30? Sorry, no pretty blondes, the pathologist says. He wheels Butler's body away, slamming the door on the crypt. The ache in Good's heart deepens, as if someone is leaning on his chest. Let's go, he says to Dawes, and she nods, putting away her notebook. But he notices anger and frustration mingling in her expression. He feels it too. The task force was breathing down their necks already, threatening to step in and take over the case. The spike in overdose victims was bad enough. Each one of those people had families with broken hearts, all pressuring the police to put an end to the crisis. But now, with Butler's death, internal affairs would be involved too. Everybody would be scrutinized, especially Good and Dawes. That's why, over the next 24 hours, any clue, every clue, no matter how small, will become an obsession.
Chapter 12. Beth. Tuesday morning. The metronome, a tireless time bomb, ticks away the seconds of her life. Click, click, click. I can't do this, the boy huffs, banging the keyboard in a clumsy tangle of notes. I hate it. Did you practice at all this week, Aiden? The boy doesn't answer, looking down at his hands, his dirty fingernails. I asked you a question. Did you practice at all this week? It doesn't seem as if you did. He still doesn't answer, but she hears him sniff. In the sunlight streaming through her window, she sees the transparent tear glide down his cheek. There's no point if you don't practice, she says, trying to keep her voice calm when she feels like crying herself. If you want to get any better, you have to practice. When I was your age, I practiced for 3 hours every day, sometimes 4. 3 hours every day, minimum. It was true. She'd been devoted to her instrument and improving her talent. A very serious young girl, everyone said. So determined and disciplined. All Beth cared about was the piano back then. I got better things to do, Aiden says. I hate it. He bangs the keyboard again and she grabs his wrists. Stop it, she says, trying not to scream, trying not to accidentally hurt him. There's no reason to get frustrated. You just have to learn to make practice fun. Pretend that you're on stage in a great theater with hundreds of people watching me. What? He squints at her. You. Hundreds of people watching you. Is she losing her mind? I don't want people watching me. Then what the hell are you doing here? But she didn't like people watching her either. She'd always had terrible stage fright. It makes her wonder what masochistic streak drove her to do this in the first place. She has a visceral worry that she's wasted every minute she's ever spent playing the piano, and it's basically all she's done with her life. That's why becoming a mother had been so important to her. For a while, that dream made this studio, these kids, this monotonous life, bearable. Even pleasant sometimes. Now it feels as if she's in the middle of a suspension bridge, so terrified of falling she can't take a step in either direction. She just has to reconcile herself to the fact she'll die here, petrified until her last breath. Aiden is still sniffling. Poor kid. He's usually such an attitude case, but now he seems so much younger and vulnerable. She gets up, goes to her purse, and gives him a Kleenex. Please don't cry, she says, but I want you to practice this week, okay? I want you to promise me. Even if it's only 15 minutes a day, It'll help you improve. You'll enjoy it more when you get better. You'll see. But he still won't look at her, sniffing and sullen. How many times was she going to have this conversation with them? Was it something about her? Could she do nothing right? She couldn't be a good wife. She knew Jay was miserable with her. Certainly not a good mother. Maybe she'd never even be a mother. She wasn't even a good musician. Her one CD had piffled out miserably 7 years ago. All that money wasted on getting it produced for nothing. Pathetic. And now she's even a bad teacher. She doesn't have the patience. Sitting with these kids, all the busy moms coming and going, so frazzled and condescending to the music teacher. It makes her feel like a hired nanny. She wonders if this was how Margareta felt, being a housekeeper all her life. She tries to keep the despair out of her voice. Okay, let's try it one more time. She places Aiden's trembling fingers on the keyboard, but he snaps them away, quite viciously. She freezes. She can't touch him again. This is getting too rough. She could be reprimanded, even fired. She looks at the clock. Still 10 minutes left. All right then, she says, folding her hands in her lap. We'll just sit here and wait. The metronome clatters. She turns it off. They sit in deafening silence.
Chapter 13. Jay. Tuesday morning. Jay's in the kitchen making his post-run shake when the house phone rings. He rushes to answer, expecting a call from Karen. She sometimes phones the landline by mistake. But he sees the caller ID, Omni Plaza Hotel, and backs away, letting the call go to the old machine, a clunker he brought home when they had to give up the production office last year. Another dent in his dignity. He grabs the blender as a woman's voice fills the room. Warm, throaty. Beth? Beth Crawford, right? I mean, of course it's you. I recognize your voice. This might freak you out a bit, but it's Cassie. Cassie O. He grabs his protein powder, opens the fridge for almond milk. It's been so long. Like, what? 10, 12 years? Seriously, B, that's way too long. Jay frowns, curious. He's never met any of Beth's old friends. There weren't any at their wedding. He had to insult his own frat buddies because she didn't have any bridesmaids to stand for her. When Jay pressed her about it, she said being around people from the past brought back too many memories of her parents. And he understood that. He certainly never heard her mention this Cassie chick before. The woman continues, her voice unpolished and raspy. Anyway, I'm on my way to Monterey and I heard you moved out here, so I had to look you up. Jay grabs a pomegranate from a bowl on the counter and the biggest Henkel from the knife block. He started adding fresh pomegranate to his shakes last year, pulverizing them in the blender. They were full of antioxidants and good for the prostate. A bitch to peel, but he's getting better at it. Saw how to do it on YouTube. He angles the knife over the center of the fruit, dragging the blade over it, opening a groove in the flesh that's so shallow he doesn't even have to wash the blade. I'd love to see you, man. We should try to hook up or something. Go for a drink. He pulls the two halves of the fruit apart, and they separate perfectly. It's a bloody mess scooping the seeds into the blender, red juices dripping, making him feel like he's Jack the Ripper disemboweling someone. He's never sure if the sharp twist in his stomach when he does it is disgust at the thought of hurting someone, or the desire to do it. Anyway, I'm in town for another couple days, but I'm a little hard to reach, so I'll try you later, okay? Can't wait to see you. And, Beth, great to hear your voice. But he hits the blender button, and the message is lost beneath the whir of the blades.
Chapter 14. Beth. Tuesday afternoon. In the empty studio, Beth is on her cell, dabbing at her eyes with a crumpled tissue. She's between students, alone, pacing the room, her heels sounding like a metronome on the wood floor. She needs to find a way to snap out of this and get her day back on track. But her heart dips when she hears Jay's outgoing message. "Hey, you've reached Jay Montgomery of Vermont Films. Leave your name and number and I'll get right back to you." She hangs up. What was she going to say in a message? "I'm jealous of one of my own 8-year-old students and I want to strangle the rest of them." He said he had a big meeting today. He doesn't need that stress right now. She's not even sure why she wanted to talk to him in the first place. They had such a bad night last night, and he never seemed interested in her music anyway, or her career. Cassie was one of the few people in the world who seemed to understand how she felt about music. How strange. She's thought about Cassie so much since last night. She remembers that man on the phone. Is Cassie there? And a tremor runs through her.
Chapter 15. Good. Tuesday afternoon. The tan Ford had been in the back of a Walmart parking lot. Nobody even noticed it until after the store opened and the lot started filling up. Someone saw the passenger side window shattered into a silver spider web, pierced with a single hole. A young man buckled over sideways in the front seat, almost lifeless, but coughing, drenched with blood. When Good heard the man had been shot and a 9mm shell casing had been found at the scene, he was curious. An attempted homicide, only a few miles from the murders, with the same type of gun? Good had to find out if the incidents were connected. He and Dawes watch as the team from the FSD traipse around the scene in white coveralls and booties, moving like astronauts on a strange planet. "Name's Daniel Alvarez," says Dawes, consulting her notes. 21, critical condition. They've taken him to East L.A. It's a single shot, 9mm, basically point blank. He's had some problems, assault, resisting, but not for a while. They found this beside him. She holds up an evidence bag containing a Taurus PT-111, one of the cheapest semi-automatic pistols on the market. Recently discharged. Is it registered to him? No record of it. He peers into the car, seeing the bloodstain on the seat. Trafficking? Gangs? Hard to say. Could be gang-related. We found paraphernalia, too. Good's not surprised. This part of the world is mostly a middle-class neighborhood, but they still had their problems. The whole city seemed to. Paraphernalia? A broken pipe. Nothing too... But the roar of an engine drowns out her voice, and they turn to see a shiny black Dodge screech into the parking lot. A dark-haired young man climbs out from behind the wheel, moving quickly toward the scene. His eyes are glassy with tears, his jaw clenched. Detective Good? He nods. Nico Alvarez. His voice is clogged with emotion. I'm Danny's brother. They told me to talk to you. I think I know who did this. He was with a woman last night. The young man describes a white woman with long blonde hair carrying suitcases, who Alvarez picked up at a 7-Eleven not far from here. Good doesn't have to flip back through his notes. He remembers the K-9 unit tracked a suspect from the rental house to the parking lot of a nearby 7-Eleven before losing the scent. Good asks for more details. Scars, height, what she was wearing. Jeans, tank. She had lots of bracelets on her arms. I remember that. He rubs at his wrists. I'm sorry, man. I gotta get to the hospital. He backs up toward his car. This isn't his fault. Not saying it is. He's been keeping clean, going to school. You gotta find this bitch. We will, Good says.
Chapter 16. Jay. Tuesday afternoon. Jay wears a white towel around his waist as he scrolls through his phone. He sees 2 texts from Beth. Please call. It's urgent. She left a voicemail, too. She probably wants to apologize for last night, or lay into him about Emily some more. Either way, he doesn't feel like talking to her. But he smiles when he sees Karen's number. He dials her back, sitting on the edge of the bed. He watches himself in the full-length mirror, his hair dripping. She picks up on the second ring. "Howdy, partner," she chimes. "Howdy back." God, the smile on his face. It's so bright, reminding him of when he was younger. "Sorry, I was in the shower." "No prob. I have a really important question for you." "Shoot." "Should I wear the blue suit or the red one?" Jay laughs. "Really important, huh?" "Everything's relative. So, what do you think?" "The red one, no competition." "Is that a personal preference?" There's a note of flirtation in her voice. And in his. "All men like red. Come on, you look great in that suit. Trust me, you'll knock him dead." "You're too kind," she says. "I'll see you at 1. Don't be late." She hangs up without saying goodbye. They decided years ago life was too short for goodbyes. Nobody said goodbye on the phone in movies, did they? But it still takes a moment before he puts down the cell, as if he's holding a part of her and doesn't want to let go. He loved hearing her voice. Beth had a nervous edge in her voice lately, even when they weren't talking about money or work or starting a family. It was as if she was changing into someone new, or was someone he hadn't known in the first place. He looks at his reflection again, the toned arms, the hard-won six-pack, the shoulders and pecs. His towel falls open a bit on his thighs. He feels the pulse of warmth rushing there. He finally puts down the phone. Has it really been over 3 months? Almost, anyway. He hadn't gone that long without sex since he was 14. Beth had never been the most hot-blooded woman he'd met, but he loved her, so he put up with it. He loved her, right? Things had been so full of hope when they met. She looked up to him. She enjoyed his energy, his confidence, and she made him feel good about himself. He was even able to curb his drinking a little bit, at least when they started talking about having kids last year. But she was so desperate to start a family, it changed everything. He hadn't realized how desperate until life became all about the baby, ovulation, temperature taking. Now. He had no idea sex could feel like work. The last few months had been even more difficult. Whenever he tried to touch her, she'd practically flinch. Yes, the doctor said it would take time, but how much damn time? He's getting sick of it. It's bad enough he's having trouble raising the money for the film. He has to worry about a depressed wife, too? It's going to work out. You're a brilliant producer. This is the one. Don't worry. Maybe he should get himself off. That's what he needs, to relax before the meeting. The towel falls open farther, and his hand slides down his abdomen. His thoughts travel to the meeting and to Karen. They'd been partners for almost 7 years, the longest relationship either of them had ever been in. More than twice as long as he'd known his wife. If this movie thing doesn't work out, they used to joke, we could always get married. It made them both laugh. The heat continues to work its way through him. He's just getting into it when his gaze travels to the framed photo on the nightstand. Oh, God. The picture is of Beth and her parents, posing outside the big white house in the Hamptons. Beth was 19 or 20 at the time, wearing a preppy yellow blouse, white shorts, her arms around her parents, both of them well-dressed and slim. Her father had a regal mustache, her mother an elegant manner about her. Everyone smiled in the sunshine, the Great Gatsby mansion glowing behind them. Every time he sees that photo, he feels a flash of regret, because he remembers how he teased Beth when they first started dating, that her parents
Congratulations, Christopher. I'm so proud of you. Well,
It's an honor to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Your book is my daughter's absolute favorite.
Oh, I love that.
Were even more stuck up than his. To live outside of Philly and have a summer house in Southampton? What? The Poconos not good enough for you? He'd asked with a laugh. It seemed to make her uncomfortable. He thought it was because well-bred girls didn't like talking about money, but it wasn't just that. It was much worse. A shiver runs through his body when he remembers making the gaffe shortly after they'd met. She'd been sweet when she told him the story, trying not to hurt his feelings for being so thoughtless. How she got through it, he wasn't sure. Losing both parents to a drunk driver one summer night? When you were just a college freshman? He'd been to the Hamptons. He knew what those roads were like. Narrow and winding, some of them so dense with tree cover the GPS wouldn't work. It was like driving through an underground tunnel. Just deadly. But he sees that big house in the background, and his mind shifts onto another track. Money. How much would that place have been worth back then? Before the crash. 30 million at least. Maybe more. How had her parents gone through all that money? If they'd just been more... But he stops himself. His shoulders sag, and he gives a dry laugh. No way he feels like jerking off now. He closes the towel and stands up to get dressed.
Chapter 17. Beth. Tuesday afternoon. In line at the Starbucks next to the academy, Beth tries to hold it together, waiting for her coffee, her eyes still red from crying, her throat aching and raw. She grabs a paper from the rack and skims the first page. Bloodbath in Lawrence Heights. She tries to read the article, tries to share in LA's latest tragedy, but the words barely register, and finally, she's next in line. Tall Pike Place roast, please. Sure thing. Beth pays for her coffee, still smiling, but it fades the second the girl turns away. God, she just needs Jay to call her back. To have someone, anyone to talk to. She knows he had a big meeting today, but you'd think he'd pick up when she'd called and texted that many times. What if it was urgent? It is urgent. I'm dying here, she wants to tell him. And apparently no one cares. Not even me. Here you go, says the barista. Thanks. She forces another smile as she drops some nickels into the tip jar, hoping they make an impressive clatter. She takes her cup to the kiosk for milk and sugar. Her days of lattes are over. They're too expensive. Even plain old coffee is an indulgence now. She imagines Jay's going to pick up the tab at the meeting again today, trying to impress Camiso. He claims he splits all his business expenses with Karen, but Beth can't prove it. She doesn't go through his wallet. Maybe she should start. He and Karen are such good friends. Have been for so many years. Would there be hotel receipts? Flowers? Stop. You're just torturing yourself. A man walks up beside her, wearing a light beige suit and tie. He tries to fix his coffee, but knocks the cup and it tips slightly. fresh coffee burning his hand. "Damn," he hisses, shaking out his fingers. "You okay?"
"I think so,"
he says with a laugh. He grabs some napkins to wipe up the mess. As he turns, Beth sees his left arm is in a sling. "Can I help you?" she asks.
"That would be great, thanks."
"Say when." She picks up the sugar and begins to pour.
"When? Thanks."
She puts the jar down, but he's still staring at her.
I hate to be rude, but aren't you Beth Crawford?"
She feels the cool weight of being recognized. It's something that never happens. She's so far from home. "Yeah, well, I used to be. It's Beth Montgomery now." She looks at him more closely. He's clean-shaven, with dark hair, parted on the side, glasses. A welcome stranger, with kind eyes. But he doesn't look familiar. "Have we met?"
"Not officially, no. But I thought it was you. This is so incredible."
"It is?"
"You're a pianist, right?"
Beth gives a dry laugh, feeling a dull kick in her heart. "Well, I used to be that too," she says, going back to her cup.
"I knew it. I saw you play in Boston years ago.
Forget the name of the place. I used to dabble a bit myself." He mimes playing a piano with his free hand.
"But I was never good enough. Law school was next."
"I see. Well, wish I'd done that too." He laughs.
"Don't even think about it. You're way too talented to waste your life behind a desk."
"Don't be too sure of that," she grumbles, half to herself.
"So, are you still playing?"
"Not professionally, no. I'm teaching now." Why is she telling a stranger that? She lets a moment of embarrassment pass. "The kids are great. It's very gratifying." She lets the lie sit between them. "But no, I don't perform anymore."
"Well, that's too bad. Well, not bad that you're teaching. Your students are very lucky,"
he says, smiling. "Thank you," she says, unable to muster another word. Why hasn't she left yet? Why hasn't he? They're just standing there, staring at each other. "Well, nice to meet you,
Tony,"
he says. "Tony."
"You too."
She gives him one last smile and goes to walk away, but it's as if a string has connected them. She feels the knot around her heart loosen a bit, and she hangs back, a natural smile broadening on her face. "Can I just say thank you?" she asks him.
"You already did."
"No, I mean, really. I needed this today. This new student of mine, barely 8, just played the ass off Tchaikovsky. She's so brilliant, I could be taking lessons from her. Then I had nothing but video gamers all morning. It was so damn depressing I had to get out of there. And here you are, dusting off my ego. I can't thank you enough."
"My pleasure," he says. "I'd dust off your ego anytime."
Chapter 18. Jay. Tuesday afternoon. Chiccone's on Melrose is busy for lunch as usual, with fashionable tables clustered amid hedges as tall as fortress walls. Jay sits on the patio, a champagne bucket chilling beside him, an empty scotch glass on the table, his second since he got here. He wanted to arrive early and have a drink, to relax and get his bearings, and to make sure they got a good table. He senses movement and looks up from his phone. The hostess leads Karen Burns over. She does look fabulous in that red suit, which fits snugly around her curves, professional but sexy. She's not wearing a blouse underneath, and her long, dark hair is smooth and gleaming. Camiso follows behind. As usual, he wears expensive pinstripes, and his hair is slicked back, his gold watch and tie clip glinting in the sun. A real estate developer Karen knew. He wanted to get into the film business, but he looks more like a gangster than anything else. Jay juts out his hand. "Ciao, Vito. So good to see you again." "Yeah, right," Camiso grunts. but he won't even meet Jay's eyes before sitting down. Jay and Karen don't kiss cheeks, as they usually do. They're keeping it professional today. They have to focus. Jay grabs the champagne out of the ice bucket and pastes a big smile on his face. "Call me optimistic," he says. The waiter heads over to recite the day's specials, while another server pours the champagne. They all listen attentively, even though Jay's already decided he'll order the spaghetti bolognese, one of the cheapest dishes on the menu. Karen orders frugally too, margarita pizza, and they both skip the appetizers. Jay hates all this scrimping, but he doesn't have a choice, especially when Comiso orders carpaccio to start and Maine lobster at market price. Jay is adding up the tab in his mind. Ka-ching! He picks up his glass to make a toast, but Comiso ignores him, taking a swallow of champagne and turning to Karen. "Did you talk to Kate Hudson yet?" Jay interjects with a laugh, making it sound good-natured. "Not yet, but it's incredible Mila's interested. She looked at the script and she loves it. We're in negotiations with her agent right now." But as Jay smiles and tries to act charming, another voice runs through his head. "All we need is for you to give us the upfront money you promised, asshole. Then we can attach her, for Christ's sakes. You have no idea how this business works." Karen, meanwhile, has a hopeful lilt in her voice. "Actually, we're really lucky Mila's considering. She's perfect for the part, don't you think?" Jay nods and sips his champagne as they dissect the actress's credits. He's drinking faster than the others, and his glass is almost empty. He picks up the bottle and refills it, shifting his focus to the conversations around him. The laughter and the watches and the suits and the multi-million-dollar deals that must be getting made. Ka-ching! "Don't worry," he tells himself. "It's gonna work. Comiso will cave. If not today, then tomorrow. Just stay cool." So he sits there grinning like an idiot, trying to drink to take the edge off, when all he wants to do is jump down the bastard's throat and scream, "Give us the money, you prick! Stop dicking around!"
Chapter 19. Cassie. Tuesday afternoon. Cassie wipes her fingerprints off the hotel pen and adjusts the notepad on the dented pillow. "Dear Matt, I had to go. Thanks for everything. Love, Kathy. XO." She can't risk him getting back early and finding her here. She hikes the red duffel bag over her shoulder, grabs the suitcase, and looks around, making sure she hasn't forgotten anything. The suite is littered with miniature bottles of vodka and empty snack bags. She didn't want to take a chance ordering room service and seeing anyone, so she subsisted on fare from the minibar. Her gaze travels to the laptop, and she resists the urge to steal it as much as she needs it. She doesn't want him reporting anything to the police. He has to remember this as a sweet dream, something that almost didn't happen. The way the shooting at the house didn't happen. Or the kid in the car. She takes a deep breath and opens the door, peeking out. There's a housekeeping cart in the hallway and a maid vacuuming somewhere, but otherwise the corridor is empty. She hurries toward the elevators, letting the door lock behind her. There had still been no news of the kid. Maybe she'd imagined it. Jesus. She wishes she had, but she knows it happened. She has muscle memory of that shove in her shoulder from the recoil, the passenger window shattering. She thinks she can still hear the ringing in her ears. The elevator comes and it's packed. She gets on, not making eye contact with the other guests. She wheels her luggage through the busy lobby, averting her eyes from a security guard, and walks out into the sunshine. The airport shuttle bus is waiting out front. She's timed her exit to catch it. There'd be no record of a shuttle ride, No cab driver to identify her. Fewer witnesses than a bus, just an anonymous shuttle that would take her on a route from here, through shopping malls and other hotels, to the airport. But she isn't going to the airport. She's waiting for a chance to call Beth again. She climbs onto the shuttle with a family of tourists and a handful of business travelers. Everyone's so clean and fresh. She feels like a bag lady in comparison, even though she showered. Twice. She drops into a seat at the very back, her knee pumping with nerves. She's used to living life on the edge, not knowing for sure where her next meal was coming from, her next high, sometimes not even sure where she'd sleep at night. But this is much worse. A churning in her mind, chewing down possibilities. It's too quiet. She needs her iPhone playlist with everything from Ella Fitzgerald to Eminem to take her mind off things. But there's only the murmur of strangers. Bang! She jumps. A man has simply unlocked the handle of his rolling suitcase, but it sounded like a gunshot to her. It reminds her of last night. She had no intention of shooting him. But then he drove to that dark parking lot. Fucking bitch. Reaching out for her, his hand grabbing her breast. He wasn't afraid of her. He must have known she wouldn't shoot him. She tried to push him off, but he grabbed something out of the back of his jeans. His arm curled and she saw the silhouette of a gun. He struggled to aim it on her, but she grappled with his arm, their guns clanking against each other. She saw his wrist tense, blue veins popping. What sounded like a grenade exploded next to her head. The window splintered beside her like an instant winter's frost. Another shot. But this time, she felt the vibration in her own arm, the ache in her shoulder. He toppled toward her, wailing in pain. She tried to back out of the car, grappling with the duffel bag, reaching for the door handle, but he flailed for her and managed to grab the ends of the wig. If he'd actually caught her hair, she might not have gotten away. She yanked it back from him, clutched the door handle, and tumbled backward out of the car, the red bag rolling out with her. He was still sprawled sideways on the front seat, gasping, choking. She scrambled to her feet and yanked open the back door, grabbed the suitcase. She slammed the door, bang, and ran off through the darkness. She heard that ringing in her ears, tasted smoke in her mouth. She waited in different chinks in the night, listening to sirens come and go, and to silence, wondering if she'd killed him.
Chapter 20. Good. Tuesday afternoon. In the living room of the rental house, everyone works methodically, blotting, measuring, collecting. Good stands at the broken window with the blanket over it, looking back over his shoulder, analyzing the angles of shots. He's waiting to hear from the task force about Butler's field tapes. He needs access to them for the investigation, but they were tangling him in red tape. Maybe they didn't trust him anymore. Maybe they were already talking about taking him off the case. He tries not to think about it, tries to focus on the scene, the mayhem he remembers when he arrived last night. Curtis Butler's body was behind the table, beneath a window. He must have been shot by someone on the couch. There's a large blood stain on the carpet in front of it, and the blood type matches Squires's. They need to run DNA to be certain, but he's probably injured. Judging from the angle, Squires shot Jules Williams at the table as well. The floor squeaks as he walks down the hall to the large blood stain outside the bedroom. Taking into account the angle, the spent shell, and Robert Hackett's body in front of the door when he arrived, Hackett must have been the one to shoot Arkell Mitchell from behind. Why was Mitchell walking away from the room? Then there's the ragged hole in the plywood door, another in the hallway where the bullet lodged into the wall. Someone was inside the bedroom shooting out as well. They're running ballistics to be sure, but there's a good chance this gun is a match to the Alvarez shooting. It's the same caliber bullet, same general neighborhood, and both incidents occurred within hours of each other. For a Monday night, that was a lot of action, even in L.A. He steps into the bedroom. Fingerprint powder blackens the walls and furniture, and the striped bottom sheet has been placed into evidence. Dawes, speaking with an investigator, notices him and comes over. They found this on the bedding. She hands him a small, clear tube. Blonde hair, but forensics says it's a synthetic polymer. Good squints at the tube and the long fibers that resemble curled fishing line. From a wig? Exactly. She's in disguise for some reason. She and Squires must be worried she'll be recognized. Check Squires' associates again. We're probably not looking for a blonde anymore. I'm already on it. So, what do you think happened? The kid's brother didn't see anyone with her last night. They probably knew she had a better chance of getting a ride if she was alone. True. Maybe Squires was waiting for them somewhere. Alvarez pulled the gun when he realized he'd been set up. Gets shot in the process? It's plausible, but it's sloppy, risky. He lets out a long, frustrated sigh. Then he frowns, sniffing the air, a familiar scent tugging at his senses. He leans next to the light switch and inhales sharply. Beneath the scent of harsh resins in the fingerprint powder and stale gun smoke, he smells it. Windex. It's an ironically happy smell for Good, reminding him of his grandmother cleaning house on Saturday mornings. But as he glances down, he sees something on the floor behind the dresser. He eases the piece away from the wall and picks up a small, round object about the size of a pea. He holds it up to the light, peering through a hole drilled in the center. It's a wooden bead.
Chapter 21. Beth. Tuesday evening. Beth stands in front of the bedroom mirror, blotting her red lipstick. She hasn't worn such a bright color in years, but she feels energized tonight. Bumping into that old fan of hers at Starbucks turned her whole day around. It was like kismet or something. To be so depressed about work, about Jay, about everything. Your students are very lucky, he'd said, with that warm smile on his face. Men still notice her sometimes, even if Jay doesn't. He's in the bathroom, shaving for the second time that day, going on about how they have to prepare for another grilling from his parents about the film tonight. That movie is all he thinks about anymore. She didn't tell him about Tony, but he'd noticed she was in good spirits when she got home. Somebody's in a good mood tonight, he said when she came in the door. She just smiled and waltzed past him without saying a word. Part of her wanted to tell him, to see if he'd get jealous. But what if he didn't even care? That would be the worst of it. To try to get her own husband jealous, only to realize it's impossible. Besides, it feels more exciting to keep it to herself. What was his name again? Tony? Maybe he works in the area. Maybe I'll see him again. Jay comes into the bedroom to put on a fresh shirt and finish a tumbler of scotch. She bristles, as if he can read her thoughts. Can you see the price tag on this? She asks, turning to face him, adjusting a blue floral scarf around her neck. I want to wear it one more time before I bring it back. He frowns at her. But I thought you loved that scarf. I do. But we can't afford a $200 scarf right now, and there's still time to get a refund. Beth, we can afford a $200 scarf. No, we can't. Then why did you buy it? She sighs forlornly, remembering the sick feeling in her stomach as she stood in Barney's, justifying putting the scarf on her Visa card. Because the girl said it brought out the blue in my eyes. It does bring out the blue in your eyes. That horrible tension, where she both wanted and didn't want something, floods through her, as if wanting itself was a dangerous state. I still have to take it back. I don't need it right now. Whatever, Jay mumbles, as if he can never win. The house phone rings and he goes to the nightstand to answer. Payphone? Welcome to the 90s. His voice is sharp as he picks up.
Yeah? But then it softens into a laugh. Oh, right. Sorry, yeah. Just a sec. He turns the receiver toward his chest, wincing a bit. I forgot to tell you. Some chick called for you today. Who? Cassie, somebody? Beth feels a small tremor. Cassie Ogilvy? I guess, yeah. She said Cassie O. There's a moment when Beth feels nothing. She can't even move, the way a lone doe might freeze after sensing a predator in the woods. You okay? Jay asks, frowning. She nods. I think so. She walks slowly across the room and takes the phone. She holds it for a moment before sitting down on the bed. It can't be. Hello? A raspy voice calls out, Hey, Bee. Beth can't believe it. It's her. There's no question. After all these years? Cass? She says, a quaver in her voice. Who else? This is so awesome. I can't believe I found you. She seems breathless, excited, different, the same. I'm not getting you at a bad time, am I? No, not at all. Not really. Her heart squeezes in on itself. She's had this dream many times in her life. This nightmare. She knew it would happen. They were inseparable in college. That's what everyone said, like sisters. As Jay goes into the bathroom to splash on cologne, Beth lowers her voice. Cass, what's going on? Where are you? I'm in town, man. I'm in LA. I got a gig coming up in Monterey. Thought I'd give you a buzz on my way through. Was that your husband who answered? Yeah. In LA? Good God. But then she can't help herself. She falls into her old pattern of worrying. Is everything okay? Sure. I mean, okay? Beth hears that smoky inside laughter she knew so well. I'm not in any trouble, if that's what you mean. I just wanted to say hi. Well, hi. She tries to laugh, tries to sound normal and happy. This can't be happening. Beth took Jay's name. How did Cassie find her? She thought she said goodbye to this girl ages ago. She's been trying to avoid her all these years. The drugs, the drinking, all these thoughts pressing together, nothing making sense, like the din of an orchestra warming up. Then her old friend's voice cuts through, a cymbal crash that stops everything, and the curtain rises on the opening scene. Why don't we go for a drink or something? Catch up. Now? No, not now. Laughter again. Like, not this minute. I mean, later. For the first time, Beth is happy about their plans for the night. Sorry, Cass, I can't. We're on our way out to dinner with my in-laws. So, how about later, then? Cassie presses. I can't come out all this way and not see you, Beth. Come on, don't break my heart. She looks at Jay, who's dabbing gel in his hair in the bathroom, lifting up the little pieces, twisting them this way and that, absorbed with himself. I'm serious. I miss the hell out of you. Dude, come on. For old time's sake. Pretty please? Beth thinks about it. What choice does she have? Cass never could take no for an answer. Sure, she says finally, but it feels as if she's just stepped off a cliff. She lowers her voice and says, It'll give me a good reason to leave early. Cassie laughs. Awesome. How about this place called Footsie's? You know it? I can find it. Great. Say 10ish? Yeah, that should work. Excellent. Can't wait. See you then. Love you. Love you, too. Beth hangs up, but she doesn't move from the bed. She lets the phone fall into her lap. Blast from the past? Jay comes into the bedroom, buttoning his cuffs. Yeah, an old friend of mine. Old friend? He raises his eyebrows at her. She shakes her head as if to clear it and stands up. Yeah, Freshman year at college, we shared a dorm room, she says, still stunned. She was in the vocal program. Such a talented singer. Jazz, mostly. Some people thought she sounded like Amy Winehouse. Are you sure I never told you about her? Cassie Ogilvy? Nah, I'd remember that name. Any relation to the advertising people? Ogilvy. They're huge. Not that I know of. She never talked about that anyway. I don't think she was very well off at all. She was there on a scholarship. Dropped out after the first year. She was so irresponsible. A real party girl. She motions to the photo of the beautiful white mansion on landscaped grounds, the ocean in the background. She spent that last summer with us in Southampton. God, how long ago was that? 12 years, I guess. We had a fight that summer. I don't even remember what it was about. We lost touch after that. I lost touch after that. Beth has braced herself for this for years, Cassie coming back into her life. But now that it's happened, she's not sure how it makes her feel. Stripped, vulnerable, but not alone anymore. To tell you the truth, I'm surprised she's still alive. Jay gives a dark laugh. What? Nothing, she says, but I really wish you hadn't answered. How come? She sighs heavily. There are some people you just want to forget.
Chapter 22. Cassie. Monday night. The blue suitcase sits open on the bed as Cassie throws in crumpled t-shirts, jeans, and flimsy underthings. Her blonde wig sits on the dresser, next to the gun. She hasn't turned on a lamp. They might be watching the house, so she works in the light of the setting sun. She's already packed Rick's bag with every
เขาจะได้อะไร ถ้าเขาทำแบบนี้ทุกวัน เขาจะไม่ได้อะไรเลย ไม่ได้รวยขึ้น ไม่ได้ออกทีวี ไม่มีใครรู้จัก ไม่ได้มีชื่อเสียงที่มากขึ้น เพราะสิ่งที่เขาได้ คือได้แค่ความรู้สึก ได้เห็นความสุข ได้เข้าใจ ได้ความรัก ได้ในสิ่งที่เงินซื้อไม่ได้
ได้โลกที่สวยงามกว่าเดิมในชีวิตคุณอะไรคือสิ่งที่คุณต้องการมากที่สุด
ไทยประกันชีวิตเชื่อในความดี
and listened. I don't hear anything. Fingers on your light switches? Floor's quiet voice hummed with tension. Now! Our lights blew up in the darkness at the same time. And there they were, the frigging gargoyles from upstairs. With the sound of grinding stone, their heads swiveled toward us. Explosions from Floor's rifle obliterated the rest of my mind-blown expletive. Sparks flew from the charging monstrosities and bullets caromed, one whining past my head. But I couldn't move. "Spread out," Floor called. With the gargoyles almost on top of us, something kick-started in my brain. I took off to the left, weaving around pillars, my headlamp jostling madly. Okay, this makes no sense. No flipping sense whatsoever. When I turned to check on the others, one of the gargoyles rose over me. I threw myself from the path of its descending fist and landed in an awkward roll, clunking several times over my backpack. The gargoyle's fist cracked into stone behind me, shaking the library's foundation. Perhaps for my academic background, I had a bad habit of trying to make sense of situations that required a pure fight-or-flight response. But as I scrabbled to my feet, I couldn't keep my mind from connecting the curtain of energy in the vault to the cursed warning to the bludgeoned looters. Had our presence downstairs triggered some sort of an alarm? One that had animated the gargoyles? I had seen some strange stuff in Grandpa's study, but this was taking it to a whole new level. I stumbled backwards, my light swimming over the advancing gargoyle. Beyond the creature, Floor's and James's lights lashed around. Rifle bursts collided with shouting, but I couldn't tell how they were faring. Something rammed my back hard enough to rattle my teeth. I pawed to both sides to find I had not only backed into a wall, but a corner. The gargoyle stalked toward me, spreading its arms to prevent my escape. "Hey, can we talk about this?" I stammered. The gargoyle reached down and grasped my head like a basketball. The crushing pressure registered as red lights behind my eyes. I didn't know what kind of pounds per square inch we were talking, but it had to be testing my skull's limits. Grasping the gargoyle's wrist in both hands, I pulled myself up and kicked. Its stone stomach stopped my heel cold. The gargoyle responded with a knee that collapsed my own belly. Then it flung me away. I wrapped my head with my arms, sure I was going to splat into a pillar. Instead, I hit the ground pack first and flopped onto my stomach. I lay stunned, unable to move, breathe. The rifle bursts had stopped, and I couldn't hear Floor or James. Just the gargoyle, its stone steps cracking toward me. "You're not exciting enough," my last girlfriend had said. "All you ever do is read," she'd said. I winced and raised my face, the weak headlamp finding the creature's knees. Beyond, I glimpsed one of the battered and dried-out corpses on the steps. God, I didn't want to end up like those guys. I lifted my light to the gargoyle's horned snout and narrow, chiseled eyes. I didn't suppose it would do any good to explain I was a researcher and not a looter. The gargoyle arrived in front of me and drew back a leg. "Hey," I rasped, holding an arm out. "Easy there." Its stone lips trembled from snarling teeth. I curled into a ball, anticipating the impact of the organ-crushing kick. Only it didn't arrive. After another second, I peeked between my forearms. The gargoyle was frozen in place, balanced on one leg. Then, very slowly, it began to tip to the side. Its eventual collision with the floor snapped an arm at the elbow and shattered both fangs. I scrambled to my feet, expecting the gargoyle to rise again, to resume its attack. But whatever force had possessed it moments before seemed to have broken apart like the statue. "Well," James said, appearing from behind a pillar. "Maybe not as skilled a toss as your cowboys, but it seems I lassoed the bugger all the same." I had no idea what he was talking about until he crouched and fingered something around the gargoyle's neck. I took a tentative step closer. "What is that?" "A rock salt necklace," he replied. "Before you arrived in town, a villager talked Flor and me into buying a pair. Claimed it would dispel evil magic. They didn't seem to be doing much in our packs, so I got the idea to throw in around his partner over there. I'll be damned if it didn't work." I turned my head to where, across the room, Flor's light illuminated the other gargoyle, also toppled. James clapped my shoulder. "Seems I got to yours just in time, too." "No kidding," I said. "Thanks." "The American is okay?" Flor asked, striding up to us. "I'll live," I coughed weakly, my ribs flaring with pain, and nodded at a spot on her upper arm slick with blood. "What about you?" She shrugged it off. "A bullet graze." I turned to James. "And you?" "Took a slight knock to the head. Nothing a little whiskey can't cure." "Good, because we have work to do." Maybe it was pain endorphins, but my various injuries seemed to be having a sedating, focusing effect. Manuscripts or not, it was still crucial we get through the night. 3 things, specifically. Number 1, we need to block the front door. I don't know whether the wolves would try to venture in here, but I don't see why they wouldn't. 2, we need to get those pickaxes Flor saw upstairs and break the gargoyles apart. Whatever the rock salt is doing may not last, and I don't think any of us want a rematch. I glanced up at Flor, who was watching me intently. And 3, a stuffy voice echoed from upstairs. "Where in the hell has everyone gone?" 3, I repeated. We need to keep an eye on Bertrand. Chapter 11. James volunteered to pickaxe the gargoyles while Flor and I dealt with the front door. Bertrand, who remained convinced the texts were somewhere in the monastery, went limping off with a makeshift torch in search of them. I let him, figuring it would keep him out of the way for the time being. It was the night time, when the rest of us would be sleeping, that he concerned me the most. I grunted my way to the top of the stones Flor and I had piled against the timber we'd stood over the entrance. Ribs protesting where the gargoyle had driven its knee, I hefted a chunk of fallen pillar into the final space. I exhaled. There. Flor blew a strand of hair from her eyes and assessed the pile, fists on her hips. "Now we use the rest of the timber to brace it." I nodded wearily and climbed back down. Together we stood a scavenged beam on end, wedged it against a fallen pillar set back from the entrance, and then lowered the other end against the piled-up stones at an angle. Opposite me, Flor seemed to be handling the work with relative ease, and I caught myself admiring the slender muscles along her arms. "So," I said as we lifted another beam, "now that there are no texts, want to tell me what you're doing here?" "You do not give up, do you?" Her voice seemed to carry a flirtatious note of challenge. I peeked past the wooden beam to find the black eyes beneath her thick brows fixed on mine. A small smile teased her lips. "On some questions, no," I said. "What difference does it make why I am here? Like you say, there are no texts." "Maybe I just want to trust you." Far away, a wolf's howl went up. Flor looked from the sound to me, eyebrow cocked. "I saved you from them, didn't I?" I opened my mouth, then closed it. She had a point. With a cool, dusky wind circling the courtyard, we set the final beam in place. Flor dusted off her hands and came forward until our legs were almost touching. "What is it you really want, Everson?" I didn't realize I had been bracing my ribs on the right side until her hand slid under my sweat-damp shirt and over the ache. For someone who behaved with such dispassion in the face of danger, her palm blazed with heat. My body stiffened, then molded against her touch. "I work for collectors," she said with a sigh. "A group with an interest in ancient texts and artifacts." "Like a museum?" I asked, struggling to keep her face in focus. God, she felt good. "No, they are private collectors." Her palm shifted to another sore spot. "They read the same article as you, James and Bertrand. They hired me to see if the texts were here and to keep anyone from taking them." I fought for a little analytical distance. Her secrecy, her military-grade rifle, her composure, and, yes, her terminal good looks. They all seemed consistent with someone who contracted out her services to the highest bidders, which explained why she had been so concerned about Bertrand arriving here first. "Were you supposed to take the texts?" I asked, pointedly. "I was only to keep them safe until the group could negotiate with the Romanian government for their purchase." Purchase? Given their rarity, the texts would have cost a fortune. Who is this group? "I am paid to do a job, not ask questions." She pressed closer. "Are you happy now?" "Almost." I leaned toward her lips, a man anticipating his first taste of water after a 6-month drought. I half expected a recoil and sharp slap. But Flor's eyelids softened. Her chin tilted upward. "Well, I dare say the wolves will have a devil of a time getting through that." Flor and I jerked apart. A moment later, James appeared along the walkway, a pickaxe slung over one shoulder. Awesome timing, mate. He arrived beside us and looked the barricade up and down, nodding his approval. But when he turned to face us, his eyes were absent their usual joviality. "Everything all right?" I asked. He seemed to will his mouth into a smile. "Couldn't be better, mate." He clapped my shoulder with a little too much enthusiasm. "Hard work breaking up those gargoyles, but it's done." Great. He had seen our near kiss, and now he was jealous. As if there wasn't already enough tension among the 4 of us. "Where is Bertrand?" Flor asked. We all peered around. A moment later, the Frenchman appeared at the far end of the courtyard. He had done away with his crutches and was limp-hopping toward us, a sweaty sweep of hair dangling over his eyes. "Where are they?" he demanded. "Where are the texts?" "We told you," James said. "The library and vault were empty when we arrived." "That is a lie." He arrived in front of us, the muscles around his eyes trembling with anger. "You took them." He pointed at Flor, but swept his arm back and forth to implicate all of us. I stepped forward. "You need to calm down, bud. No one took anything." "But they are here," he said. "I can feel them." Flor waved a dismissive hand. "You are crazy." His eyes jerked around until they locked on our packs, which we'd set beside a pillar. He hopped over and began tugging at the zippers of Flor's pack. "We will see who is crazy." James seized the scruff of his jacket. "It's not polite to root through other people's belongings, mate." Bertrand flailed his arms around, catching James in the mouth. James recoiled, the back of a hand to his lower lip, then held out both fists in a classic boxer's stance. Before I could intervene, Flor was behind Bertrand, a black pistol jammed against the back of his head. "Let go of my pack." I rushed up, palms showing. Hey, let's all just take a few deep breaths here. Bertrand, put her pack down." From his stooped-over position, Bertrand grunted and released the pack. "Okay, now, Flor." Let's put the gun away, shall we? Her lip curled, but she stepped back, clicking on the safety and holstering the pistol in the back of her pants. I lowered my hands carefully, as though any sudden movement could shatter the fragile peace. I am not sharing my food with him, Fleur declared. Neither am I. James glared down at Bertrand. The mad bastard bloodied my lip. I do not want the food of rogues, Bertrand spat back. It will probably be poisoned. Guys, look, I said. Like it or not, we're stuck with one another until we make it back to the village. We're going to have to figure out a way to get along. I mean, it would be a shame to have survived the wolves and gargoyles only to end up killing each other. I chuckled at my own joke, but no one else joined in. But I know you have the texts, Bertrand said to us through clenched teeth. Here, Fleur snapped. She unzipped her pack and, its mouth open for all to see, shuffled her hand around the contents. Wads of clothes, a gas stove, metallic packets of food. There, do you see? No text, you crazy man. Bertrand's lips pressed together. To further dispel the tension, I opened my pack, too. While doing my own digging, my fingers encountered something cold and metallic. I withdrew a cone-shaped bullet, one that must have punctured my pack when Fleur was shooting downstairs. I held it up in front of my face. Was that silver? Fleur's hand closed around it. I am sorry about that. What about his pack? Bertrand asked, cutting his eyes to James. Sorry, mate, but you don't get anything from me by throwing tantrums. Fleur sighed at the absurdity of what Bertrand was asking. Do you think I would have let James take anything? Besides, I already checked. James stared at her. You did what? Bertrand pulled at his chin, no doubt recalling the sensation of a pistol against the back of his head. At last, he gave a single nod. Fine. He straightened and tugged his jacket straight. But that does not change the fact that the texts are here. We will continue our search in the morning. With that, he limped off to a prayer cell he'd apparently claimed for his quarters. Did he say we? James asked, glancing at the blood on the back of his hand. His bottom lip was beginning to pouch out where Bertrand had struck him. Since when are we a team? I snorted. Since he realized we're his best chance of finding whatever he's looking for. Fleur hoisted her pack onto his shoulder and hefted her titanium case. If he wants to stay, it is his funeral. I am leaving in the morning. Right. Well, you can count me in, James said. I felt their gazes cut to me, but my own eyes were on the flickering light in the doorway Bertrand had disappeared through. They are here. I can feel them. The Frenchman had looked fit for a Parisian asylum, and yet I felt something too. The feeling was hard to explain. An insistent tapping at the base of my skull, an electric tingling over the hairs of my body. But what I sought was here, resonating with some part of me. Beckoning. Everson? Fleur said. I blinked from Bertrand's flickering doorway to the cold reason in Fleur's eyes. I hesitated slightly before nodding. Yeah. I'll go in the morning, too. Chapter 12. I zipped my jacket to my throat as I scuffed a slow patrol around the courtyard. James, Fleur, and I had split the night into 3 shifts, as much to keep tabs on Bertrand as the monastery, and I had the midnight to 3 a.m. Except for the whistle of cold wind, Dolhaska was silent. No wolves at the door, no gargoyles in the library. As I walked, my thoughts drifted like the membranes of mist wrapping the stone pillars. I wondered about the pull of the monastery, about my conviction that the texts were here somewhere, and that energy in the vault. The last time I had felt anything like it had been in Grandpa's study. Grandpa had never talked about that night again. In fact, scarcely a week after he sliced, and then apparently healed, my finger, the old East Manhattan townhouse he had owned for decades went on the market. A month later, we moved into a house in a boring suburb on Long Island. Nana explained that Grandpa wanted to slow down, to cut back on his work. "We're both getting a little too old for the bustling city," she said. "And the schools are better out here." Grandpa did seem to be home more, and I noticed early on that he left the door to his new study unlocked, often open. But it was a plain study, without a mysterious trunk or even bookcases. Just a desk with a typewriter, surrounded by a few metal filing cabinets. I never heard chanting or chilling voices from that study. Never experienced any strange energies. Gone, too, was much of the fascination and fear I used to feel in the man's presence. Maybe I was just growing up. The summer before I left for college, I came home from a date one night around midnight. I snapped on the living room light, surprised to find Grandpa in the easy chair beside the front window, wearing one of his dark linen suits, long legs crossed. He had never waited up for me before, but I didn't get that that was what he was doing. He blinked sedately in the sudden light. "Oh, hey," I said. He nodded and said quietly, "Efferson?" He brought his far hand from the side of the chair to his lap, and I saw he was palming a snifter of cognac. He swirled it gently, then took a sip. I had never known him to drink. "Well, I'm gonna head up to bed," I said. I had just reached the staircase when he spoke through his thick accent. "You are intent on returning to the city?" I twisted to face him. "Huh?" He so rarely remarked on my life, it took a moment to process his words. "I mean, yeah. Midtown College is one of the few with advanced programs in mythology studies, and I'll be on scholarship, which will offset the cost of—" "You like the myths?" He interrupted. "Well, myths, iconography, symbols, ritual practices, yeah." "Why is that?" Grandpa had always seemed distant, but it was the distance of one whose mind was other places. Maybe it was the tilt of his head now, but something looked different about him, as though he were more fully inside himself. I released the banister and took a step toward him. "Because mythology speaks to something deeper," I said. "Something not quite seen, like a huge ocean beneath a thin mantle." I watched Grandpa regarding me, a tuning fork-like resonance seeming to ring between our eyes. And was that a small smile on his lips? Sometimes I feel that if I could, I don't know, learn the language of myth, I could access that place. Grandpa's chuckle sounded hollow and knowing. He set the snifter on an end table, beside an old framed photo of his daughter, my mother, and beckoned with a pair of fingers. "Come here, Efferson." As I drew nearer, he held up both hands, palms showing, then moved one hand over the back of the other in an elegant gesture. When he showed me his palms again, a necklace and round pendant were in his right one. I laughed. "How did you do that?" He brought a slender finger to his lips. "You will wake Nana." But he was chuckling softly. "It is a simple sleight of hand." He released the necklace, allowing it to slide into the sleeve of his suit, then repeated the trick, slowly. I peeked at his eyes, which seemed to glow with some memory. When his right hand circled the back of his left, his elbow flicked up so his sleeve deposited the necklace back into his palm. But the motion was so smooth, the timing so exact, I almost missed it. He held the necklace out. "Here, it is for you." I was surprised at its weight in my hand, the pendant a large coin. "Iron," Grandpa said. I studied the coin's symmetrical pattern. A circle with two squares inside, one rotated like a diamond. intersecting lines, smaller marks on the corners. It looked like some sort of alchemy symbol, and whether or not it was my imagination, a force seemed to pulse from the cold metal. "The necklace is an heirloom," Grandpa said. "It is meant to protect." "Thank you." I glanced at his serious face. "But protect against what?" Grandpa took the necklace by the chain and placed it around my neck, the coin settling over my sternum. As the subtle pulse from the metal radiated through bone, I wasn't imagining it now. The force became something deep and tidal, making me feel larger. Grandpa looked me over and nodded, as though approving the fit of a suit. "Wear it in the city, under your shirt." He wasn't asking. "And be very careful the words you speak." I returned from the memory, one hand touching the place on my chest where the coin hung. My headlamp illuminated a curving wall with deep stone shelves. The atmosphere tingled with energy. I blinked twice. The hell? I had been walking as I reminisced, yes, and I vaguely remembered having made my way down some steps. But I rotated slowly, my chest tightening at the idea. I had come all the way to the vault of forbidden texts. My heart leapt into panic. The curse of Dolhaska had led me here. I was sure of it. I was wheeling to rush back up the steps, to fresh air and space and safety, when I recognized the energy of the room. The night I had broken into Grandpa's old study, I had felt it near the bookcases, the same bookcases whose titles had changed when Grandpa spoke that word, Svelare. The thought of it seemed to send a small shudder around the room, and I could have sworn something fluttered on the verge of my vision, deep in the bookshelves. Gone now, but it had looked as though something was trying to take form. I drew in my breath, hesitated on Grandpa's warning. "Be very careful the words you speak," and released the word. Svelare. The syllables vibrated from my mouth, establishing a kind of tonal resonance in the vault. Deep in the shelves, oscillations. I blinked twice and shone my headlamp around. A second ago, the shelves had been empty. Now they were crowded with leather-bound books. Shut the fuck up. I reached toward and pulled one from its slot, the dark leather cover extraordinarily well preserved. I opened it to the first handwritten page, stunning calligraphy in Old Latin. Translated, it read, "Gospel of the Egyptians," an early Christian text, believed lost. "I don't believe this," I whispered. Behind me, something scuffed over stone. I wheeled, a shout lodged in my throat. Expecting gargoyles, I was startled to find a flash of lenses. But the lenses weren't aimed at me. They stared around the vault. "They are here," Bertrand marveled, removing his glasses as he emerged from the staircase. "By God, they are here!" Chapter 13. Bertrand shoved past me and pulled down a book, his lighter flickering over the pages. "Oh my, a Sappho," he said, "composed hundreds of years before Christ." He seemed to be speaking more to himself than to me. "And this." He pulled and opened a second book. "Ha ha! Yes, this is an old Persian prayer book, translated into a liturgical Latin, the only one of its kind." I looked from Bertrand to the books, stunned by the sudden appearance of both. Bertrand must have slipped from his room and followed me. I returned the book I had pulled and scanned the others. The Book of Souls would be among them, and something told me I needed to find it before Bertrand did. "It is a treasure," Bertrand said of the collection. "A treasure!" I was reaching for another book when he seized my wrist. He pulled himself close until I could smell his sour sweat. In a thick, whispered voice, he said, "We must not tell the others." "You want to keep this from them?" I asked. Besides being impossible, we agreed to share our findings. You agreed to share, not me. I yanked my arm from his grasp. I don't give a damn what you did or didn't agree to. We'd both be decomposing right now if Floor and James hadn't saved us from the wolves and gargoyles. He looked from me to the books, shadows climbing over his bony face. Fine. We tell them, but not tonight. Not until we catalogue the collection. Before I could answer, he shed his pack and began digging through it. When he straightened, he was holding 2 notepads and a pair of pens. He pushed one of each into my hands. You begin on that side. I will start over here. Then we check each other's work. Ensure there are no omissions. Whether the man was a phony or not, Bertrand had proven his proficiency in Old Greek and Latin, as well as in ancient texts. And his proposal held merit. By working through the night, we could complete a catalog by the morning. One the 4 of us could work from for the next several days. Plus, it would prevent anyone, including Bertrand, from making off with a text. I nodded, my phobia returning to sit on my chest. All right. My list grew faster than Bertrand's, mostly because he was stopping to peruse the texts, while I was on a mission to find a single book. I hid this fact by working through the collection systematically. 2 hours before dawn, eyes dry and strained, fingertips chafed, I pulled down a thick tome. Even before peering on the black leather cover, its weight spoke to me. A symbol, similar to that on my coin pendant, had been burned into the leather. On the first page, large letters confirmed my growing certainty. Liber de Animis. Like a child, I sat cross-legged with the book, the rest of the vault seeming to draw back as though on tracks. Breathless, I read the first line. Herein lie the grimoires sacred to the line of Michael, defender of souls. I raised my gaze to Bertrand, who was absorbed in his own book. Holding him there, I slid the Book of Souls into a sleeve in the back of my pack, where the internal frame had been. I covered the opening with a sweatshirt, then stood and pulled another book from the shelf. When Bertrand and I switched pads an hour later, he looked over my list and smiled companionably. Oh, the knowledge that will come from these works, Everson. It will alter the trajectory of scholarship, open new avenues of thought. He squinted up the steps. I am glad it was you who found them and not the others. Oh, yeah? You are green, but at least you are an academic. Well, James, too, I pointed out. At Oxford. Bertrand sniffed. So he claims. What do you mean? I asked him about a professor in his department. He talked like he knew him, but I could tell by his face he did not. I thought about that. Fleur had said his story checked out. Then again, she had also said Bertrand was a fraud, and yet here he was, displaying an interest and understanding of the texts that went far beyond a layman's. As though
Congratulations, Christopher. I'm so proud of you.
Well,
It's an honor to meet you.
it's a pleasure to meet you.
Your book is my daughter's absolute favorite.
Oh, I love that.
Picking up on my thoughts, Bertrand sniffed again. I do not trust the Spaniard either. I believe she means to steal these. We must watch them closely, Everson. Even a single missing text will compromise what might be gained here. The works must be studied as a whole. I nodded, then lifted my pack with the hidden book and turned it so the sleeve was against the wall. But where did they come from? James asked, looking from the texts to Bertrand and me. They weren't here yesterday. How's this possible? How are gargoyles coming to life possible? I replied, bristling at the suspicion in James's voice. Hell if I know. 1 minute the shelves were empty, and then they were full. In any case, Bertrand and I cataloged the collection and made lists. I handed one each to James and Fleur. Why didn't you wake us? Fleur asked, her eyes moving down the entries. I searched for an answer that wouldn't sound defensive or patronizing, but before I could speak, Bertrand spat, Because in the confusion you would have stolen what you wanted. How do we know you didn't do the same? Fleur shot back. Guys, come on, I said. We checked each other's work. Standing so that my legs blocked my pack, I clapped my hands, anxious to change the subject. All right, there are a lot of books, but not a lot of time. So here are the ground rules. Find the ones you're interested in. They can be checked out 2 at a time and taken anywhere in the monastery. But they must be returned by the next morning to give someone else a chance to read them. Are we all agreed? Seeing nothing objectionable in that, James and Fleur nodded. I chose 2 books. One because it contained a legend that went into the origins of a Saint Michael, possibly the one referenced in the Book of Souls. I signed out the second for no other reason than that it was the approximate size and weight of the stolen tome in my bag. I left the others to their selections, climbing back up to the prayer cell where I had slept the first part of last night. There I sat in a shadowy corner, facing the door. After listening to ensure no one was coming, I pulled the Book of Souls from my backpack and shoved the other one into its place. Energy hummed over the book's binding, like a life force. The same force that had pulled me back to the vault last night. I opened the cover and began to read. Chapter 14. The sound of crying pulled me from my reading. I looked up from my book, half startled, to find a room around me. So completely had I fallen into the book's mind-bending world of prisms and power lines, spells and symbols, summonings and supernatural beings. Grandpa's world. Mystifying and yet oddly familiar. Was this what Grandpa had been getting at 10 years ago when he spoke of those of our blood? The only clues to his mysterious existence were the things I had observed from his closet when I was 13, and the few odd items I found rummaging around the house after his death. A death that lacked the mystery of his life. He was struck by a car while crossing a street near our house, a no-fault case of him stepping from between two parked SUVs at the very moment a bee flew into the face of an oncoming driver. The distressed woman, on her way to pick up her son from nursery school, had the welt and stinger to prove it. Just one of those things. Among the items I found was Grandpa's cane, his ring with the dragon, and rolled up among some maps in the back of his closet, an old poster advertising Asmus the Great, Master Magician. The poster depicted a tuxedo-clad man with rosy cheeks reaching into a top hat. He looked like a younger version of Grandpa. Remembering the sleight of hand trick Grandpa had taught me, I wondered if he'd done a stint with Barnum's American Museum, the advertised venue. There had been a Barnum's Museum in the city, I would later learn. The only problem was that it had burned to the ground in 1868. Had Grandpa's grandpa been the stage magician? There was no one around to ask. A month after Grandpa's death, Nana succumbed to pneumonia, though I always suspected heartbreak to have played its part. The muffled crying started up again. I hid the book in my pack, swapping it for the one I'd checked out, and consulted my watch. More than 10 hours had passed since I'd begun reading. Outside my room, the gray light of dusk fell onto the courtyard. I had been dimly aware of the others coming and going throughout the day, no doubt relaying texts to and from the vault. Across the open space, the light of a small fire danced from Bertrand's room, and I could hear his muttering voice. But the crying was coming from the room beside mine. I craned my neck through the doorway, surprised to find Fleur face down on her bedding in the corner of the dormitory, hair splayed over the forearm she was sobbing against. "Hey," I said softly. "Everything all right?" She sniffled and wiped her eyes with her sleeping bag. Papers were strewn around her, as though thrown in frustration. "No," she said. "Everything is awful." Though Bertrand's warning about her lingered in my mind, she sounded more fragile than I had ever heard her. I hadn't even thought fragility a part of her makeup. I lowered myself to the edge of her sleeping pad. "Well, if you tell me what's going on, maybe I can help." With a long sniff, Fleur sat up and tucked her hair behind her ears. She glanced up at me with damp, red-rimmed eyes. She hadn't been acting, then began gathering the strewn papers. "This is the list I was given by the collectors," she said. "The texts I was supposed to make sure were here, but except for a few, the names on their list do not match the names on the one you gave me." "May I?" I asked. When she handed me the lists, I looked them over. "Ah, the names the collectors gave you are in Orthodox Latin. Understandable, but the titles of the texts are in a Latin used by the monks, some of the words entirely different. So, let's see." I pulled a pen from my shirt pocket as I consulted both lists. "This matches here." I wrote a small letter A beside both titles. "And this one matches this." Beside those, I penned a B. Fleur watched me work, her body gradually conforming to the side of mine. Not an unpleasant feeling. I continued until I had accounted for all of the titles on the list she had brought with her. All save one. "You see?" I smiled over at her. "Nothing to be upset about." "What about this one?" she asked, indicating the Book of Souls. "It's not here, apparently." Her glistening gaze searched my eyes before falling to my lips. In the next moment, her mouth was against mine, fingers sliding into my hair. I leaned into the kiss, dizzy with her aggression, her strong, sensual taste. She broke back suddenly, hands holding the sides of my head. "I have wanted this since I met you." I nodded dazedly, falling into her lips again. She pulled me on top of her, fingers unclasping the buttons of my shirt. I held her cheeks, her neck, squeezed the muscles of her upper back. "You were right, love," a voice said. I sat up and twisted around to find James standing inside the doorway, a hard gleam in his eyes. As I buttoned my shirt back, I heard Fleur scoot off the bedding behind me. With the shock of intrusion, I hadn't paid attention to James's actual words. "Ever heard of knocking?" I muttered. "Is that it?" Fleur asked. When James stepped into the light, I saw he was holding the Book of Souls. "I imagine so," he said. "Everson had it stuffed in his pack. He can verify it, though." I looked from James to Fleur, who was standing now, and pointing her pistol at me. "Is that the missing book?" she asked. Her hair was mussed from our 2 minutes of heaven, but her voice was ice cold. I stammered silently for a second, my lips still throbbing. "What in the hell is going on?" "I am sorry, Everson," she said. "We were hired to do a job." "We?" My eyes flicked between them, head spinning with the unreality of what was happening. "You're working together?" James gave a hard smile as he paced around me to Fleur. Pulling her to his side, he kissed her crown with the familiarity of a lover. "As I said, 2 heads are better than 1. "Is it the missing book?" Fleur repeated. "Get him to tell you," I said bitterly. "James speaks old Lat." I stopped, remembering how he had found the inscription outside the vault of forbidden texts, but not actually translated it. "You don't, do you? You just know that one line you fed me at the pension." "The manuscripts are said to be in archaic Latin." "New," James corrected me. "I've already forgotten it." I sighed. Who knew how long they'd been hanging out in the village, waiting for an unwitting researcher to show up and act as their translator, to help ensure they would locate the correct texts. They had no doubt tried Bertrand, who rightly saw them as trouble, hence their need to impugn his character. Everson Croft, on the other hand, classic dupe. I fell for the whole damned thing, from Fleur's pretended reluctance to travel together, to her supposed Google search, to her hot damsel-in-distress act. My gaze moved across the papers I had notated for her. "I believe Fleur asked you a question," James said. "Is this the missing book?" I looked from the bore of Fleur's pistol to the tome in James's hand. I remembered what I had felt while reading it, the shifting deep inside me, like wooden boxes being pushed from a trapdoor, one that opened onto the same subterranean ocean I had described to Grandpa. The book didn't belong to them, and I sensed the powerful book felt the same way. "What are you going to do with it?" I asked. James chuckled. "I'll take that as a yes." He flipped open the book and thumbed through the pages irreverently. "We'll be taking it, of course. Taking them all, in fact. We have very wealthy collectors in the wings. Fleur wasn't lying about that. Just about them wanting to purchase the collection from the Romanian government." "Would you consider leaving that one?" "Heavens, no." James snapped closed the book and tucked it under an arm. "It's the one the collectors are most interested in." Heat burned in my cheeks. "So what now?" "We have to send you and Bertrand out, I'm afraid," James said. "Feed us to the wolves?" I said numbly. "Messy for you, but rather tidy for us." Fleur huffed. "You two are talking too much. The alternative is I shoot you." "How sweet," I muttered. James set the Book of Souls down and lifted Fleur's rifle. It was no accident she was carrying silver ammo, or that James had packed rock-salt necklaces. This was their work, looting ancient sites, some of them cursed, no doubt. "Let's go," James said. "We'll pick up Bertrand on the way." "Can I grab my backpack at least?" "No." Fleur jabbed me in the side with the pistol, sending a spear through one of the spots she'd soothed last night. "Move your ass." I stumbled into the courtyard. I considered running, but there was nowhere to run. Doing so would just get me shot. Bertrand's and my best chance would be to do as they said, and then, once outside, scale a tree and wait until morning, attempt the journey down to the village then. It seemed a reasonable plan, until I remembered the bear-like paws on the wolves. Something told me they would use them to climb after us. We arrived at Bertrand's room and found him sitting in a corner, scribbling into the notepad on his propped-up knees. His hair jerked as he consulted open texts on either side of him. "Check-out time," James called. Bertrand's face shot up, his eyes seeming to refocus from some distant realm. He swept his hair to one side and squinted at the pointed weapons, which glinted in the light of his small fire. "What is the meaning of this?" "You were right," I told him. "They're a couple of scoundrels. They're going to send us out to the wolves and take the books to some collector so they can buy themselves iPods and fancy shoes." "Oh, don't be such a poor sport," James said. "If you'd shown yourself a little more agreeable to our line of work, why, we might have asked you to join us. We're in need of a new translator." I remembered my reaction at dinner in the village when Fleur suggested we split the spoils. Another test. "Why?" I growled. "What happened to your last one?" "We had a disagreement," Fleur said. "Now get moving, both of you." I had expected Bertrand to put up a fight, but he was on his hands and knees gathering his notepads. "Leave them," Fleur ordered. "They will do you no good out there." "Oh, let him have them, love," James whispered. "It'll occupy his hands, and we can get them out of here with less fuss." Bertrand hobbled up beside me, notepads pressed to his chest, eyes shifting wildly. The discovery of the texts had meant everything to him. "They will not get away with this," he spat. "I will be damned if they get away with this." "Keep cool," I whispered. "We'll figure out something once we're outside." He ignored me, shuffling through his notepads as James and Fleur prodded us into the courtyard. The barricaded entrance wasn't entirely barricaded anymore, I saw. Stones had been moved and one of the timber beams set aside for Bertrand and me to squeeze through. The cold wind funneling into the monastery carried the cries of wolves. Not close, but not too distant either. Beside me, Bertrand's grumbling turned to hard mutters. "Stay cool," I repeated distractedly, trying to remember the terrain outside the monastery. If we could find a cave in the rock face, a place to fortify ourselves, we had a slim chance of surviving the night. Bertrand's muttering rose in pitch. "Shut up," Fleur said, which were my thoughts as well. He was going to get us both ventilated. But when I turned, I found that he was no longer muttering for muttering's sake. He was reading from one of his notepads. And I recognized the words. The chant was an incantation meant to summon something dark and powerful, an idea that might have seemed insane to me only a few days ago. "Be careful," I whispered, remembering a warning inside the Book of Souls. "Whatever you call up, you're going to have to put back down." But the atmosphere of the monastery was already changing. Something was sucking out the oxygen, making it hard to breathe, and an unpleasant smell was rising. A sickly sweet odor that stuck like barbs in my throat. The odor of whatever Bertrand was summoning, I realized. "The Frenchman first," Fleur said as we arrived at the entranceway. "I cannot stand the sight of him any longer." Bertrand snapped straight, the notepads spilling from his arms. He remained like that, eyes large and staring, until I thought he was having a seizure. I grabbed his rigid left arm and gave it a shake. "Bertrand?" When he turned, I released him and staggered back a step. Blackness had spread over his eyes like spilled ink, and his lips were stretching from his teeth, forming a smile so large it looked agonizing. "You can no longer stand the sight of Bertrand?" He said to Fleur in an alien voice, as though something was humming deep in his throat. "Well, perhaps he can no longer stand the sight of you." His smile unhinged, and a droning black cloud shot from his mouth. Wasps, I realized in horror. Fleur had time to scream before the wasps swarmed her face, smothering her cries. Chapter 15. Stop that! James's huge eyes looked from Fleur's collapsed body to Bertrand, or whatever Bertrand had become. Seeming to remember he was holding a rifle, James raised it. Stop! Get them off her! Bertrand laughed. As you wish. He waved a hand, and the hundreds upon hundreds of wasps lifted from Fleur and swarmed James. He screamed and stumbled backwards, rifle shots cracking as though the swarm was a being whose heart he might pierce. I crouched beside Fleur, moving the limp arm from across her face. She looked nothing like the woman of only moments before. Her face had become a disfiguration of red welts, eyes a pair of glistening lines, lips a fruit that had burst in the sun. Oh, God. I lowered her lifeless arm. Above me, Bertrand laughed, the sound a sick buzzing. You dare insult a wasp demon, mother of the brood, matron of death. I pressed a forearm to my nose, the cloying smell threatening to choke me. Help me, Everson! James shrieked above the thickening swarm. For God's sake, help me! He tripped over a section of pillar. As he fell onto his back, the wasps descended over his blondness like a black blanket, muffling his cries. A moment later, his spastic arms collapsed out to his sides, the spent rifle clacking against stone. With most of Bertrand's back to me, I left Fleur's body and began edging toward the monastery entrance. The wasps rose from James and returned to Bertrand, funneling into his mouth. There had clearly been another spellbook in the collection, a dark one that Bertrand had gotten his hands on. I didn't know how possessions worked exactly, didn't know how much of Bertrand remained in his body, but I wasn't planning on sticking around to find out. I was almost to the opening when eyes flashed from the darkness beyond, and a thick, snapping snout lunged into the space. Damn! I cried, stumbling backwards. Front legs squeezed through as the wolf wriggled and pushed his head in. More fanged snouts jabbed into the surrounding gaps. I shot a glance back at Bertrand. He was finger-combing the front of his hair, as though cleaning a pair of antennas. My eyes shot around the courtyard. All of the monastery's rooms were doorless. There were no places to shut out the wolves, or Bertrand, and my pepper spray would only keep them at bay for so long. The Book of Souls, I thought. I launched into a run, toward the room where James had left it. Behind me I heard the wolf burst inside with a jagged cry, his thick nails scratching over the stone, gaining speed. But a fresh buzzing was climbing over the sounds of the wolves. Fly, my beauties, Bertrand said. Kill them. Yes, please do. The human, too. Crap. I seized the side of the dormitory doorway with one hand and swung myself into Fleur's old room. The wolf overshot the door, skittering as he tried to break. I kicked past Fleur's bag and titanium case, scooped up the Book of Souls, and pressed my back to the wall. I opened the book and began flipping to the back. Most of the book's spells required something called a casting prism and words of power. But not summonings. A wasp landed on my neck, sending a molten barb through me. I crushed it with my shoulder and turned more pages. Out in the courtyard, sharp cries and yelps went up in the thickening swarm, but the swarm hadn't reached me, or the wolf who had been on my heels. A low growl sounded from the doorway. I glanced up to find the beast stalking toward me, ears twitching in the haze of wasps, impervious to their stings. Something told me this was the alpha. Raising a leg in preparation to kick, I dropped my gaze to the page before me. "Thelonious," I boomed, pushing energy into the word, making each syllable count. I didn't know who or what I was invoking, but when the alternative was certain death, there was no time to be choosy. "I beseech you for aid," I said in the old Latin. "I offer myself as vessel in exchange." Creamy white light fluttered on the verge of my vision, then roared in like a strong surf. I could no longer see the wolf, the wasps, the room, the book in my own hands. Just the frothy light that rolled up in layers, growing thicker. From beneath the roaring light came a slow, throbbing sound, like a bass line. The sound compelling, arousing. I could have been inside a West Village jazz club, men and women grooving and bumping bodies. "Yes?" came a rich voice. I squinted at where the creamy light seemed to thicken around a large, inchoate form. A Buddha. It was clear, though, that this Buddha was no aesthetic. Sensual forms moved around his corpulent form, attending to his needs, which seemed to include food, drink, other things. "Are you Thelonious?" I asked. "Indeed," he replied with a pleasant bass laugh. He seemed benign, at least. "I need your help." Though my heartbeat slammed through my words, I sensed Thelonious had drawn me into some sort of parallel plane, outside space and time. "I'd say so." Feminine titters accompanied the spirit's rumbling laughter. "But I'm busy at the moment." "Look, I'm only 23, I babbled. "My life's not perfect, but I'm not ready for it to end. I live in New York, the greatest city on earth. I love my chosen field. I'm the youngest PhD candidate in my department, and just a thesis away from graduating. I'm, a lifelong Mets fan, and they're actually doing well this year." I was really grasping now, but if he rejected my appeal and cast me back, I was a dead man. Simple as that. Thelonious chuckled. "Long time since I've been in New York. Are there still dance halls?" "Oh, man, a ton." "And the women?" "Millions, and they're all beautiful." He made a noise of interest, then heaved himself up, his harem streaming away. "And you say you're a young man?" He circled me as though in assessment. "Learned, enjoys sport." He stopped in front of me. "If I help you this once, you'll give yourself as a vessel for all time?" I hesitated. "And what does that entail, exactly?" He rumbled more laughter as something like a hand descended onto my shoulder. "Nothing but good times." "So we'll be running my body like what, a timeshare?" "When the itch for city life needs scratching, Thelonious will come calling." "Otherwise, my body's my own?" 100%. "And you won't be doing anything illegal in here, right?" He released more rich laughter. "Not unless you consider loving and living crimes." As the bass line and creamy lights of his world throbbed through me, I found myself nodding. Maybe an occasional visit by Thelonious would do me good, get me out of my studio apartment now and again. Given my paltry social life, it certainly couldn't make things worse. "All right," I said, not wanting to think about it too hard. "I agree to your terms. In exchange for helping me with the wolves and wasp demon, I pledge myself as your vessel whenever the, itch needs scratching." I probably should have asked for an estimate on how often that would be. "Right on, brother. Right on." Thelonious gave me the equivalent of a soul shake, and I was back in the monastery, the Book of Souls open in my hands, one leg raised, and a huge wolf stalking me through a growing fog of wasps. "Kill them all!" Bertrand cried from the courtyard, his voice a phlegmy buzz now, as though he were choking on the wasps he spawned. The ensuing laughter sounded like someone coughing up a lung. I glanced around for my own summoned being, wincing as another wasp stung my brow. Thelonious? Chapter 16. The Book of Souls tumbled from my trembling hands. 3 more stings seared my upper back, spreading like a deep burn. I flailed to slap the wasps away, the motion exciting the wolf. He snarled and charged. I cringed against the wall and kicked out. My heel caught the wolf's jaw, harder than I'd struck anything in my life. Bone crunched, and the 200-pound wolf staggered backwards. He righted himself drunkenly, a rope of pink saliva hanging from his crooked mouth. "That's right," I cried, my fear swelling into anger. "There's more where that came from." "Nice one," a bass voice rumbled. "Thelonious!" Either my body was growing or my share of it becoming smaller as the chuckling spirit eased all the way in. The warm, creamy light from earlier undulated through me, an ecstatic force of strength and fecundity. The swarming wasps wavered and dropped from the aura of intoxicating light. We stepped toward the wolf, wasp husks crunching underfoot. The wolf backed away like a scolded house dog, whimpering and trailing urine. When his haunches hit a wall, he pressed himself to the stone floor. I, or rather Thelonious, laughed and reached down to scratch his ear, the hair surprisingly smooth. The wolf licked our hand before succumbing to his stings. "Incubus!" Out in the courtyard, Bertrand stood in a black storm of wasps, arms open, clothes crawling. "Leave the human to his fate." "What are you prepared to deal for him?" Thelonious asked through my mouth. "Hey," I said, "you and I are already locked into a deal." Ignoring me, Thelonious walked us through the storm, his creamy light swelling, illuminating the courtyard in swimmy waves. Wasps peppered us from all sides, the sound of their bodies dropping to the courtyard like a steady hail. I felt like I was experiencing it from the inside of an armored tank, one I had no control over, and that might eject me at any moment. "I will spare you the agony of feeling him die, Incubus," Bertrand answered. "Now leave him to me." Thelonious shook his head. "Bad deal." He thrust my arms forward, and I watched my hands close around Bertrand's throat. Wasps writhed beneath his skin where I squeezed, his enormous black eyes startled, but more in insult, it seemed, than pain. He opened his mouth, unleashing another torrent of insects. As I tried to wince back, Thelonious only seemed to grow larger and more powerful. "Go back to your own joint." He forced the possessed Frenchman to his knees. Bertrand Buzz shrieked, his arms breaking into more wasps as he beat at our hands. "You're killing the mood here," Thelonious said. In a final explosion of dying wasps, the rest of Bertrand came apart. But something grotesque remained. A huge queen wasp curled at his core. Her sticky wings opened out and vibrated, the sudden wind pushing us back. With an angry scream, the queen rose, as though to escape the monastery through the open-air courtyard. But Thelonious jumped and seized her by a rear leg. "Watch the stinger." I had hardly formed the thought when the stinger skewered my right forearm. I clenched my teeth, but the excruciating pain never came. "The sharper the thorn," Thelonious said, pulling out the stinger and snapping it from the queen's body, "the sweeter the fruit." What? Thelonious tossed the stinger away and dragged the queen to the courtyard floor, flipping her so her wings were pinned beneath her. The queen kicked her legs and rotated her alien head. "Wait, you're not planning on—" With a rumbling purr, Thelonious brought his mouth, our mouth, down to the queen's pincer jaws. Oh, God, you are... I tried to recoil, to twist my head away, but an instant before our lips closed around the gnashing mandibles, Thelonious stopped and began to draw from her. The queen strained back, but her essence was leaving her, being pulled into Thelonious. Hers was a spiny, spiteful energy, full of poison, but at its center was a single sweet drop. The feminine nectar Thelonious was after. When the queen fell still, Thelonious rolled us off her, contented. "That was all right," he rumbled. "Yeah, for you, maybe." I peeked over at the dead queen. "Is this going to be par for the course?" "Know something, young blood?" he said in a languid voice. "Believe I'm gonna enjoy this partnership." Thelonious's creamy white energy that had seemed so benign and good time a moment before collapsed into something dense and black. I choked as it burrowed deeper into me, like a parasite, affixing itself to my soul with hundreds of piercing hooks. The shock of the binding pitched my mind into an oblivion as pitiless as the being I had just bargained with. Chapter 17. I cracked my eyes open onto a diffusion of pale light. I was peering at the sky above the courtyard, the sun a white smear beyond a wash of gray clouds. I pushed myself up, the places I'd been stung the night before searing, and squinted around. The wasps and demon were gone, as though they'd evaporated into mist, but not their victims. The bodies of a dozen or more large wolves lay stiff and bloated. Near the entrance I spotted James and Fleur, where they had fallen. I staggered to my feet, recalling all that had happened last night. James and Fleur's deception, Bertrand's summoning, Thelonious. I could feel the incubus spirit now, a dark twining, a stain on my soul. "You are a fool." I wheeled to find a tall man stepping from Fleur's room. Though he was without his peasant hat and no longer spoke in broken English, I recognized him by his battered rubber boots. The cart driver paced into the courtyard, the Book of Souls open in his hands. "I told you the journey would be your death." I didn't like his threatening tone. "Who are you?" I asked, stooping for a rock. He raised his disfigured face from the book. When I drew back the rock in warning, he flicked his fingers and uttered something. An invisible force hit my hand, knocking the rock away. "You are the grandson of Esmis Croft." He appraised me with sober eyes, one of them cloudy from the wolf attack. I rubbed my hand. "You knew him?" "Of course." The dragon ring on his third finger gleamed dully as he closed the book. "He was a member of the Order, a principal in the war against the Inquisition, a grand mage." "A wizard?" The man's statement seemed to affirm something I had known on a cellular level, and it explained so much. There was no time to marvel, though. I sensed danger around the stolid man. He had made the perilous journey through the forest, after all, and just disarmed me with a word and gesture. "Who are you?" I glanced around. "What are you doing here?" "I am called Laszlo. I am a keeper of the books." "Keeper of..." I quickly fit the pieces together. "So you're the one who hid the books in the vault, who set up the spell to animate the gargoyles?" I recalled the battered looters downstairs and stepped back. "Books must be kept from certain hands." He tapped his scarred temple as he strode forward. "Certain minds." "Look," I said, "I'll leave here and never come back. Never talk about the texts again. I'll forget everything I saw. I promise." When Laszlo arrived in front of me, I sensed a being who was much older than he appeared. And had he said something about a war against the Inquisition? Could that have been the awful war Nana mentioned? But the Inquisition was centuries ago. My mind seized on the poster in Grandpa's closet, the one advertising Asmus the Great at Barnum's American Museum. The depicted stage magician hadn't been his grandfather. It had been Grandpa himself. "You have read the words," Laszlo said. "You have spoken them, and yet here you stand, while your friends are fallen." His gaze shifted from James to Fleur, then to the pile of clothes that had belonged to Bertrand. "It means you are a magic born, like your grandfather." "What?" "But you are still a fool. You made an accord with an ancient being, one that would have consumed a lesser soul. Such an accord might be tempered with practice, but it can never be unbound. You are marked for all time, Everson Croft." The judgment in his tone made me shudder. "I have contacted those more knowledgeable in such matters. I am waiting to hear from them." "Hear what?" "Whether to train you into our order, or to destroy you." I once wondered what it was like for a man awaiting execution to hear whether a last-minute stay had been granted. Now I knew. It was a hard stone in the pit of my stomach, a prickling nausea, a constant disbelieving. While Laszlo took care of the bodies, I spent the day confined to my prayer cell, organizing my pack, reflecting on my life, and, yes, praying. Praying and wondering. Grandpa must have suspected I was a magic born, as Laszlo put it. But why hadn't he said anything? Or had he? I remembered him placing the necklace with the heavy coin around my neck. "Wear it in the city, under your shirt, and be very careful the words you speak." A warning. But against what? He had given me something else of his, the day before his death, though I hadn't recognized it at the time. The day was Sunday. I had ridden the train in from the city for the weekend. Nana and I attended morning mass at the neighborhood cathedral, one that never seemed to resonate for me in the same way St. Martin's in Manhattan had. Afterwards, when Nana had gone upstairs for her nap, Grandpa called me into his study. "Everson," he said, turning toward me from his desk. His cane was propped across his long knees, the same cane he had carried since as far back as I could remember, whose hidden blade had once bitten my finger. "It seems I am having trouble opening it. Would you try?" A bracing fear seized me, similar to the one I had felt upon being discovered in his closet. I hadn't seen the blade since that night, almost 8 years before, and I wasn't sure I wanted to see it again. "Yeah, sure." "Hold it at the top and middle, like this." I did as Grandpa said, the wood smooth and cool in my uncertain grip. "Now do not think about it," he said. "Just pull." The cane seemed to catch at first. No, clench. It was clenching. But after another moment, the wood warming in my hands, it released, sliding apart in a single smooth stroke. I looked at the handsome sword I held in my right hand and then at the staff in my left. I was surprised at how comforting their weight felt, like they were extensions of my arms. But more than that, they felt empowering. "Very good," Grandpa said, taking them back from me. He slid the sword home again, the two parts he had wanted me to separate slotting along an invisible seam. "It remembers you." Remembers? A flash of him thumbing away my blood and running it along the sword blade came back to me. But before I could ask what he meant, Grandpa turned to his desk. "If you'll excuse me, Efferson, I have some things to tie up now." Our final conversation. So little said, and yet maybe that had been the point. I was pulled from the memory by a shadow in the doorway. I turned to find Laszlo's tall form approaching, his pale scars luminescent in the late light. I stood at rigid attention. "I have heard," he said, his voice grave. I almost couldn't form the single syllable. My mouth was so dry. And he stepped all the way into the room. Cold power seemed to warp the air around his hands. My heart beat like a dusty drum, but I refused to cower. Whatever the answer, I sensed he had been right. The journey to Dolhaska had been my death. The old Everson Croft was no more. As decreed by the Order, Laszlo said, I am to initiate you into training. Tonight. Thanks for listening to Book of Souls, the first Prof. Croft prequel novella. Everson's story continues in the second prequel novella, Siren Call, also available on this channel. The link can be found in the description. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please like and comment to let us know. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more free audiobooks set in the Croftverse. Book of Souls was written by Brad Magnarella. Narrated by James Patrick Cronin, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Michael Straza. Copyright 2016 and 2021 by Brad Magnarella. Production copyright 2021 by Brad Magnarella.
I really look forward to getting mine every month.
Okay.
I just started mine.
Dude, me too. We're synced.
You still get it, Grandma?
Sure do.
It's so heavy. I cried. It's happening again.
I'd invite you up, but I just got my book of the month.
Book of the month. Choose from 5 new books and get your favorite delivered to you monthly.
somewhere in the vicinity of the Lost Camp? Fugit asked. Precisely. And in fact, probably close to that crude shelter they built from their wagon boards. Nora stared at Benton, surprised and annoyed. Why didn't you mention this to me before? I'm sorry. I had to be super careful. Think what would happen if this got out. During their snowbound months, they must have hidden the box. With all that snow, they wouldn't have been able to hike very far to hide it, which is why I think they hid it near their shelter. Fugit looked searchingly at Benton. How did you come by this information? Nobody else had thought to do the research. I searched through old bank records from where Wolfinger worked and lived, and in the basement of the Historical Society, in an old ledger book from the First Depository Bank of Springfield, Illinois, I found a page, dated 6 days before the expedition's departure, showing a large withdrawal of $10 Liberty Head gold eagles, all dated 1846 and uncirculated, fresh from the Philadelphia Mint. How many? 1,000. And the record specified that the withdrawal was made by Jacob Wolfinger, Nora asked. She was still smarting from having been kept out of the loop. No, I couldn't get the name of the withdrawer. That particular ledger page had been damaged by silverfish. But I have corroborating evidence. He reached into the pocket of his jacket and took out an old piece of paper, sandwiched within archival plastic. In an adjoining file cabinet, I came across a letter from the First Depository Bank to Wolfinger, dated the following day, hoping he'd found the withdrawal transaction had been to his satisfaction and thanking him for his business. He passed the letter to Fugit, who looked it over carefully and then passed it to Nora. Very intriguing, she said, returning it to Benton. But how can you be sure it was Wolfinger who withdrew the 1,000 gold eagles? He could have just withdrawn a few $100. Anything is possible, Clive said. But consider, this was a small bank. A withdrawal like that would have been exceedingly unusual. And it would have taken time to arrange. They might have had to send to Chicago or even Philadelphia for it. Wolfinger was a wealthy man. He had liquidated a very prosperous farm and business, and he was moving to California. Remember, this was before the days of Wells Fargo. Wolfinger couldn't just wire the money to Sacramento. He'd have to carry it on his person. $10 gold pieces were the lingua franca of the day, like $100 bills for drug dealers today. Clive leaned forward. We know a withdrawal of 1,000 gold pieces was made right before the expedition set forth. We know Wolfinger made a withdrawal from that same bank. We know he had gold in a strongbox that he was taking to California. He spread his hands. The evidence is irrefutable. He sat back, a smile of triumph on his face. $10,000, Fugit murmured. That was a great deal of money in 1846. Yes, but what's it worth today? We're not just talking about the melt value here. We're talking about the numismatic value. A single gold eagle in uncirculated MS-60 or better condition with a date in the mid-1840s is currently valued between $15,000 and $20,000. In other words, somewhere in or around that camp is a strongbox containing up to $20 million worth of gold coins. Benton stopped, and the silence in the office was impressive. Finally, the president spoke. This is all well and good, but if the Institute excavates the site and finds the gold, who owns it? Any artifacts uncovered in a permitted excavation by a qualified 501c3 nonprofit organization are normally owned by the organization. So the gold would be ours. Debatable. California will claim the treasure as its historical patrimony. The federal government will also want it, since it will have been found on federal land. Wolfinger had no descendants that I can find, so there's little concern in that direction. I've seen situations like this before. Descendants or no, it could very easily get ugly. Yes, but Dr. Fugit. Benton leaned forward. Here's where the Institute and its stellar reputation come in. As part of the archaeological permitting process, the Institute will negotiate ahead of time how any treasure will be divided, should it be found. That arrangement will be written into the permits themselves. The Institute's reputation would ensure no one objected to you getting a goodly share, to increase your endowment. Fund important research, raise salaries. If the Institute offered a third to California, a third to Uncle Sam, and kept a third, who could argue with that? He lowered his voice. In other words, you don't need grant money to fund this expedition. It would still be a rather expensive gamble. If the Institute felt it was too risky, I'd understand. Our joint alma mater, Stanford, has a world-class archaeology program, as does Berkeley. A line of displeasure creased Fugit's brow. Nora knew the director wouldn't respond well to threats, and she was startled by Benton's directness. I'm sure we can find the funds, the president said sharply. But in this division you propose, where would you come in? Benton laughed. You mean, how much gold for me? None. My interest is purely in history. If I wanted the gold, I could have gone up there myself and searched it out, and nobody would be the wiser. Commendable, Fugit said dryly. But how do you know someone else didn't find it years ago? If somebody had, there would be an unusual number of uncirculated 1846 gold eagles floating around. Nobody had any idea where the lost camp was located, except us, now, thanks to Tamsin Donner and her journal. There was a brief silence. Then Fugit closed the folder on her desk. The Institute will accept your proposal and bear the cost of the expedition. Nora, you will be the archaeological director if you so choose. And Clive, may I call you Clive, will be chief historian. My office will take care of the permits. We have the winter months, which isn't much time to put together a major expedition. She stood and shook both their hands. Dr. Benton, I wonder if you'd give me a moment with Nora. Of course. He smiled at them both, turned, and stepped out of the office. Fugit watched him close the door. They resumed their seats, and she turned back to Nora. This is a very intriguing proposal. The president's expression remained formal, but her face betrayed a hint of enthusiasm. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Where do we stand on that Pueblo ruin out by Pedernal Peak? The final room has been fully excavated and documented. It's just a question of cataloging the potsherds and artifacts. Lab work. And that outlier settlement you were working at Bandelier? Our job is complete. I've handed it off to the Antiquities Department to handle the legal issues. The president looked at her searchingly for a moment. You know, I've been here almost 2.5 years. And in all that time, I can't remember you once taking a vacation. Or even just getting your head out of a test trench. It's simple. I love my work. Is that all there is to it? Yes, Nora said, a little more abruptly than she intended to. I'm not trying to pry, but I'm aware of your history. I'm glad you love your work. I just don't want to see you bury yourself in it. Nora said nothing. This expedition may not exactly be a walk in the park. The High Sierras are rugged, dangerous mountains. You know that Ted Curtin is just champing at the bit for a dig like this. Fact is, He needs to get one under his belt. If you want to hand off the field work to him, you could take some time off and then direct the work from back here and pick up when— Dr. Fugit, Nora interrupted. I thank you for your concern. Truly I do. And I want to see Ted Curtin get his fellowship. But the fact is, Clive Benton sought me out personally. I don't know how he'd feel about handing the dig off to somebody else. And in all honesty, I'm not burying myself in my work. That work is my life. I can't imagine anything more exciting than finding the lost camp of the Donner Party. There will be downtime over the winter as we prepare. It isn't like I'll be going without sleep or anything. Fugit remained quiet, listening. I know you're aware of my history. Honestly, it's not relevant. And, well, to use your own words, I really do appreciate your sensitivity in not prying. Fugit's eyes widened almost imperceptibly at this. Silence fell over the office for a moment, and then the president nodded. Very well, she said briskly. Best of luck with your preparations, Dr. Kelly. Chapter 6. March 29th. Agent Swanson? The long, echoing room, once apparently a grand chamber of some sort, now broken up into a warren of office cubicles, remained silent save for the low beep of electronic equipment and the clack of fingers on keys. Agent Swanson! Corinne Swanson looked up abruptly, dropping the papers she was leafing through onto her desk. Yes? She said. The voice belonged to Robert Wantaw. His head was sticking up from a cubicle at the far end of what she'd come to call their cell block. He had short blonde hair, and it was combed back in a ducktail that would have made an extra from the Untouchables proud. You're alive. Good. I thought maybe something had happened and you were as dead as those case files you're studying. Not yet. Wantaw had been on the job only 6 months longer than she, but since he'd made GS-11, he'd adopted an air of breezy, reckless experience, at least when more senior agents weren't around. Just wanted to let you know the pizzas are here. Conference room B. Thanks. You all go ahead. I'll catch up. Not only was Wantaw a wise ass, but Swanson thought he might be trying to put the moves on her as well. She picked up the papers again. Eyewitness reports from victims of a bank robber who'd cut a wide swath up and down I-25 3 years ago and tried to get her mind back into focus. Then she turned toward her keyboard and began typing her summary report. Not that there was much to summarize. She knew everything by heart already, and there was nothing new of value to add. 5 banks robbed in a space of 2 months. 2 tellers shot, neither fatally. The perp was conscious of security cameras and had walked into the banks wearing a variety of cowboy hats, under which was concealed a balaclava he'd rolled down immediately upon entering. Total take, $694,000. Last seen at the Third National Bank in Alamogordo, just off the Mescalero Reservation. No ID, no license plates, no nothing. The eyewitnesses could agree only that the guy appeared Caucasian and under 40. Word from a CI was that he'd skipped across the border, and even that word was already 2 years old. Swanson let her hands drop from the keyboard, stacked the papers neatly on her desk, and slid them into the official case folder, sighing. It was ironic. The reason she hadn't heard Wantaw calling her was because she still hadn't gotten used to being called Agent. Special Agent Swanson. To think how long she'd dreamed of being addressed like that. It was a dream that had taken her from Medicine Creek, Kansas, all the way to the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City, followed by the requisite work experience, in her case, a year as an assistant probation officer in the lower Hudson Valley, and then, finally, on to the FBI Academy at Quantico for 20 weeks of new agent training. 20 weeks of endless case exercises and practicals, of humping her way over the obstacle course again and again as winter rains turned the dirt to icy mud, of refining her firearms skills and combat tactics in the Hollywood-like set of Hogan's Alley, of executing coordinated spin-outs and pit maneuvers until she felt more like a stunt driver than a law enforcement trainee. And she had loved it. Every filthy, exhausting, stressful minute. Because every minute brought her that much closer to being a special agent. And then at last it came. Graduation and the swearing in, receiving her badge and credentials. It had been the proudest moment of her life, as well as one nobody could have predicted. Corey Swanson, the foul-mouthed, purple-haired goth who'd grown up a latter-day rebel without a cause in a shithole prairie town. Her mother hadn't bothered to come to graduation, drunk probably, and it had stung that the prime mover behind her budding career, Special Agent Aloysius Pendergast, had been unable to attend. But her father Jack had been there, beaming with pride despite his obvious discomfort at being surrounded by so many people with the power of arrest. And then it was over. She was issued her duty weapon, a Glock 19mm with 4 15-round magazines equipped with orange followers, along with several boxes of Winchester PDX-1 Plus P 124-grain hollow points, and she was off to her new life. Little did she know at the time that her new life would consist of reporting every morning at 8:30 to 4200 Luking Park Avenue Northeast, the Albuquerque, New Mexico field office, for administrative duties. She'd met Supervisory Special Agent Hale Morwood, the advisor who would manage the first part of Swanson's 2-year probationary period. He was the mentor who would ghost her, show her the ropes, rate her, and, it seemed, rein in her expectations. Now she'd spent 3 months reviewing cold cases and working with the PIO on public relations outreach to the community. Occasionally, for a change of pace, she'd get to accompany tech ops as they put up new poll cams. This was not what she'd expected. Surely not all new Quantico graduates spent their probationary periods like this. She couldn't imagine getting a worse detail. Until Morwood took her to visit the resident agency at Farmington, up by the Colorado border. If Albuquerque was the ugly, dusty ass end of nowhere, then Farmington was the inflamed boil on that ass. If she ever ended up in a satellite office like that, she just might rob a few banks herself. She could hear a low hubbub of conversation from Conference Room B, where her young confrères were chatting over lunch. But Swanson wasn't hungry. She was eyeing Morwood's office. The door was closed, and the wall of glass beside it was, as usual, obscured by beige vinyl blinds, lowered to floor level. Morwood was on a conference call, the weekly status meeting for operations. She glanced at her watch. It should be over any time now. She took a deep breath, and then, as anticipated, the door opened and Morwood emerged, shrugging into the jacket of his dark blue suit. She watched out of the corner of her eye as he disappeared into the maze of cubicles. He was short, in his late 40s, a little overweight with a thinning crown of red hair. When she'd first seen him, Swanson had thought he looked more like a train conductor than an FBI supervisor. But that was before she'd had the chance to observe him over a couple of months. The way he kept his own counsel, the sly intelligence that glittered in the sleepy brown eyes. Now Morwood had reemerged from the cube farm and was coming back, fresh cup of coffee in one hand, still sticking to schedule. That meant he wouldn't get called into another meeting for 15 minutes. Taking another deep breath and composing herself, Swanson picked up the folder, rose from her desk, and exited her cubicle. Morwood was seating himself back at his desk, stirring Splenda into his coffee. Seeing Swanson approach, he nodded. "Good afternoon, Swanson." "Afternoon, sir. Do you have a minute?" Morwood nodded toward one of 2 identical chairs placed against the glass wall. "Please." Swanson sat, file on her lap. Something about the detached way Morwood observed her always made her slightly uncomfortable, as if her hair was askew, or she'd put her blouse on inside out and the label was showing. Too many years of torn jeans and nearly identical black t-shirts, no doubt. She resisted the impulse to smooth her skirt. "I've finished reviewing the I-25 robberies, sir," she said. Morwood took a sip of coffee. "Anything to report?" Swanson hesitated. She didn't want to appear ineffectual, but on the other hand, she didn't want to go on having cold cases dumped on her. "No significant developments. I re-interviewed the tellers and bank employees to make sure nothing had changed in their recollections. I went over the surveillance footage. Even running it through our latest recognition software produced no useful results. Using image enhancement, I was able to identify the brand of one of the perp's cowboy hats. It was a manufacturer common to Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona that recently went out of business. Their records proved useless." "Any new robberies that fit the MO?" "No, sir. I checked into that carefully, both north and south of the border. Plenty of bank robberies, but none with more than a single-point match." "I see. Well, good job, Swanson. You'll send me your report." "Just completing it now." Morwood nodded, began to speak, then reached into his pocket and snatched out a handkerchief in time to cover a series of sharp, wheezing coughs. Swanson waited politely for the fit to pass. Morwood was a bit of a mystery. She'd heard her share of rumors. Apparently, back in the day, he'd been a hotshot Chicago agent with enough commendations to fill a desk drawer. Some said his slow, lethargic movements and heavy-lidded stare were just put on. Others said he'd been in a terrible accident, chasing a suspect through an industrial dye plant in Gary that ruined both his lungs and his promising career. Whatever the case, here he was, a man of obvious intelligence and long experience, finishing out his 20 as the FTO for groups of new agents. Morwood tucked the handkerchief back into his jacket pocket. "Was there something else, Agent Swanson?" This was it. Swanson took another deep breath. "This is the 5th case I've reevaluated, sir." Morwood nodded. "And I've seen a steady improvement in both your approach and your efficiency." "Thank you." God, getting complimented made this even harder. "Sir, while I appreciate the opportunity to gain experience by reviewing these cases, I was hoping... I feel that..." She stopped, wishing Morwood would get her drift, finish the sentence for her. He didn't. "That I'd like a new challenge, sir." "A new challenge? You mean as in an active investigation?" "Yes, sir." "You feel you've learned all you can from these open but inactive cases, and are ready to go out and play cowboys and Indians for real?" Growing up, Swanson had had a legendary temper, but the years spent at John Jay, and especially the discipline instilled at Quantico, along with her own gradual maturity, had helped her rein it in. She glanced at Morwood. There was no hint of sarcasm or condescension in his sleepy eyes. "I'm sure there's always something more those cases can teach me. But I've made no real headway, no actionable breakthroughs in the 3 months I've been examining them. I have extensive training in forensic anthropology. I think..." This time, Morwood helped her. "You think that you've already covered case studies like these at Quantico?" "Yes, sir." "That after 3 months spent doing cleanup detail at the fort, you've put in your time and now you're ready for something more useful, more interesting?" Morwood was fond of Western metaphors, or perhaps transferred here from Chicago, he was just cynical. Swanson couldn't read him well enough to tell which. "You could put it that way, yes." Morwood sat forward in his chair. "Swanson, I could answer that one of two ways. I could say that, as a rookie, just out of the academy, what you hope and what you feel are of no consequence to me or anyone else in this office. That, in fact, would be the official, the expected response. As he spoke, an undercurrent of steel crept into his quiet voice. Swanson felt herself stiffen. Or I could say that I understand completely. Morwood put his elbows on his desk, tented his fingers. His voice softened a trifle. I felt the same way, once upon a time. It's usually worst about now, 3 months in. I shouldn't tell you this, but the staff psychologists at Quantico even have a term for it. Swanson sat, still stiff in her chair, uncertain where this was heading. Being an FBI agent isn't like being a doctor, or even like being a cop. There's no single path to getting the right kind of experience under your belt. There are plenty of agents, lawyers, programmers, who don't even wear a weapon and spend their entire careers at their desks. Location makes a difference, too. You happened to catch Albuquerque. A lot of the action around here is drug-related, so the DEA tends to take point. He leaned forward a little. But I'll tell you 2 more things, Swanson. First, I'm your FTO. That means I'm your judge as well as your guardian angel. While you're evaluating those cold cases, I'm evaluating you, where your skills lie, where you'll do the most good. What weak points need the most work. Swanson tried not to show her surprise. She'd never considered, certainly never noticed, that Morwood might be watching and evaluating her with any particular attention. Second, and you have to believe me on this, your time will come, and it'll probably come when you least expect it. It might not even be an official assignment. Something might happen while you're out installing those damn pole cams, or driving home at night. It might turn out to be the investigation you were born to solve. Or it might be the most boring, most frustrating catch of your career. Either way, I can promise you this. Those cold cases you're reviewing now will come in handy. He took a sip of his coffee. After a few moments of silence, Swanson realized the conversation was over and that she was being dismissed. She stood up. Thanks for your time, sir. Don't mention it. Morwood picked up the phone and began to dial. Swanson made her way thoughtfully back to her desk. As she reached it, she frowned. There was something on it that hadn't been there before. A package, sealed in an oversized buff envelope. Picking it up, she tore it open. Inside lay a fat, well-thumbed folder full of photographs and reports. Cold case number 6. With a sigh, she sat down, pulled out the folder, and blinking a little blearily, put it to one side while she finished typing up the summary on the I-25 robber, still at large and sought by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Chapter 7. April 22nd. The man known as Bricktop had done a lot of weird shit for money in his life, but this job had to take the cake. Grave robbing was supposed to have gone out of fashion 200 years ago, but here he was, in a cemetery, digging up a body under the full moon. But for $5,000? What the hell? It was better than dealing oxy, quicker and a lot less risky. Although he had driven through New Mexico before, he'd never been in this part of the state, and it was a lot greener than he expected, and mountainous, looking more like Colorado. The cemetery was a good 20 miles east of Santa Fe, on a forested hill, with a wrought iron gate and fence. There was a plaque of some sort at the entrance, which he didn't bother to read. There sure as hell weren't any tourists coming up at this time of night, and there wasn't anything else to do around here except chop down trees. The lights of Glorietta twinkled in the valley below, and a ribbon of I-25 could be seen.
That's all right. No, this is true.
Seen among the hills, the slow-moving lights of cars crawling along. It was chilly at night up here, but Bricktop was glad of it, as he was working up a sweat digging. They were predicting rain later, but for now the clouds were just patchy, and the full moon was all the illumination he needed. Funny how jobs like this came together. He knew a guy who knew a guy, and all of a sudden he was getting precise directions to the spot. Like the rest of the place, there was no tombstone for the grave, just a small stone monument with some kind of old, official-looking metal medallion, almost like a Rotary Club seal, stuck into the ground beside it. Bricktop paused for a moment and checked his watch. 11:50. He had been working for about an hour and was already halfway done. He took a breather, resisted the urge to light up, and then resumed, sinking his shovel into the loose, dry soil, tossing it out onto the tarp, and repeating, all in an easy, rhythmic motion. It wasn't all that different, he told himself, from working out at his local gym in Kirtland. The song Brick House was stuck in his head, and the beat provided a rhythm to his work. Bricktop had not, of course, met the men who actually hired him. All he got was a phone call, in which he was instructed to go to a parking garage and retrieve an envelope with $2,000 in it and the instructions. Another $3,000 was promised when he was finished. The instructions not only told him the night and time he was to do the job, with a detailed map, but also included a list of equipment he'd need: a plastic tarp to pile the dirt on, shovel, pick, gloves, a short ladder, and special hooking bars for opening the lid of the casket. He wasn't actually to rob the grave. Instead, he was just to expose the casket and open the lid, so the deceased could be examined to determine identity. The two men who were to make this determination would be arriving at 1:30 in the morning, and after they'd had their look, the casket would be shut, he'd get the other $3,000, and they'd go away while he refilled the hole. Guys who obviously didn't like to get their pretty hands dirty. Bricktop figured it must be some inheritance business or identity theft, but he wasn't about to ask questions or show curiosity. The note had contained a warning that if he tried to make off with the $2,000, he'd receive a visit after which he'd be left with a very, very high voice. It was not easy digging up a grave, but at least the ground was soft and sandy, free of rocks and roots. Now and then he stopped to listen, but there was never anything except the night noises of the surrounding forest. Down he dug, neatly squaring off the hole as he went, digging first on one side and then the other, still humming Brick House. Sooner than expected, he heard the blade of his shovel hit something, but it didn't sound like wood. Bending down, he brushed off the dirt and saw to his great astonishment that the old casket under his feet was made of iron, ancient and pitted. It looked more like a frigging treasure chest than a coffin. Shaking his head, he cleared away the rest of the dirt from the top. The casket had a double lid. At least that was something expected. Digging around the sides, he freed up some space to get the hooking bars in place, then lifted the top half of the lid. It was heavy as a bitch. An unpleasant smell arose from the dark recesses. Keeping his pen light below ground level, he flicked it on to examine the man's corpse. Another surprise, it wasn't a man at all, but a woman. At least he assumed it was a woman, because it was clothed in a disintegrating brown dress. It was hard to tell from the disgusting face, fuzzy with mold, all shriveled up, more skeleton than visage, mummified lips pulled back in a manic grin. Thank God the identification wasn't his problem. He obviously didn't need to pry open the bottom part of the coffin, if identity was what they were after. He'd done the first part of his job, and now he just had to wait for the men to come. He checked his watch. 1:20. He was right on time. 10 minutes early, in fact. He climbed out of the hole, perched himself on a nearby grave marker, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. He was trying to quit and had limited himself to 2 cigarettes a day. Seeing as how it was past midnight, this would count as his first. Sure enough, at 1:30 sharp, he saw a glow of headlights on the winding road that came up the hill past the cemetery, and as the car reached the top, the lights went off and the car swung into the dirt lane and pulled up next to his. Both doors opened and 2 men got out. They walked over to him. One of them held a duffel. "Your Bricktop?" the man with the duffel asked. "That's me. Your guy. What you want is down there." He showed the men to the grave. They stood on either side, looking down at the open coffin. Clouds had drifted over the moon, and he couldn't really see their faces. He waited. Now both guys snapped on latex gloves and put on N95 face masks. One got into the grave and stood on the lower lid of the iron coffin, bent down, and briefly shone a light on the dead woman's face. Then the other guy pulled a long, serrated bone saw out of the duffel he was carrying and passed it down to the guy in the hole, along with a couple of oversized dry bags. The metal saw gleamed faintly in the moonlight. The man bent over the corpse's midriff, and Bricktop heard a horrible crackling, sawing sound. It was pretty obvious what the guy was doing, and it wasn't just determining identity. But Bricktop held his tongue. Never ask questions. Never show curiosity. That was his mantra. The man put something heavy into one of the dry bags, sawed some more, put something else in the other bag. Then, sealing them, he handed them carefully to the man standing above. Then he stripped off his gloves and mask and slipped them into a pocket. "Are we good?" Bricktop asked. "We're good." The man reached into his coat and withdrew a manila envelope. "Remember, this never happened." Bricktop nodded, opened the envelope that was handed to him, and saw it contained fresh banded hundreds. 3 bands, each labeled $1,000. He riffled through and then slipped the envelope inside his pocket. "Okay," said the man. "Close the lid and refill the hole." Bricktop was only too eager to finish the job and get the hell out of there. He bent down, grasping the heavy lid. It was just as he thought. The crazy fuckers had sawed the corpse in half and taken it from the waist up. None of his business. Pulling out the hooking bars, he heaved it closed with a muffled thump. He felt a sharp tickle against the back of his skull, and that was it. The man in the grave bent over the figure sprawled on the coffin, then dispassionately squeezed off a second round from the silenced Maxim 9 pistol, taking off the top of the grave digger's head. Pulling the latex gloves on again, he gingerly reached inside the man's jacket and took out the envelope with the money, along with wallet, car keys, and the instruction document. He climbed back out, and the two men, in silence, dragged the tarp and some of the dirt it held into the freshly dug hole, loosely covering the corpse and his tools. The dry bags and saw went back into the duffel. Dark clouds now began to blot out the moon, the arrival of the predicted front, bringing thunderstorms and heavy rain. The man with the pistol got into the dead man's car, and the man with the duffel got into the other. Bricktop's car went off one way, and a few minutes later, the other drove off in the opposite direction. Hefty drops of rain began spattering into the graveyard, first a few, and then many, while lightning split the sky and thunder rolled among the hills. Chapter 8. April 23rd. The phone on Swanson's desk rang. 2 short bursts. An internal call. She picked it up. Yes? Swanson? It was Morwood. Yes? Would you mind stepping into my office for a moment? I'll be right there, sir. Swanson pushed aside the files she'd been examining, cold case number 7, and stood up. It wasn't like Morwood to call her into his office like this, not at this hour of the morning. He was quite punctual about their weekly debriefs and review sessions, every Thursday afternoon at 2. From long habit, the first feeling she had was of guilt and anxiety. Shit, had she done something wrong? Over the last couple of weeks, in addition to the ongoing desk work, Morwood had let Swanson ride shotgun with 2 DEA teams on meth lab raids in northeast Albuquerque. They were low-level busts, and she'd been no more than an observer in body armor. She suspected that Morwood had specifically chosen the ops for their minimal danger potential, but in the process, she'd gotten some first-hand experience with interagency rivalry. She'd already heard the FBI's opinion of the DEA, knuckle-dragging Neanderthals whose main talent was for cracking skulls. But on these ride-alongs, she'd learned the DEA's own impression of the FBI. The assault teams had let her know, in no uncertain terms, that she'd joined the wrong agency, and that the FBI was a sorry collection of pencil-necked, limp-dicked, nerdy accountants who rarely, if ever, broke leather their entire careers. At first, Swanson had endured the ribbing good-naturedly. But by the end of the second ride-along, just yesterday, one crew-cut sporting agent in particular just wouldn't let the joke go. And as they'd returned to headquarters, suspects in cuffs, the crank in evidence lockers, and clandestine lab enforcement securing the site, Swanson's anger had gotten the better of her, and she'd let her tormentor know, in graphic detail, precisely where he could shove the meth they'd just confiscated. It was only later in the evening that she'd learned Brightman, the agent with the crew cut, had been squad leader. As she approached the open door of Morwood's office, her anxiety spiked. Shit, it had to be that. Almost 4 months now, and she hadn't blown her top once. Figures she'd do it just at the worst time, and at the worst guy possible. She knew that as her FTO, Morwood had the power to fire her. While that was almost unheard of, he could certainly put a note in her jacket that would be an anchor on her career for a long time. On top of everything else, the Rolling Stones' 19th nervous breakdown had wormed its way into her head and refused to leave. Here it comes. Mouth dry, she knocked on the doorframe. Morwood, who was holding a stapled sheaf of papers in one hand, glanced up. As usual, she could tell nothing from his expression. "Swanson," he said, looking back at the papers. "Come in." Usually, he asked her to sit. Not this time. She waited while he turned over one page, then another. Then he cleared his throat, and without looking up, asked, "Are you familiar with what happened at Glorietta Pass?" Glorietta Pass? That road was unfamiliar to Swanson. She racked her brains, recalling the names of the streets in the Altamonte neighborhood where their raid had gone down. Candelaria, Comanche, but she couldn't recall any Glorietta. "I'm not sure, sir," she said, bracing herself. Morwood let the sheaf of papers drop on his desk and finally looked back up at her. "Frankly, Agent Swanson, I'm surprised at you." "Sir?" "Here it comes, here it comes. A student with your depth of scholarship, and you're going to tell me you don't know about the Battle of Glorietta Pass?" Now Swanson was thoroughly confused. With a stab of annoyance, she thrust Mick Jagger's nasal voice out of her mind. "I'm not sure what you mean. There was no battle. The cooks surrendered without a fight. If you're referring to the incident with Brightman, I want you to know, sir, that I'm sorry if there were any hard feelings." "Swanson, are we even on the same planet? I've read your John Jay transcript. It says you took a course on the American Civil War your sophomore year. Or maybe you slept through it?" Swanson swallowed. "I'm sorry, sir. Are we talking about history?" "Of course. What did you think we were talking about? That DEA dust-up yesterday? Sure, Brightman called me. I told him to untwist his underwear and forget about it. No, I'm talking about Glorietta Pass, the westernmost major battle of the Civil War. The Confederacy invaded New Mexico territory in an attempt to cut the West off from the Union and got their asses royally kicked at Glorietta Pass." Swanson felt surprise, relief, and then embarrassment. Now that her anxiety was receding, the name did have a familiar ring. But her professor for that class had been boring as hell, and there'd been so many battlefields to remember. "Yes," she said. "Yes, a class of mine covered it. Sorry, sir." He frowned at her in what she hoped was mock disappointment. "I'm relieved to hear it. Not exactly Gettysburg, of course, but over 60 men. Yanks and Confederates both lost their lives in that battle. Several of them are buried up there, at a place called Pigeon's Ranch." Swanson was silent, listening. As relieved as she was to learn this had nothing to do with the reaming out she'd given Brightman the day before, she was mystified as to what Morwood was getting at. "About an hour ago, a body was discovered in the Pigeon's Ranch cemetery. Well, 2 bodies, perhaps. Although that remains to be seen. A man was found shot, lying atop a coffin in a freshly dug-up grave." Swanson nodded. She wondered if she should be taking notes, decided against it. "Feel free to chime in any time, Swanson. Now, Glorietta Pass was a Civil War battle. Part of the battlefield is a National Historic Park, and that grave was in a small cemetery there." At this, Swanson did chime in. "That would make the site federal land." "Yes, you may now keep your diploma. Go on." "Any crime committed there would be our responsibility to investigate." "Correction, your responsibility." And with that, Morwood picked the sheaf of papers off his desk and handed it to her. Swanson took the papers gingerly. "Sir?" "It's quite simple. As I recall, 3 weeks ago, you came to me asking for a new challenge. An active investigation, perhaps." Morwood coughed behind one palm, then waved at the sheaf of papers. "I herewith give you a dead body in a vandalized grave in the cemetery at Glorietta Pass." When Swanson remained silent, Morwood said. "Isn't this what you wanted? A case of your own?" Swanson recovered her voice. "Yes, sir. I want that very much. But what do I—" She fell silent again, seized with panic. "You don't know exactly what to do. Of course not. It's your first case. But here's the chance to see how that Quantico training and these 4 months of casework pay off. I'm eager to hear what your budding forensic expertise makes of it all. So, you'll be the initial federal investigator, liaise with local law enforcement, make sure the site has been secured, examine the body, supervise the collection of evidence, prepare a preliminary report. On your own." Swanson didn't reply. She was aware of several emotions, excitement, even elation, but at the same time concern, as the ramifications of what Morwood was saying hit home. "What about you?" And as an afterthought, "Sir?" "What about me? I'll be in this office, eager to hear your findings." Swanson swallowed. This was the opportunity she'd been waiting for. But Morwood was FTO for her probationary period. He was supposed to ghost her, mentor her, through just this kind of process. Was this his version of teaching her to swim by throwing her into the deep end of the pool? What about, calling in an evidence response team unit? Morwood shook his head. "As the lead investigator, you'll be in charge. That's up to you." He gave her a wry smile. "But keep in mind you'll have local law enforcement and their CSU on hand, with the coroner's office and other support staff. Certainly, if you feel it's necessary to call in the ERTU, do so. But consider the optics first." He picked up his phone. "Take a look at that brief. Meanwhile, I'll get operations to set you up with a pool car, a radio, and the rest of it." When she remained motionless, Morwood put the phone down again. "Well, remove thyself, Agent Swanson. Get thee to Glorietta. It's only an hour away, and it's even a rather attractive drive." Chapter 9. As she drove the duty vehicle down the winding, dusty road, Morwood's sheaf of papers, now carefully read, reread, and tucked into a folder, lying on the seat next to her, Agent Swanson found herself beset by unexpected emotions. This was a day she'd dreamed of for a long time. Special Agent Corinne Swanson, lead FBI investigator, on a homicide case. And yet, instead of focusing like a laser on the case, she felt awash in anxiety. Only the most banal thoughts seemed to come, unbidden, into her brain. Trivial details of the weather, the color of the road, a broken piñon tree. She took in a deep breath, then let it out slowly, slowly. She flexed her fingers, adjusted her grip on the steering wheel. Remotely, she was relieved to see her hands weren't trembling. Get a grip, take it one step at a time, and play it by the book. She exited at a sign marked Glorietta Pass Battlefield National Park onto a rutted road that took her higher into the foothills of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, then leveled off onto a mesa top. Ahead, she could see the land dividing, ultimately leading to a twin set of ridges that slowly sank away to the north and the south. She wondered, a little idly, if that was the so-called pass, and who Glorietta was. Now ahead, she could see a grouping of RVs and Airstreams parked on the shoulder, their doors open and the occupants standing around in the sun, looking pissed. Another quarter mile, and she found out why. The entrance to Pigeons Ranch Cemetery, Glorietta Pass, was blocked by a sheriff's cruiser, light bar flashing. She stopped and a deputy got out of the cruiser. Swanson had her ID on a lanyard around her neck and held it up for his inspection. The young deputy looked at her, at the ID, and then back again before finally nodding and returning to his vehicle. He revved the engine and moved it so Swanson could pass. Ahead, beyond a gate, a cluster of signs and a parking turnout, she could see several official vehicles parked haphazardly. She took another deep breath. Pulling in beside the vehicles, she got out and began to walk, first across a paved surface, and then up a gravel path. Weathered graves, each with a number and some sporting small explanatory labels, began to appear on her left and right. She could make out perhaps a dozen people in the distance, in a corner of the cemetery, uniformed officers, National Park rangers, a few figures in monkey suits, medical personnel, a woman with a camera, one or two others whose purpose was not immediately identifiable, all standing around as if waiting. As she approached, the heads all swiveled in her direction, and she realized it was her they'd been waiting for. The last of the random thoughts abandoned her, and her heart began pumping a mile a minute. "Be cool," she told herself. "You've got this." As she continued walking, she forced herself to mentally review the case file Morwood had given her, to go over the crime scene training that had been drilled into her at the academy. With relief, she realized that, despite her nerves, she felt a good grounding of confidence beneath her feet. Whatever else happened, she wasn't going to panic. The group broke up a bit as she drew closer, then one person stepped forward, a middle-aged man, muscular and deeply tanned, with a bottle brush mustache. He wore the hat and uniform of the sheriff's department. "Gus Turpenseed," he said, sticking out his hand. "Sheriff, San Miguel County." Swanson shook it, fingers stiffening as she felt the crushing, intimidating grip. "Agent Swanson, Federal Bureau of Investigation." "Good to meet you, Agent Swanson," the sheriff said, glancing back at another man wearing the star of a deputy sheriff, who grinned and nodded faintly. Everyone seemed to be staring at the ID and shield on her lanyard. "Agent Morwood mentioned you," Turpenseed said, "but I didn't expect—" "A woman?" "Someone so young." "I see." Swanson was surprised to find herself not rising to the bait. It was the FBI shield, she realized. She had it, he didn't, and though he might not like it, he couldn't do shit about it. This realization gave her a tickling sensation of power. Growing up, power was the one thing she'd never had. And so she'd built up a carapace of sarcastic belligerence and resentment toward authority. Ironic how she was the authority now. She looked around, taking in the other faces, the scene itself. An open grave, surrounded by crime tape, a confusion of dirt, plastic tarp, tools, and a partially covered body at the grave bottom. Familiarizing herself with the situation as she let a silence build, then she turned back to Turpenseed. "You're right, I'm young. And I'm not getting younger standing here. So let's get on with it. Who was first on the scene?" A blonde woman in a ranger's uniform separated herself from the group. "I was." "Your name?" "Grant." "Want to tell me what happened?" The ranger nodded. "I got here at 7:30 to open the cemetery and prepare it for visitors. One of my duties is to walk the perimeter. As I was doing so, I noticed this mound of earth." She nodded over her shoulder. "Coming closer, I saw the hole in the ground. At first I thought it might be grave robbers, come for Regis. But then I saw that man in the hole, partly covered by dirt and blood. So I turned and called for Alec." "Alec?" "Alec Quinn. He's the other ranger on duty with me today. His car was just pulling in." "Go on." Another ranger, apparently Quinn, stepped forward and took over the story. "I thought there was a chance the man was still alive. So I jumped into the hole and began brushing the dirt from him. And then when I saw that," he swallowed, "that he was dead, I got out and made some calls. There were no ISB agents in the area, so I notified the sheriff." Swanson nodded. She knew that the ISB, or Investigative Services Branch, comprised the special agents of the National Park Service. She also knew there were a total of about 36 agents to cover the entire country. She looked around. Who's heading the local CSU team? A short man of about 60 approached. Larson, Santa Fe Crime Scene Unit. You've been waiting for the feds? That we have, the man said. Sorry to keep you. Please get started, and I'll be with you shortly. Now Swanson turned back to Quinn. And when did you decide to call the FBI? She asked. Quinn reddened. It's not as cut and dried as you might think, he said. Glorietta Pass has only been ranked a Class A battlefield for the last 25 years, and most of it is on private land. Only about 20%. The Pigeons Ranch unit is technically under National Park Service jurisdiction. I called the FBI while we were verifying the authorization, Grant said. Swanson nodded. Did you see anything or anybody else? She asked. The woman shook her head. It was like this when we arrived. Once we understood the victim was dead, we backed off and left it alone. Nothing out of place? Suspicious in any way? Another shake of the head. What are the park hours? 8 to 6. And there's nobody here at night? No. You aren't worried about vandals? Souvenir hunters? That's never been a problem before, Quinn told her. Folks around here respect the dead. We're pretty remote, too, and besides, funding is tight. The trust does what it can, but most of the money is put toward upkeep and restoration. Glorietta Pass is considered an endangered battlefield. It's got a Priority 1 rating.